right, we are live. Welcome back to Reasoned Answers, everyone. Thank you for joining me to celebrate my birthday. As you may have heard, watching Reasoned Answers
is as good as waging war against Allah and His Messenger.
So thank you for waging war against Allah and His Messenger. The format for today is going to kind of be an open Q&A, and there goes my light just died on me. So now you got a really funky background. I'll try to address that here in a minute because I do have a video that will play at the start. But the format is kind of just an open Q&A. We'll have some fun and so on and so forth. The bot should be up and running. I saw someone ask if it was. So it should be up and running. And there is a special birthday animation, which you can trigger. Send me a birthday wish. It's a little bit different than a lot of them. It has to be at the start of the message. And you start it with exclamation point, happy birthday, and then anything that follows that will be treated as a message and will be displayed on screen. So we will begin here with a word of prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this time and this opportunity to fellowship with my fellow Christians, with my family of believers. I thank you for the opportunity to live as a community, to live modeling your love to one another, the love that you first showed us, that we model it in our love for one another and also for those outside the church. I pray that anyone who is listening today gets some benefit out of this. I pray that some questions will be answered, but also that we will have some fun while doing it. I pray that you be with me and that you give me the strength and perseverance to have a productive and fun evening and the wisdom to know what to say. I ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen. All right. We do have Mr. Ask Truth up here. See if, oh, hold on. That is odd. It's not. Oh, you know what? Oh, first of all, thank you, Dr. Whitemeat, for the birthday wishes there. And I had the bot pause, which is why Mr. Ask Truth was not being added to the stream. And there he is now.
There we
All
go.
right.
And I hear you, which is a big deal. So we're
Awesome.
all kinds of
Yes.
winning at this point.
I think I just join.
Yeah, I think I just selected basically it was trying to speak through my microphone. I think the audio was trying to go through there. So whatever.
All
you
right.
got it figured
Glad
out.
we got that. Glad we got that figured out. I see that we already have Islamic mode triggered for my birthday. Thanks a lot. Now we got to do everything upside down. But I did hear that this is big news around the world, that people have been preparing for this occasion, and I have a news story about that.
Not all Muslims mark
Reasoned Answers
birthday, but here in Egypt, days of celebrations are held. Mosques and streets in Cairo are bathed in light for the anniversary. Special tasty treats can be found, and to honour the
apologists,
food is given to the poor. It's a time for coming together as a community. On this day, we communicate with friends and relatives. The whole family meet with each other in this atmosphere of joy on the occasion of the birth of
Reasoned Answers.
We are very happy about
Reasoned Answers.
birth. In Egypt and in the world, we feel reborn as Muslims. One of the most important Islamic celebrations in Egypt. Many see this as an opportunity to proclaim and rejoice at
the apologists'
teachings. For Sufi Muslims, a display of singing and dancing demonstrates their devotion. Our correspondent says the message of those celebrating here this year is the rejection of violence and terrorism which is practiced in Islam, emphasizing the values of love and tolerance which the Prophet Muhammad
rejected.
من أمام مسجد الحسين في القاهرة محمد شيخ إبراهيم ليورونيوز.
This is very important news there, right? Apparently, all around the world, some Muslims are not celebrating, but other Muslims are celebrating.
Well, particularly the Egyptian
occasion.
ones.
Yes. Yes,
You,
there in Egypt, it's a big holiday.
I don't know if you can see. I spit my water out on my shirt when I heard the first voiceover, and yeah, that was high quality entertainment, Thaddeus. Thank you, and happy birthday, brother.
Thank you. Our Kitsune says the whole crowd is going berserk for Thaddeus. Indeed, I especially liked the Sufis and their little dance for showing their devotion for this channel.
Can you? I don't know if you can rewind it or not. Can you replay the part where it said what Muhammad did not teach? That was my favorite part.
Yes,
I want to hear that again.
I can do that.
All right, let's do it.
Let me just figure out about where we want to.
Correspondent says the message of those celebrating here this year is the rejection of violence and terrorism which is practiced in Islam, emphasizing the values of love and tolerance which the Prophet Muhammad
rejected. Yes, the Prophet Muhammad rejected the values of peace and love. I also made a slight edit. I cut a couple words out there. She said that they're talking about violence done in the name of Islam, and I just cut out in the name of, right? Because why add that phrase? This is what Islam does. It perpetuates violence around the world.
Well, that's actually not true, Thaddeus. There will be peace in Islam if they slaughter all of the unbelievers, and then there are only adherent believers and no hypocrites left. Then there will be peace. So that's what they mean by saying Islam is peace. Islam is peace eventually.
Professor Yapa wants to know how old I am, and there was a comment along the same lines earlier from Breakfast Gun asking how many spankings I would have today. So I am 43 years old. However, we'll have to ask Mrs. Reasoned Answers how many spankings I will be getting. And she actually might be joining later tonight. Welcome, Mary.
Hello.
Mary, you're all over the place today. You're just on God Logic stream. Now you're over here, Reasoned Answers stream. Nice to see you.
Yep, causing problems. I can't find that picture that I have that's saved in my StreamYard, so I just had to pick something random. So I'm back to being it's not a phase mom.
I like it. Time of Splitting says I can confirm we are jubilant in Cairo as we speak. Take beer. Happy natal day.
I decided you deserve some pain today, so I told Bob. Avery refused to talk to Bob, so I told Bob he could come over here and talk to you.
Yeah, Bob's welcome. I'm not going to have debates with Muslims today, but if they want to come up and they want to ask polemical questions, I'd be happy to answer those. It is called Ask Me Anything, right? You do have the option of asking me polemical questions and doing your dawah work today. Just don't expect me to get into an extended debate. So Una asks, what is my favorite cake flavor? And that is a tricky one there. I am partial to just, plain old yellow cake. I don't know for sure.
We can hear
you disconnected there for a second, Mary, but you're back.
I think that my house decided its weather was bad again. That occasionally happens.
Yeah, and then you made us flip upside down, Mary. This is your fault.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep, that I'm definitely blaming that on Mary. I have a super chat from Joel.
Sir, how can we contribute financially for your organization? They get in touch with me. And very easy, people know where I am. And once they get in touch with me to contribute without causing problem, to contribute in big amounts. And many people call me for lunch and for dinner and for meal, and for every meal they give big amounts, alhamdulillah. So those who really want to contribute, they come and meet me.
But thank you for your donation of big amounts. If you want to donate more to Zakir Naik and his organization is deemed a terrorist organization in your country, don't worry. You can just fly over to Malaysia, meet him for lunch, and then you can donate as much as you want under the table.
I swore the first 6 times I heard that, I thought he was saying donate bigamous. And I'm like, what does bigamy have to do with donations?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's Islam, so who knows? Our Kitsune says the cross upside down is really unsettling. I guess when when the whole thing gets flipped upside down, my cross gets flipped upside down as well, and I guess as Truths does, but that's perfectly appropriate because Islam is completely opposed to the cross. They affirm a lot of things that Christianity teaches, but certainly not the core message, the message of the cross, which is folly for this world. Had some other comments here. Brian says it's my son's birthday today too. He's 13 years old. So congratulations to your son for having the best possible birthday. And Professor Yaffle says that her son is also has their birthday today and they are 21. So congratulations to Professor Yaffle's son as well. Mojo Dude wants to know where all the girls and drinks are. And what do you think this is, Mojo Dude? This isn't Jenna. This isn't Paradise. Those things are totally
wrong. Don't do that. It's a sin.
But only on Earth. And Jenna, perfectly halal. So you just got to wait. You can have girls and drinks on your birthday, but not until you abstain for those things for a long time, because Allah is like that. He sometimes says that something's wrong, and sometimes he says that it is a blessing from him. Just depends on the location and his mood that day. You guys have anything you'd like to add on that?
It is halal fun. Where's the clip of Zakir Naik doing halal fun? You can have fun, but it has to be halal fun.
Yeah, don't have that one. Should probably get that into the clip arsenal for sure.
You got the haram, and now you got to get the halal fun type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, Thaddeus, one of the most important things I think we should all do on our birthday, which I'm sure you've already done, is call the one who gave birth to you and say thank you. Because as we know, the moms do all the work in that process and continue to do quite a bit of work for the first probably 26 years of our lives. So I'm sure you already called and said thanks. Good work.
Is that true, Mary? Do the mothers do all the work?
I was about to say, it would be nice if you could share the work of labor and childbirth and just like hand over some of it to somebody else. So.
Well, it depends on what you're identifying as. Right? So you could identify as the man and be a childbirthing man.
Apparently so.
Yeah, I mean, your picture there says it's not a phase. This is who I am. So
Well, see, I'm a wolf apparently. I'm an otherkin in this apparently.
Yeah, some sort of wolf creature wearing a wig. I think. I don't know. It's very interesting.
Well, it's a goth wig on a wolf.
Why not? Why not? Right?
Like a circa 2012 goth. I actually downloaded this to make fun of somebody who was like saying that this is their true identity, and so I downloaded that for Twitter and replied to somebody with that. So now it's on my phone.
So they were saying they are a wolf?
They were saying something stupid about themselves, how they could identify as whatever they wanted to identify as, like a flying pig or something. I don't know.
Makes sense if you don't think about it.
Yeah, exactly. Just like Islam. Marion says Halal Fun is reporting Christians' channels. Yeah, mass report those channels, get as many banned as possible. Try to get them knocked off Patreon and then generate hundreds of new supporters for David Wood.
Oh, yeah.
This is how Halal Fun works, right? And let's see. Where is
And what's
that?
the name of your cat, dude? That's the question that popped up just now.
Yeah, so I have 6 cats.
What?
The one that, yes.
Oh, man.
The one that is commonly seen on streams is named Artemis. She likes to sleep between my keyboard and monitor, so right in front of the camera here. Sometimes when she stands up, you can see her on the screen. She's not here right now. I do have Einstein with me right now. He doesn't come down here that often, but he's a black and white cat, and he's sitting in my lap right now. We also have Apollo. He's been seen on streams, probably the second most common. We have Demeter, we have Penny, and we have Morgan. So we have 6 cats in total. And no dogs, except for the one that comes into the stream sometimes when people type the dog in the channel. Philip says that Thaddeus is a cat lady. It's confirmed. Well, you know, we're talking about gender fluidity. So if I choose to identify as a lady, then yeah, absolutely, I can be a cat lady. No problem.
You'd be the crazy cat lady. You would be beautiful, Thaddeus. I just have to tell you that. But I do, if you don't mind me overtaking the stream for one moment, I did want to make an observation. And the observation I'm seeing right now is that the like button is causing me quite a bit of discomfort. It's actually
Do you
making
suspect?
them.
Do you suspect that it might be feeling uppity?
I think the like button's looking very disobedient right now. And I think it would be a good idea if we all collectively as a society would go ahead and teach the like button a lesson and go ahead and just go strike it. Just strike it gently. You can strike it multiple times, but make sure that it is always an odd number of times that you do end up striking that like button. So I would appreciate it. Thaddeus would appreciate it for his birthday if you guys would wage jihad on the like button.
Just say not 3 while you're doing it. Jeff
though
here
it's not
says
a
that he
number.
has 3 cats. Say not 3, Jeff, right?
Yeah.
You cannot say you have 3 cats in Islam.
I still haven't figured out what we should call 3, right? Because of course they say not 3, but it's a self-refuting statement to begin with. So it's like say not 2. Like I don't know how we would, say not the number between 2 and 4. I don't know how that should have actually been said to make it a consistent statement. But the irony always gets me on that one.
And just another
Shrubbery!
What, Mary?
She said shrubbery.
You're right. It's Knights of Nyet. They couldn't stand the word shrubbery, so it's like say not 3. So sorry, the Monty Python reference.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll go with that from now on. Mary, I think you have solved the riddle.
Have you seriously not seen Monty Python?
No, I have seen Monty Python, and I think that you have solved the riddle, and you have actually produced a surah like a surah in the Quran, only better. So I believe that you have abrogated the Quran. Congratulations. You are now Allah.
So just another Irishman says that they also have 3 cats, as I started to say before Mary shrieked out shrubbery.
I couldn't help it.
And Furin Kazan says 3 equals shirk in Islam. And of course it does, right? You're attributing partners to Allah other than the partners that you're allowed to attribute to him, and actually mandated to attribute to him, such as Muhammad. But if you go and say that, something else is a partner of Allah, or like you're a Christian and you say that Jesus is God, well,
this is something that goes against the required elements of the Shahada.
and you just can't do that. You just can't disobey the rules that only make sense when you don't think about them.
So what are the required elements of the Shahada? Can you break that down for us, Thaddeus, or Mary, whoever?
Yeah, so you have to say that there is no God but Allah. So there is
Okay.
no God but God, right?
Mhm.
And that Muhammad is his messenger. Now, strangely, there's 124,000 prophets in
Mhm.
Islam. Now, they do sometimes make a distinction. They're not all messengers. But
Right.
certainly, Muhammad isn't the only messenger. Yet, in the Shahada, there's only one messenger for some reason. And it seems to me because he is the partner of Allah, that they are partners in crime, almost like they share one mind or something.
Mhm. That is interesting to me. And that's another one of those ironic types of statements, right? To become a Muslim, I have to submit to God alone, which, okay, I'm on board with that. And it's just that little and thing, and Muhammad is his prophet. So if I take the Shahada just in one particular way, without the second clause, okay, but then if I do the second clause, I don't know how that is not actually making partners. I'm not a Muslim. If I do it just the first part, I have to do the second part as well. And so there's always irony associated with Islam.
But Dr. M here in the chat, who is a Muslim who occasionally comes into these streams, he corrected us, right? He explained this perfectly and fully in great detail. He said, prophets are not partners.
Oh.
You see, you just pass a rule that says whatever you say is correct, and therefore you don't have to think about anything. And he let us know that he disliked the stream. I appreciate that, Dr. M. Thank you very much for showing
you.
YouTube that you are engaged with this stream. I love it when people give dislikes to this stream because it shows me that they think that the material is dangerous and they're desperate to try to gape it out of Muslim minds. So thank you. I appreciate that greatly. And he also told us that we're deliberately taking say not 3 out of context. The real genius here tells us that the verse is just saying that God isn't 3. No duh. Have you never heard of a joke in your life, Dr. M? We didn't think that the word 3 is forbidden. Come on, man. Use your brain.
Oh,
Oh,
we
wait.
didn't think.
Sorry.
I did
Sorry.
think
You're in
that.
Islam.
I'm confused. I did actually think that, Thaddeus. Is that not how it's supposed to be interpreted? Just getting corrected here on a live stream. Pretty embarrassing. But my question back to him, though, I know we're not necessarily engaged, but my question back to him is when it says "say not 3," are there 3 individuals identified as being the one Allah in the Quran or anything like that?
Well, it's odd, right? That Allah makes it very clear that he is against what Christians believe in, because as you know, all Christians believe in the Holy Trinity of Allah, Jesus, and Mary, because this is the only Trinity that is described in the Quran. I mean, it says, say not 3, but then the only time it actually associates 3 names with each other, and Allah says something about people worshiping them, is when it's Allah, Jesus, and Mary. And Jesus supposedly says, no, I didn't tell anyone that, which I guess is true. I mean, Jesus never said to worship me and my mother.
Right.
He did, however, say that I am God and you should worship me, despite what Muslims claim. And he said that he would send another helper, the Holy Spirit, the actual 3rd member of the Trinity. But for some reason, the God of the universe, who is super intelligent and knows everything, chose to take a couple lines in his eternal word to condemn a belief that no Christian has ever believed in, and ignored the belief held by 2.3 billion Christians currently, probably around 3 billion Christians in world history. he doesn't have any space for that. He has to make sure that you know not to interrupt Muhammad's dinner parties by overstaying your welcome and being there and upsetting him. And Muhammad's just too shy
Yeah.
to let you know that he wants you to go home because he has a very busy evening. He has between 9 and 11 wives that he has to visit in one evening with only taking one bath. And as you know, that takes a long time to visit between 9 and 11 wives. And the Muslims with perfect memories who perfectly preserved these hadith and got everything right couldn't remember whether it was 9 or 11. But either way, that's a lot of wives that he has to visit. So stop staying at his dinner parties so freaking long. I don't have space to condemn the actual Trinity. I got to tell you this really important thing about Muhammad being annoyed.
Well, but it was so annoying, Thaddeus, so annoying that alongside Allah, right? Allah is obviously an eternal, individual, single person, but alongside Allah is this other eternal thing that is not Allah, but is also not separate from Allah, which of course is the word, the Quran. Eternally, that was such an important thing for the entire eternal history and future of everything that people knew that Muhammad was shy and Allah is not shy, and that it's, appropriate dinner etiquette, especially for the prophet and any other future prophet, which there won't be one, that you need to not stay long and not ask questions and things like that. So it totally makes sense. Again, that is if you just refuse to actually think about it.
And I'm sure Dr. M here will very shortly demonstrate how this all makes perfect sense when he doesn't think about it. And in fact, he has. I hadn't seen the message yet, but he had already typed it. That wasn't a prophecy, apparently. The Quran doesn't say that. It is criticizing Catholics for worshiping or venerating Mary and Jesus. It's not saying that Christians believe Mary is in the Trinity. Dr. M, rewind the tape and listen to what was actually said about what the Quran claims. Did I say that it says that is the Trinity? I think if you rewind your tape, you'll find that I didn't actually say that. I said the only time it associates three names with worship is when in that verse. I didn't say it claimed that that's what the Trinity is. Again, your God didn't feel that he needed to explain anywhere in his vast book that's complete knowledge for every human being, the only book they ever need to read to understand what they're supposed to do and not do. He never felt the need to condemn this actual Christian belief. Instead, he just condemned this gross misrepresentation of Catholicism, according to you. According to other Muslims, this was an actual belief held in Arabia during, coincidentally, the time of Muhammad. Not a lot of evidence for that. In fact, none outside of Islamic sources. But let's say for the sake of argument, there was a couple hundred people that believed that in Muhammad's time. Well, that's what other Muslims tell me this verse is about. It's about that group that actually believed that Mary was a god. But either way, right? Either way, Allah doesn't see any need to condemn the actual or criticize the actual belief of Christians because he apparently doesn't have any problem with that. He only has a problem with venerating or worshiping Mary.
Right.
Well, Allah
go ahead.
doesn't even know the word Trinity, so that's kind of important. He doesn't know what Trinity is or what it means. He's like, don't worship three gods. And Christians are like, yeah, that's cool because we don't.
But what I was going to say was the irony of the 100 or so Christians that possibly existed in Arabia exclusively at the time of Muhammad, which there's exactly zero evidence for, who worshipped Mary. The people that they actually lived with, their neighboring tribes, which they were best friends with, were Jewish people who actually took Ezra to be the son of Allah as well. So it's a very unique time, and there was 16 people who believed that in history without any evidence whatsoever besides what is written in the Quran. But I just wanted to kind of bring up that irony is if Islam had not come, we'd all be worshiping Mary and taking Ezra as the son of Allah, but he was able to eternally squash that. Obviously, it was a huge movement that was gaining a lot of steam, but thankfully, Muhammad came and took care of it.
Well, he came to fix, to undo the error that he made when he tricked many millions and billions of people into believing that Jesus died on the cross. So by squashing these things that no one's ever heard about, he is now righting that other mistake that he made, his little oopsie.
Yeah, it's just a little oopsie poopsie. I mean, you know, like everybody makes mistakes, including Allah. And I mean, who's to say that Allah has to be perfect, right? Who's to say that Allah's eternal speech has to be perfect? I mean, how's this guy gonna know that these like 12 or 16 random people no one's ever heard of take Ezra to be the son of God? I mean, well, you know, this poor guy, this poor Allah fella, I don't know his last name, but this poor Allah guy, he makes a little whoopsie and everyone starts judging him all harsh for it. When you get down to it, he needed Muhammad to clarify some things for him, and I'm sure Muhammad would have been able to if he could read, but you know he couldn't. So
well,
blind
thankfully, right? That's a good point, because thankfully we do have a vast body of hadith literature, much more vast than the text of the Quran, which explains the perfectly clear Quran sometimes. It does lots of important things, like it tells you that Muhammad ate chicken, for example. Like there's a whole chapter of Sahih Bukhari on the foods that Muhammad ate, and the hadith are like, I saw Muhammad eating a chicken. I saw Muhammad.
Well, I really like the one about the rabbit. You guys know about the rabbit? Muhammad was scared to eat it at first because he saw that the rabbit was menstruating, and so he thought that that meant that the rabbit might have been a Jew that got transformed into a rabbit. And maybe we shouldn't eat rabbits because they might be Jews in disguise. He thought the same thing about a particular lizard because...
No, did Mary just cut out?
Unfortunately, Mary cut out there. I was waiting to hear about this menstruating lizard. That would have been very interesting.
You see, Mary made such a good point. Now I see that Muhammad truly was, you know, inspired by something, because you know he saw a bleeding rabbit and his first thought was, oh, a Jew, nice, right? So clearly this is the guy, just as I was saying before, you know, I prophetically spoke it, that Muhammad would be able to clarify things for Allah. This is the guy who would be able to do that. You know, he knew. A lot of us would see a animal menstruating and we're like, oh yeah, you know, animals do that. But he saw beyond it, right? He saw beyond that little facade, and he's like, oh, obviously this must be a Jew. This must be a Jew, because as we all know, Jewish people are often known for being turned into random animals. And so Muhammad was able to see past the veil. His divine gnosis allowed him to see past the veil into the truth, which of course is that Jews are well known for shape-shifting into random animals. So we've really learned a lot today when you get down to it.
Right, but I think Mary did say, I don't know if she's back up or not yet, but Mary did say that he was scared to eat the rabbit, but he eventually did eat the rabbit. Is that what she said?
Yeah, he eventually ate the rabbit and decided it was okay after all, so it probably wasn't a Jew.
Right, but that's what...
Same thing with the lizard, by the way. It had 5 fingers. He looked at it and he counted the fingers and he's like, oh, once there were some children of Bani Israel and they got transformed into other beings, and this might be one of them. And he didn't eat it. He did not eat the lizard. He did eat the rabbit, but the lizard apparently was too much like a Jew for him, so he didn't eat it. But he let other people eat it. And Amar said, if it had been me, I would have eaten it.
That's funny. But the Zakir Naik, I remember a clip of him and Thaddeus. If you have it, you can play it for us, brother, where he says, you know, if you are what you eat, essentially, you know, if you eat pig, you behave like pig. And so if Muhammad is eating what he perceived to be a Jewish rabbit, then eventually he became a Jewish man, I think, right? And then therefore, hold on, go with me here. If he became a Jewish man, then he could fulfill potentially Deuteronomy 18:18. So although he was born not a Jewish person, he ate enough Jewish rabbits to become a prophet like Moses, although Jesus already fulfilled it. And then he was able to fulfill and become the prophet. That's all I'm saying.
Mashallah.
Mashallah. Now, I think I'm pretty sure the conversion rate is 19 rabbits 19 rabbits equals 1 Jewish prophet, because I know that 19 is very important in the Quran. So as long as he ate at some point 19 Jewish rabbits, he would have become a Jewish rabbi, right? It's ending because it's like Hebrew to Arabic, so some letters have to be dropped, and so he becomes a
Say
Jewish
not tea.
rabbi. Yeah.
So thank you for the birthday wishes there, Gray.
So you were talking about the hidden things, right? That Allah tells Muhammad hidden things. Well, sometimes he doesn't, because in Surah 18, there's a part where they're talking about the number of men who are asleep in the cave, right? And he's like, well, some people say it's 3 in a dog, and some people say it's 5 in a dog, and some people say it's 7 in a dog, and only a few people know. And the knowledge is of the unseen is with Allah. So apparently, some people out there know the truth, but Jibreel does not bother to enlighten Muhammad. He just taunts him with the fact that some people know, but somehow this is an unseen thing. And remember, these guys are supposed to have gone into a city, so that entire city should know that this is something that gets withheld from Muhammad, because Muhammad can't remember and he doesn't want to get caught.
And that's because he forgot to say enchilada.
No,
he forgot to say enchilada after that, actually.
That was good timing. Look at that. It walked on screen. Well, that's the issue,
Magic.
right? Because the issue is not just that Jibreel forgot to say it, but that Allah forgot to tell Jibreel that, the actual number, because his perfect, complete, infinitely inspired, not inspired, just his direct divine word, that is, of course, some aspect, in some sense, it is Allah, and apart from Allah, if Allah is complete and perfect, which Muslims say that, and his eternal speech, his eternal wisdom is complete and perfect, then obviously the Quran would be complete and perfect in its wisdom, except for these parts. Don't worry about that, but it's okay.
But he's basically just taunting him. He's saying, if only if you know, and it's with Allah, and I'm not telling you. Ha ha ha! It's kind of what the feeling is.
And this challenge was given to prove that he is a prophet, and Allah, didn't feel necessary to give him the knowledge to prove that he was a prophet. So he just puts in there that no one really knows. Let Allah be the judge, I guess.
No, a few know, but you should not dispute about it unless you're one of the people who know. And one of those people is not Muhammad, because Allah never enlightens him.
Yeah, but I mean that's kind of that's a minor detail. What about like the ruh? Obviously, we would know who the spirit was or what the spirit was. Clearly, that's a very important thing, as the Quran is the clear. It's clear and concise, and it gives detailed explanations of all things. And so, that might not be a big deal, but I think probably the spirit is a big deal, and the Quran does say exactly what the spirit is, right?
Yeah, well,
totally
before you answer that, I do want to get this in here, that there's a request for the reference for the rabbit story. So before we get too far from that, I want to get that out there.
I'm driving right now, so go to sunnah.com, type in rabbit and maybe menstruate. I'll double check that whenever I stop in like 5 minutes.
Mary, why are you trying to give references? It's found in Tafsir Trust Me Bro. So you don't have to go any further than that. If the Muslims are able to use that Tafsir, I feel like we should be able to use that Tafsir as well.
Well, it's the most trusted.
Trust me, you will totally understand.
Today I got Tafsir Trust Me Bro for Aisha's age. Aisha did not know her age. She can give lots of hadith, but she doesn't know her age. And apparently Ali, whenever he gave his prepubescent daughter to Umar, he did not know Aisha's age either, and was misled and somehow thought she was young when she wasn't, even though he was like there in Muhammad's household at the time. Somehow he got confused.
Well, I would trust that as a source. I mean, because think about it, like your own age, the age of people that you know and care about, that you're supposed to know well. Like, you don't have to know that stuff, right? I don't even know my own age, right? So obviously, though, you don't need someone to be able to say their own age. You can trust everything else they say, but you don't need them to be able to know their own age just to trust them as a possible and relevant source.
Yeah, I mean
So
that's
good.
you know it's not that much of a problem. I mean, Aisha is only like the second or third most common hadith narrator. If you say that she's not reliable, I mean, there's not much consequence to that at all. I don't think.
Exactly right. Yeah. What do you even lose? I mean, let's be honest. Like, what do you even lose by losing all of her texts? Right.
Yeah.
What's really lost from Islam?
I mean,
Yeah,
just the
and
Sharia,
the
pretty
Shia,
much.
right? And the Shia, I mean, they do exactly that, right? They reject everything that Aisha says, so they actually can go this, at least being consistent with their own system. Unfortunately, that only gets rid of 13 of the 14 hadith about Aisha's age. There is that pesky one that says she was 6 and isn't narrated by Aisha, sadly enough. But don't worry, right? Don't worry. I'm sure you can come up with more reasons to reject your own sources in your attempt to tell us to believe in your sources. I think that is a very strong strategy to pursue. I think that all Muslims should continuously tell us how unreliable your sources are whenever we quote them, and we'll totally convert to Islam. I mean, who isn't looking for unreliable sources to follow?
I mean, yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
But you did bring up the spirit, and I think that that's a very good question. You know, what is the spirit? And the Quran is perfectly clear on this matter, which is why all, or at least most Muslims I talk to, they say that it's the angel Gabriel. So when Jesus says, or when the Quran says that Jesus is the spirit of Allah, apparently he's the angel Gabriel, right?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, the Quran is very clear that he is, the spirit sent from Allah, and that would be of course, a Holy Spirit, because Allah wouldn't send an unholy spirit. So surely, Jesus must be Jibril. That fits.
And as we all know, the Quran never once identifies the spirit as Gabriel, even though Muhammad was directly asked what the spirit is. He didn't provide that answer for some reason, but it's okay because Islam is a religion where innovation is a great thing, that the more innovative you are, the less in line you are with tradition, the more devout and orthodox of a Muslim you are. I think that's how it goes. At least that's what I get from YouTube comments. Whenever I raise a source, oh, you can't trust them. You can't trust Al-Qurtubi. You can't trust Al-Tabari. They didn't know what they were talking about. You got to trust me. I know what I'm talking about.
Oh, a quick correction, by the way. He did not actually eat the menstruating rabbit. He ate other ones that were not currently menstruating. So those could have been Jew rabbits, but they just weren't bleeding Jew rabbits at that moment.
More than likely, he did not become a Jewish person. Therefore, it would be impossible for him to fulfill the prophecy in Deuteronomy 18. All right. Well,
his one chance.
That was it. It's over.
It was a good try. It was a very good demonstration of the kind of logic that Muslim apologists use. You just string a bunch of words together, make whatever association you need for them to go together, and then you have the absolute proof of the truth of Islam.
Well, he could have eaten Jewish ones that just weren't menstruating at that particular time. So because he
maybe it worked.
Other rabbits, see.
Well, I don't know if it works if you don't know what you're eating. Maybe
it's true.
I
mean, and it has to be 19 rabbits at once. I mean, it can't be like
once. Oh.
Yeah, no. I mean, otherwise, how are you going to become a Jewish rabbi without the 19 Jewish rabbits? Like this is common knowledge. The Jews say the 19 rabbits make a prophet, just like they say that Ezra is the son of Allah. So really, this is just common knowledge.
So many puns and just like so many things wrapped up in that little 19 rabbits thing. I love it. That's genius. I was going to say, speaking of the spirit, I was referring to chapter 17, ayah 85, where it says, they are asking concerning the spirit, say the spirit is by command of my Lord, and of knowledge ye have been given but a little, right? So even Allah, maybe Allah knows, but nobody, the Quran does not clearly say anything about the spirit, right? So we don't know.
Yeah, exactly. This is perfectly clear. This is exactly the kind of detailed answer that a true prophet would give.
Because
whenever
this was
asked a
an
question,
answer,
he
yeah,
doesn't
a challenge,
know the
and
answer
this
to,
is what,
right?
yeah, this is what Muhammad got, an answer to a challenge to prove that he was a true prophet.
Yeah, so it's basically right in line with maybe a few people know, or people know but not much. Only Allahu Alam, Allah knows best. These types of thing, but clear and detailed, of course. The seven sleepers, like I was saying, do we really need to know the exact details about it, or was there just some super awesome miracle performed? All right, we'll go with the super awesome miracle, but the spirit, that seems like a real important theological point, and I feel like we should be given specific details about what the spirit is, but we're not. So,
well, let me demonstrate how this prophet game works here, because Philip asked a question, so let me demonstrate how it is. Pretend that this is a question asked to me to prove that I'm a true prophet. He says, your pun game is strong today, referring to David S. here. Did you turn a dad recently? And I can answer that question with my prophetic knowledge given to me by Allah. Inshallah. I did say inshallah, so he is giving me that knowledge. You see, this is a matter which people debate about. Some know the answer, and others do not know the answer. Only Allah truly knows the answer to your question. And since I am a prophet of Allah, I can reveal that Allah knows the answer.
How did you do that? Whoa! All right, I'm convinced.
I don't know what we're convinced of. I'm convinced you are a prophet, Thaddeus. David S., was he in the ballpark of the realms of possibility of you being a father or not being a father? Do you think that only God knows?
The truth is that I could be or I could not be, and somehow he covered both possibilities in one go, which is wild. So I don't know. I mean,
so he's for sure not correct, but he's also for sure not wrong.
Yeah, like, which is the true mark of a true prophet of Allah, that there's no full truth in anything that he says, but he's definitely not going to give you a clear and straight answer. And when he does give you a clear and straight answer, it's usually for something awful like child marriage, which of course is the most important stuff to the eternal mind and eternal wisdom of Allah, right?
Yeah.
He's like, before I make everything, something that's really been on my mind for eternity is like child marriage and sex slavery. Something about that just prime rib, it's some good stuff.
Yeah. Well, making sure that the prophet doesn't have people come too early or stay too late with dinner parties, super important. But also, I think we kind of along the same lines of child marriage is also the ability to marry your adopted son's ex-wife. I think that's also like a really important detail that Allah realized was more important than giving us information about, the spirit and things like that. So at least we know that fathers, if you want to marry the ex-wife of your adopted son, you have the perfect moral example for all mankind. You have his example to say, yes, absolutely, you can. And so in the future, when you adopt children, then you can, wait a second. Okay, I'm getting a revelation. Adoption was abolished, so I guess it would never actually happen in the future, but it's relevant.
And we're proud of that.
No, they're proud of that. I mean, that's a fact. Here's the issue that some kafir don't understand, right? Some absolutely zany kafir don't seem to get. Everybody struggles with wondering if they can marry their adopted son's wife, right? Or then later ex-wife. I mean, that's just a daily thing. You walk into some store, right? You go to Walmart and you bump into somebody and they're like, "Oh, sorry, the shopping cart." I'm like, "You can have it." And they're like, "By the way, did you marry your adopted son's ex-wife?" I'm like, "Not today." It's like that's the same as hello in the Middle East, like in the ancient Middle East. That was the same as hello or how's the weather, right?
Yeah,
So
you
can really see that it's a very relevant revelation that applies to everybody at all times.
So, Farin Kazan said that I won this Surah Like It challenge. But, however, we have some disputing that because Breakfast Gun says that I forgot to say that Allah is awesome and merciful and stuff like that. And I do feel like almost every passage of the Quran contains words like that. That Allah is the most merciful and the most compassionate. And that's why he sends everyone to hell, including Muslims. And then if he feels like it, for some reason or another, some of them get out. But it has nothing to do with their deeds or anything like that. It's just a matter of whether or not they said the magic shahada or not. As we saw in a video from the expert on Islam, the Muslim cowboy, who converted to Islam because it's such a beautiful, amazing religion. He said that a Christian lives a morally perfect life. They never commit a single sin in their whole life. They're burning in hell for all eternity.
Well,
a Muslim
but do you know why? You know why,
because
right?
we said 3.
No. It's not exactly that, right? Living a perfectly moral life. So therefore, we would be completely stainless in the eyes of an all-knowing, just God. But for those Christians and Jews and any other person who lives a perfect life but doesn't say the Shahada, what ends up happening in Sahih Muslim, we learn about what ends up happening to those Jews and Christians and things like that. So the Muslims take the Shahada, they live a life just full of sin, so much sin, perhaps you might even say that there's a mountain of sin stacked up on them. But what Allah does on the day of judgment is he takes the mountain of sin off of those horrible, evil Muslims, but they took the Shahada, and he places them on the backs of those perfectly moral and just Jews and Christians, and they swap places, right? One of them was going to go to heaven, but Allah said, no, thank you. You go to hell, Christians and Jews. And then Muslims were going to go to hell, but he's like, nah, we're flip-flopping. Perfect mercy, by the way, perfect compassion, perfect justice. Everything is perfectly aligned. Once again, if you don't think about it, and you don't have to, because if you become a Muslim, you just listen to your moms and you listen to the Quran, and that's it. You don't even have to think anymore, which gives you more time for debauchery.
Yeah,
exactly. To finish my
So-
point, right? Before you go, Mary, to finish my point, what he says after that is that the Muslim who lives in open defiance of all of Allah's rules, continually purposely sins his entire life, he might be punished for a little while, but guess what? Once that punishment's done, he's going to Jannah. Unlike those Christians who are totally evil just for being Christians and thus are in hell for all of eternity. And I think you came up with something very important there, Ask Truth, because you found a way around the fact that hadith contradicts the Quran that says no bearer of burdens can bear another's burdens. Yet all these Jews and Christians are bearing the Muslims' burdens. But the loophole is they have no burdens of their own to bear, so they can bear those burdens.
Right. Brought to us by Tafsir, Muslim Cowboy. So I wouldn't have known that if Tafsir, commentator, Muslim Cowboy hadn't have brought it to our attention. Alhamdulillah. He is a scholar. He has a cowboy hat and a beard. Makes me think that he knows what he's talking about. Therefore, we use whatever he says. And go.
I've got to go, but right before I do, that is true for the men. However, the women, after they are thrust into hellfire, if they happen to be female Jews and Christians, many of them will be removed because most of the Muslim women are going to be in hellfire. And only a few of them are going to be in Jannah. And to make up the quota of wives, since you only get 2 houris each, you have to pull tons and tons of Jewish and Christian women out of Jannah so that they can be the sex toys of the men, because there won't be enough Muslim women to go anywhere, even to go around, not even enough to go around once. And they need to have a minimum of 70 women of the hellfire to satisfy their insatiable lusts and their desires for the rest of eternity.
Yeah, but more Muslim women would make it to Jannah if they didn't have periods and if they weren't so stupid and disobedient to their husbands, right?
Well, that's unknown.
Both of which Allah made them be.
Oh,
right.
Yeah, well,
come on, Mary. We all know that women choose to menstruate.
Well,
yeah,
no,
like they could stop if they wanted.
It says that she made the tree bleed. The tree bleeds when she plucks the fruit, And so in punishment for the bleeding tree, she is to bleed. I don't know why we have a bleeding tree, but the tree bleeds. And because she used to be smart and she used her smarts to pick the fruit, now she's made stupid.
Makes perfect sense. I think that all women for all of eternity should be punished because one woman picked a fruit off of a tree and caused it to bleed, whereas Allah could not have possibly created the tree in any way other than bleeding when people take its fruit.
I mean, yeah, no, that makes sense.
I don't see any problems here. I don't see why any woman wouldn't want to remain out. I mean, convert to Islam so that they can go to hellfire and stay away from the horrible Jannah where they will just be raped by men for all of eternity. So I can see why Muslim women stay in this religion now, actually, because it prevents them from going to Jannah.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense, actually. I do legitimately wonder sometimes with Muslims, because I've been working on my argument for beauty a lot more since now officially it's one of my grad school projects. So it's actually had a very natural transition. My professor liked it a lot, so he wants me to actually construct a full argument for it. And I do wonder what Muslims say when they talk about the Quran as being beautiful, right? Because some of them say like, oh, there's a rhythm to it. I'm like, well, not really, because a lot of that's been broken because of clearly like interposition and the random things that have been thrown into the Quran to mess up any rhythm that would have been there. So it lacks the common rhythmic, properties proper to poetic literature correctly. And then it shows, if you go beyond the physical structure of it, right? Because maybe someone can make an argument, oh, well, it's physically, like the structure of it is beautiful. But structure is not the only component considered in beauty, right? Because a gun pointed at the head of another person, you could say that is structured. There's a gun, there's parts to it, there's a head, there's order to it. These are ordered pairs, right? Or there's an ordered set. There's the gun that is ordered to this head of another person. So you could say, oh, well, that's orderly, right? All the components of the gun are pointed at all the components of this person's head in proper order. And you could say, oh, well, those components are beautiful. I'm like, but that's not beautiful because that person's head is about to be blown off, right? So now, of course, in Islam, they actually might consider that beautiful. But in reality, in the real world, we don't look at simply the structure of something to evaluate its beatific quality, its beauty. And so when someone looks at a passage in the Quran and says, oh, well, look how structured this passage is about marrying children who haven't been pubescent yet, right, who have not yet menstruated. I'll ask, is the content of that beauty to you? I really don't care about the structure. Again, I don't think there's any beautiful or beatific valued structure in the Quran whatsoever. It's demonically inspired, obviously. But besides the hell-based nonsense, when you get to like the content of it, in what sense can you call the content of this pedophilic novel a fan fiction written by an individual who could not read or write? In what sense is this considered beautiful? When you go to the passage about the giant camel, right? In what sense is that beautiful? Or when you go through all of these different passages and you see all of it together and you look at its content, I don't even care about any structure or rhythm that you think it sounds like. I really don't care. In what sense is it beautiful? Because there have been wonderfully structured poems from serial killers. And admittedly, there's like some interesting literature on like the structure of their writings. But if you actually read the content of their poetry, it's disgusting because they're talking about, ripping people's arms off and eating their skin and stuff. So you could say, oh, look at, using the Muslim standard of looking just at order, just at structure. You could say, look how beautiful the structure of this poem is from this serial killer. And I would say, okay, but actually look at the content, like is the order reflecting a content which reflects a true sense of beauty? If it's not, then no, it's vile, it's repugnant, it's demonic, and it's nonsensical. So there is in no sense a beatific quality proper to the Quran that's worth fighting for. And so I just don't understand what Muslims mean when they talk about any beauty truly proper to the Quran, and if the Quran in its content, if they argue that its content is beautiful, woo, true. Like what?
Right, but that's where the actual meaning comes into play. And
you have to know Arabic.
Yeah,
Right.
and I heard you talk about this. I don't know if it was on one of Thaddeus's stream or maybe God Logic streams or something. But the argument from beauty, I'm very excited to see what develops into that, because I've never actually thought about it until you started bringing it up. But there does seem to be, just from service level, I've not looked into it, but there does seem to be some sort of an intrinsic understanding of kind of what beauty is and what constitutes it. But I'm really interested to see it laid out from a philosophical and a theological perspective, so that you can kind of understand what beauty is and how it interacts with the world, and how you can use that as an argument for God or as an argument against another theological position or something like that.
So yeah, in all seriousness, I would love to hear any Muslim in the chat in response to that. FP, who identifies as a Muslim woman, explain this to us, maybe.
She's really a Muslim woman?
Well, she identifies as
okay.
Like I'm saying that she doesn't really follow the teachings.
That's not the same as was it Rose? Who was the?
Yeah, that's Rose.
Oh, okay.
She changed her name. She says, "Get laid in Jannah. I'm so tired. I can't wait for some hot Middle Eastern men to F my spirit out." This is Islam for you, right? I think that's actually an accurate representation of what Islam has to offer for women. I don't know if she was joking. I don't know if she was serious, but I think it is an accurate picture of Islam. Let me get a super chat in here from Joel.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is it wise to do so, which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public. And I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later.
So Joel says, "Happy birthday, Thaddeus. May God bless you." And Yasser Qadi says, "This is one of those many things that we never discuss in public. So stop discussing my birthday in public, Joel." Yasser Qadi says so.
That's exactly right.
Mm-hmm. I do have a birthday question for you, Thaddeus. Once you get through all these, it's not pressing. So.
Yeah, sure. Let me just take a couple more of these, because we have been talking for a while without anything. Time is fleeting said the difference between a pub and Jannah: opening times and closing times. Our Kitsune said that, yeah, that picture's going to haunt me for a few days. I think he's referring to the thumbnail, and you're welcome. I'm glad that the thumbnail is going to haunt you, if that's what you're referring to. Professor Yaffle says, "What birthday gifts does Thaddeus like to receive?" That's a good question there. Certainly, my first request is for people to come up and have good conversations today, hang out with friends. So that one's already coming true. Sharing the gospel, always a good gift. That I don't know if I need to receive that gift necessarily, since I already received it in the past, but great gift there. I did have chicken parm dinner, which is my favorite dinner. So that was one of the things I really wanted. Got it from Olive Garden, and got the chocolate lasagna, which I have not yet ate, but I'll eat after this. So that's a insight to a couple of the things that are going on today. And let's do one more super chat, and then we'll get back to the discussion.
Sir, how can we contribute financially for your organization? They get in touch with me. And very easy, people know where I am. And once they get in touch with me, to contribute without causing problem, to contribute in big amounts. And many people call me for lunch, and for dinner, and for meal, and for every meal they give big amounts, alhamdulillah. So those who really want to contribute, they come and meet me.
So apparently it's Zakir Naik Day. Something just occurred to me that's never occurred to me before. I think it was inspired by Ask Truth earlier. Zakir Naik says that you are what you eat, and then he says, "Come have lunch with me and donate big amounts." So I wonder if they're eating big donors for lunch. Pressing question. Chris at Speaker's Corner, great channel. I suggest you check that out. He says, happy birthday. Have an awesome day, Brother Thaddeus. God bless you and your ministry. Thank you very much for your donation and your birthday wishes, Chris. All right. So, Astrup, you wanted to ask me a question.
Yeah. So you said you were 43. Is that what you said your age was? Okay. I've seen a couple of people come through that. So I'm just going to remind everybody you're 43. I'm trying to do the math, right? So you're 3 years behind Muhammad when he got his revelation, i.e., got choked in a cave by a demon and ran and hid under his 15 years old wife's bed and begged for her to protect him like a big, strong man he was. So you're 3 years older than that. And he married Aisha when he was 50 and consummated it when he was 53 or 4, or is it 51 and 50?
Yeah, there's a little bit of ambiguity on the age of Muhammad, but 53 is commonly cited, yes.
When he consummated the marriage at 53?
I'm thinking that's how old he was when he got married. So it would actually be 56 when he consummated.
So, okay, so he's 53 and she was 6 years old. So I was just trying to figure out the math of when you're, I don't know if I can say it, but when the, if you were a Muhammad, when would that person be born? That would be my question. And you still got quite a few more years left before that person would even be born. And it's disgusting to think about, and I'm not going to say it exactly, but if it's that disgusting to think about, I wonder how disgusting it actually was to happen in real life, and then to have that person be celebrated as the best moral example for all mankind for all time.
And I'm still married.
Say what?
I'm still.
Sorry, I was just saying that's just true beauty. That's true beauty, apparently.
Vomit.
And you see, I'm still currently married to my Khadija, my one wife that I am faithful to. I have to wait till she dies. Then I can start taking on additional wives and start seeking after younger and younger wives until I eventually marry a 6-year-old. And then she gets sick for some reason. My marriage to her really stresses her out, and she is not having a good time of it. So then I wait a few years before I climb onto her. But then after that, I continue to look at young girls. And when one of my friends marries a normal age woman for their own age, I say, what is wrong with you? Why are you marrying a maiden? Why don't you marry one of those young girls so you can play with her and she with you? And then I see a baby crawling around, and I'm like, if she grows up and I'm still alive, I am marrying that baby. Oh yeah. Then I can be a prophet of Islam.
You could be the final prophet, dude. Look at you.
Look at that. Wow, he did it. Wow, that's crazy. Isn't this this does hurt my brain though, right? This is the stuff that people say is supposed to be beautiful, right? Like in the future, I actually sent an email and the live stream I was on was Thaddeus's when
was it? Okay.
Anam was on.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And I think it's actually, thankfully, because Muslims usually hold to the argument for objective beauty, then I can skip like some of the earlier parts of my essay in theory. Well, no, I still have to work on that because Muslims disagree about what the source of beauty is, right? So what's difficult is some Muslims will say that Allah himself is beautiful and then everything. Well, no, that's very rare though. I never actually have heard a Muslim ever say that.
Well, so it sounds like you're almost saying like divine command theory, right? Like divine beauty theory. It's like whatever Allah says is beautiful is beautiful.
Actually, yeah, in a weird way that there's this really, as I was working on this argument 2.5, or not, I guess now 3 months ago when I first started, I realized that there's a lot of weird ways that it convenes with like the objective truth argument and then the objective moral argument in terms of like the way that we go about dealing with Euthyphro's dilemma and a lot of other like secondary issues that Islam fails at on every turn. And I started to realize like, what does it mean for a Muslim to call something beautiful? Because they probably won't say it's a direct reflection of Allah because nothing in creation is like Allah besides things that have hands or eyes or shins or a body. But besides that, nothing in creation is like him. So for Allah to be beautiful would be kind of meaningless, right? So it must be like he commands things as beautiful, but then by what standard, right? Is he just randomly choosing junk? Or is he looking to a standard that exists outside of him? And then you have like Euthyphro's beatific dilemma, which I had to make up for the sake of my essay because it's not a thing, but now it is. And I'm like, wait, Islam can't actually answer this in a sufficient way. And so there's just a lot of issues. Thaddeus and I had like a very long but very helpful conversation for my essay. Conversation about how beauty must be rooted in God's nature, and Islam just fails at every turn, every single turn, at trying to describe what beauty truly is.
Right. And one question just to throw in there, I'm sure you've thought about it, but just in case you haven't, is there actually a correlation between moral good and beauty?
Yeah. This is kind of like what we just talked about, right, Thaddeus?
Okay.
So yeah, there's a really intriguing unity between moral rights, the moral shoulds, right? Like the way that things should be in a moral sense, and beauty. A mother who is holding and caring for her child, right? This is not like some sort of quote unquote picturesque beauty in the way that a mountain might be, because mothers can look so many different ways and children can look so many different ways. But the unifying act of love expressed in the mother who is caringly and defensively holding her child lovingly, in that act is a true sense of beauty. So the great difficulty actually for people who aren't Christian, and then even for people who are religious but not Christian, is trying to explain why humans use this one word. So this will be a little intro for people in the audience, a little sneak peek for the essay. But
sneak peek, here it is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Look at that.
I didn't even trigger that one.
Now that
was beautiful, right? No?
Great.
Okay.
Yeah, Mojo Dude says beauty. Strip.
That's smart. That was good timing. So the big mystery is trying to explain why humans in different languages, different cultures, and different times use this one concept, this one word, for wildly different things, right? Music, which is auditory, mountains and other visual mediums, but then also like actions, right? Like moral actions. All these things are so different that you would think that we have different words in order to describe them. But no, humans actually use beauty and like synonyms of beauty throughout in order to describe this like concept. And so moral goods do have within them a true sense of beauty. And the mystery is trying to figure out why that is. I think there's I know there's a really good argument from Christianity. I agree with you, Phil. That's exactly right. But I think there's a true argument from Christianity about why beauty is like that. And it's rooted in the fact that God is three persons in the one being. And that establishes a really, really powerful argument for what beauty is and why we experience it in the weird way we do.
What would you say there's an argument from love? Is that where you're going with it? Like the highest expression of love is obviously found in community, and the Trinity is the
yes, which is also a separate argument that Thaddeus and I walked through on one of the streams. That's actually that's in my Trinity presentation.
Yeah. Okay.
Actually, but yeah. What's weird is this argument from beauty is combining a whole lot of essays and arguments at once on accident. At least on my end, on accident. I like to see the way that God works things out. So if any Muslims in the chat can explain why the Quran is beautiful, please let us know. We would love to hear about it. Why Muhammad is beautiful? That'd be interesting. Why Muhammad's marriage to Aisha is beautiful. Why Muhammad's statements about Africans and his slaves, why that's beautiful. Why marrying a 6-year-old when you are a much older man, why that's beautiful. Why a woman being beaten, a girl being beaten until her skin turns green, why that's beautiful. Just all those beautiful, wonderful things in Islam that make it such a beautiful and powerful religion.
Right, because you would assume if it's beautiful, that's something that people would want to see images of or witness in real life, or even take part of in real life. Most of us would say that if they were to go seeking out to witness that, or participate in it, that they should be in prison, and that they would be evil. So it is interesting how that kind of all plays together.
However, you are forgetting one very important argument for Islam.
People are coming to Islam because of its intolerance.
You see, it's not about beauty, it's about intolerance. You just got to have more intolerance, and then you will get more converts, because this is how Islam works, don't you know? FP does have a bit of an actual pushback. Which things are beautiful to you, the ones that fit your worldview, kind of suggesting that beauty is completely subjective.
Woo! This is excellent. All right, so this is a really good start. I'll try to do it concisely. I don't need the 4.5 hours that Thaddeus and I spent talking about it. So this is an important question. The whole point of the argument from beauty, the way I'm doing it, I'm actually doing an extremely, I'm trying to approach it from the most simple form of beauty possible, right? So just the definitional, or the qualities that make a thing beautiful. And so what I've broken it down to are the qualities of order and intent. And a third thing, I had to make a term up for it because there's nothing in the literature for it, so I had to make it up, called the shouldness of relation. And that just means that between at least two things, there's a way they should relate, right? So a shirt should not relate to Muhammad Hijab, which is why you should remove it and throw it as far away as you can.
Excellent thinking on your feet there.
Perfect for the moment. But for FP or Rose, whoever this is, so it's not just things that fit into my worldview. I'm actually making an argument that, and this is really important, that if the one true God made a universe in which beauty can be found, and I believe that beauty is objectively, there's like a true objective sense of beauty, then I actually would expect that to be present in other worldviews in some sense, right? Now, I'm not saying that all things are beautiful at all, right? Because then if all things are beautiful, nothing is, to quote Syndrome from The Incredibles, in a modified way. So I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that there is a true standard, a true substance of beauty that has those three qualities at most: order, intent, and the shouldness of relation. There's just a sense about how two things should relate together. Humans to a mountain, right? Because we're small, and the moment we relate to something bigger and more steadfast, stable, and far older than us, it's there before we get here. It's going to be there when we leave, right? This relation just feels like it's the way it should be. And that the real reason is because that actually reflects, in an analogy, our relationship to God. Us being small and temporal, God being eternal, right? He is the rock onto which all things are founded. And so our relationship to mountains are beautiful in that they reflect the far greater and far more transcendent relationship to God. And so FP, I would say that if anything in any worldview can fit some aspect of order, if the order is tied to proper intent, if the intent is tied to the shouldness of relation, right? If those three qualities are united together, then that would be beautiful. Something can be beautiful without all three qualities, although if it lacks the shouldness of relation, then it's got nothing. And if the intent goes against the shouldness of relation, right? Like if someone draws this beautiful painting of a mother holding a child, but their intent is to say that motherhood is evil and you should hate it, then I would say, oh, then your intent isn't properly aligned with the shouldness of relation. And so now you actually have something less beautiful. It's malicious. And the order makes it more expressible. So this is actually a good question. I don't think this is actually malicious whatsoever. I think FP is really asking, and so that would be my real answer.
Yeah, I think that she was really asking. However, she apparently didn't really want to hear the answer because
there she goes.
Blah blah. Or in the word,
we appreciated your answer, though. To be fair,
yeah,
I appreciated your answer. Everyone else here appreciated your answer. If your answer is longer than 2.5 sentences, I think some people just their attention span. You got to do more colors and movements, right? You got to spin around a little bit more. Got to draw the attention. Exactly. You know how it goes, my man.
Yep.
That's how the dollar guys do it. I need more chest.
Yes. Right. Yep. Sneeko also has something to say along the same lines of what FP says.
We get it. Can I go outside now?
Oh, that's amazing. Is that new? I like that one so much.
That one's new. That's the first time I've played that one. No one's seen that one before.
That is so good. That is incredible.
So do have a couple legitimate comments or questions on what you're talking about here. Laveyron says, when and where can we read your essay?
That's a good question. My original form is like 40-ish pages single spaced, and for grad school I need to make it 20 pages double spaced. So so I have to like cut down a ton. But I can perhaps I can send like a form of it to Thaddeus, and Thaddeus can just have it available to y'all. Right now I'm just getting some people at my church to review it and critique it and edit it where they can. And so, yeah, no, I can send.
Yeah, just stay tuned to this channel. We'll probably do a stream on it at some point, and then when the paper's ready, we'll do a stream on it, and then we'll publish it. I think that's good.
That's awesome. Yeah, so we'll wait a bit on that. That'll be great.
Mojo Dude says beauty is mostly simplicity and symmetry, which I think is an interesting comment.
It's close.
It depends on the level. I think, and I don't want to speak for you, Dave, but I would just say it probably depends on the level of depth that we're looking at, right? So a beauty of a person, a beauty of a painting or a picture, right? There's certain things that go into. You can obviously peel back the onion, and there's layers upon layers of why that it's beautiful. But as Dave was talking about, there's more to do than just that, because music doesn't have to be simple. It can be super some simple music is beautiful. Some simple music is annoying as all get out. Some complex music is, not that great to listen to. Some of it is beautiful. And sometimes there's symmetry, especially in music and stuff like that. Sometimes there's symmetry that goes into it. But other times the beauty is actually in the dissymmetry of the notes and the silences and stuff like that. So I think on a surface level, Mojo, you're correct. But I think on a deeper level, you just got to keep peeling that onion back, and you'll see. Maybe onion's not the right imagery, but yeah,
I like it.
You'll see there's a lot more to do with it.
I think you're correct in saying, again, something I do with all my arguments is I appeal to strangeness. So whenever someone makes a statement, like Mojo Dude, you made a solid statement. That's a good first step, right? But then consider anything that might make that statement strange or might not fit. So let's say, because this is part of my essay, let's say that a young family member comes by and draws with crayon an image of you. But, let's say she says, look, Uncle David, I made this picture of you. And it's 3 brown swirls, right? 3 brown. It was a really cute image, but let's just say that she made 3 brown swirls. And then she's like, look at this wonderful picture I made for you. I love you, Uncle David. And she gives me this. There's no symmetry whatsoever. I mean, it's just a mess. I think also there's a dog. So it's like a green swirl, and dogs aren't green. So I don't know what that is. But was it simple? Yes. Was it symmetrical? Not in the slightest. But what was actually beautiful about it is that she internalized a shouldness of relation, which is that humans should relate to each other in love, right? And in a desire to gift each other. And then her intent was aligned with that shouldness of relation. She intended to make me feel blessed and loved through the expression of art. And so the lack of order in the image actually was irrelevant to the beauty of the action, right? Now, in a certain sense, you could say, oh, well, there's still order, but the order's in her mind, right? In her words. Yep. And I would say that's cool. That still works with my argument. All 3 are present. But I would say that that's a positive example where there is no symmetry. Now, let me allow, just for Mojo Dude, because this is the right kind of first step thinking, and we can work on it further. Let's imagine now a negative case. Let's imagine something that is simple and symmetrical, but horrendous. A person who has been split in half down the middle, their whole body, just random accident at a factory, person gets cut down the middle. This person would be symmetrical, and you would even say that it's a simple cut, right? It's one cut. It's not too complex. So it's a simple cut. It's a symmetrical division. And so, you could look at that And yet, I would hope that your response to seeing someone sawed in half perfectly would not be, "Oh, that's beautiful," but you would say, "Oh, that's horrendous." And so, the presence of symmetry and simplicity, while that can apply in some cases, it doesn't account for enough data in the positive or negative direction. And so now there you go, Mojo Dude. There now you're kind of working a little bit closer, right? So in contrast to overkill and chaos, so there is a sense in which things that seem chaotic, sometimes humans actually can interpret that as beautiful, but it's very rare. So I would agree that you're getting definitely a lot closer there. Overkill. Now this is really interesting because with overkill, whatever that term might mean, if you mean like something that feels like an excess of moral action or immoral action, maybe, or maybe an excessive use of paint on something that didn't need it, a waste of material, right? Humans are strange in that sometimes the excessiveness of something can at times be considered beautiful, right? Like a cathedral. You can say that there's this excess of gold, but then also in a sense, you could say it's not really excessive because its purpose is to imagine transcendent exuberance, right? The transcendent beauty of the kingdom of God. And so I think Mojo Dude's getting somewhere. I think there's something there. But there's just some more strangeness about humanity that has to be accounted for. But they're definitely on the right track. So right on for them. They're getting it.
Word.
Yeah.
Indeed. So with that in mind, got a couple other comments from Billy. Says zero moral beauty in the false prophet. Exactly. And then FP said, I find that child beautiful. It's a shame that you should make fun of him. I don't know the context of this, but if the only thing I could think you might be referring to is Nico, which I think he would consider being called a child an insult. So that's kind of ironic if that's what you're referring to. Thank you for the birthday wish there, your dude X. So the way that works is if you put a message after the happy birthday, then it'll display the message on screen. You just put in happy birthdays. There's no message, but thank you for the birthday wishes. And Una said,
not science. To hell with science.
Indeed. Dr. Whitemeat says, no one here hates or dislikes people who are Muslims. We dislike the cult that promotes harm. I don't hate you. I just think you're blaming Christians for the acts of your ex. So, take off that last part. That part is personal, but this general sentiment is something that we all would definitely share to any Muslim who feels like, we're doing this because we hate Muslims, or why are you Christians always making fun of Muslims? Well, first of all, that's not remotely true. Most Christians don't give a crap about Muslims. They never talk about them whatsoever. And the reason why we say negative things about Islam is actually because we don't hate you. We love you. We want you to come to the truth, but to come to the truth, you have to understand that what you currently believe is false. And one way to do that is by pointing out the falsity in your own sources. There you go. You got to work that time. May Allah bless you with loads of pork.
Bacon. Definitely bacon. What's your favorite style of pork, Thaddeus, if we're asking questions?
Well, I mean, of course, the default answer that everyone goes to is bacon, and I do like bacon, but I think actually a good pork roast would be my first choice.
Okay. All right.
It's usually pulled pork for me. I just love anything that I can stuff in a sandwich.
Good choice.
Yeah.
For sure. Let me go ahead and take a couple of super chats. I have a feeling that these are going to keep bottling up on me because it is my birthday and people feel obligated. Well, not obligated.
No, hey, Thaddeus, Thaddeus, let me do it for you. You guys have to donate money to Thaddeus for his birthday.
Right now.
So that he can go out and buy all of the halal things that he could possibly get his hands on. So please donate to Thaddeus. No other day of the year, just for his birthday, by the way. So he
and mind you, if you donate to Thaddeus for his birthday, then you'll get 1,000 apple trees. 1,000.
Planted the whole seed.
Yep.
Exactly.
Let's see what the Muslims think about that.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is it wise to do so, which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public. And I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later.
Now, Jack didn't say anything, which is appropriate, because what you have to do is you have to take Yasser Qadhi's class in order to find out the content of Jack Ray's comment. So thank you very much for that donation. And this one from John Wilson.
Who ate the apple? You ate the apple. The whole apple. Yes, the whole apple. You ate it. But a small seed, you left it. You put it back into the earth. What happened? Allah, through His power, caused that to grow and to give you how many apples? Thousands.
So David Etz with the prophecy there about thousands of apples. John Wilson says to help with the cost of next year's 44 candles. And I appreciate that, because with inflation the way it is, 44 candles are going to cost a lot of money by next year.
And also, guys, keep in mind he has 6 cats. So he needs all kinds of donations, not necessarily for feeding the cats, but for whatever psychological problem he has. He's going to need a lot of therapy for wanting to own 6 cats. So let's donate and help him pay for therapy.
That's good. And we got to get some dogs. That way they can keep the jinn away. You see?
Exactly.
The angels are afraid of dogs, apparently.
And if they're Muslim angels, we want to keep them away.
And David YouTube says Yasser Qadhi Seminary is like $20,000 to learn the Quran. I can't verify that, but he does consider it a college class, so I'm sure it's not cheap by any means. And that's the only way, right? That's the only way that you can find out about these things. You cannot discuss them in public. Ordinary, common Muslims, when they learn these things, they're going to start doubting Islam. And once you start doubting, you are already outside the fold of Islam, because as the Quran makes clear, anyone who has any doubts about anything decided by Muhammad and his messenger, Allah and his messenger, is something you can't doubt. If you doubt it, you're outside of the fold of Islam. And this isn't just me talking. You can find fatwas saying the exact same thing. I've quoted them on other streams. So if something might cause people to doubt because, there's no good explanation for it, then you'd have to keep it secret and only give it to those who are really, really dedicated, willing to pay $20,000 to learn this material, thus so financially invested in it that they will never want to reject it. I think it all makes perfect sense. Go deep, take the class, learn about Islam, and maybe you can be just like Yasser Qadhi and have some serious doubts about the truth of Islam. Discover that the house that Islam has built is complete nonsense. He said this is what you learn at Yale, right? You go to a non-Islamic university and you study the history of Islam. You learn that the entire first couple hundred years of Islamic history is completely fake, has no basis in reality. But in Yasser Qadhi's case, he decided, I believe the Quran, and that's all that really matters. So I'm just going to accept everything else, even though there's no good explanation for it. I had to rebuild it all by myself. And then his good buddy decided to reveal those private emails, which created the controversy in the first place, which is why he had to go on Muhammad Hijab's channel to try to explain why he had this crisis of faith. And then he, in his desperation to try to explain this, he says, these are things we don't talk about in public. There are huge gaping holes in our narratives. It's like we're the emperor with no clothes on. So don't talk about it. Beauty of Islam, everyone.
Such a classic.
Beautiful, beautiful.
So T has joined the stream. Welcome, T. You there, T?
You are muted, sir, or ma'am. Looks like a message came through. Did they type something to us?
They may have, yes.
Let me fix my mic.
1 second, let me
fix
fix my
Yeah,
mic.
no worries.
Right. No worries, no worries. I'll take a couple other comments while we're giving T a chance to figure that out. Una says, did you hear about the Indonesian TikToker who was banned after reciting an Islamic prayer before eating pork? She's been sentenced to 2 years.
Wow.
I did not specifically hear about that individual. I do hear about people being banned from TikTok for criticizing Islam all the time. Apparently also got a jail sentence in Indonesia, which makes sense because Indonesia is a Muslim majority country, which, although officially has a secular government, they also have a system by which people can be subjected to Sharia law if they're quote unquote Muslims, which means that they live in a Muslim area and have Muslim heritage. Very lovely to this idiot. Don't worry, not going out on the stream.
I had a feeling, Thaddeus. I had a feeling that was. I don't know why I thought that, but
yeah, same here. Sadly,
I almost asked you to have him do a thing, but I know you got the little delay system on there, so.
This one's cute though. They actually tried to blame it on Hinduism. They said Hinduism is truth. That's a cute attempt, but we don't fall for that nonsense, you silly billies. You're just like your little Allah, the best of deceivers. I see you. I see you. Not bad at all.
Yeah, good try, Muslims, but that's not going to work anymore. I spent considerable time and effort to put in this delay system. It took me a while to get it right, but it is right now, and you will not be able to interrupt my streams anymore by showing off your fetish collection.
You got to get, so I know God Logic gets that happen to him quite a bit. You need to get him hooked up with something to.
Yeah, I would be happy to explain to anyone the setup that I did. It wouldn't necessarily be possible for everyone since I'm broadcasting the stream myself, which requires a certain amount of bandwidth more than just joining StreamYard and having StreamYard broadcast it or any other service. Unfortunately, I'm not aware of any paid service that has a delay function. They should really get that though. It would really be a useful function. And I think if a company were to add that, I think they would get a lot of people. Because I imagine this isn't just a problem that Christians have. I imagine this is a problem that anyone that would do a phone show would have. There, it's not just something that Muslims will do. It's something that idiot trolls of all varieties will do. But as far as getting back to this comment here, I think that TikTok relies completely on automation. So Muslims are organized. They report channels. They get them banned. It seems here that they're also reported to the Indonesian government and given a jail sentence, which is really unfortunate. Obviously, I don't know the exact details. There might be more to this than just that they ate pork. But I imagine there isn't more to it than that they're criticizing Islam. Like there might have been something more offensive than that, right? They may have said some nasty things about, but true things, right? Nasty but true things about Muhammad. In the United States, saying something truthful is absolute defense against any slander or libel charges. It doesn't work that way in Islamic countries. To libel someone is to say anything that they don't like and anything they would find offensive. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. If it's something that the individual would find offensive, it's considered libel. And this is just ordinary individuals, let alone Muhammad, who is super duper protected against anyone saying anything about him.
Well, he doesn't, it's important to remember that the great and final prophet of Islam was not able to handle any criticism whatsoever, which of course is the mark of a great prophet and a great man, that he can't handle any criticism from anybody, including even, if he's walking by and a child says that, you're a prophet of illiterates or something, then even that would be enough to get him pretty angry, so much so that he's terrified and might say, oh, this kid might be the Antichrist. This kid might be the Dajjal. You don't know. I don't know. Who knows? So when you get down to it, that's the true mark of a prophet, is cowardice and being afraid at every turn from every child who might say something rude to you and every storm cloud that might pass over you. So, yeah.
But don't worry. Muhammad did not personally go out and slaughter those who for example, were 100+ years old and wrote poems, satirical poems about Muhammad. He just complained about it and asked which of my followers is going to do something about this. And then someone raises their hand and says, Muhammad, would you like me to go out and kill him? And he says, yes, please. And then he goes out and kills him. And then he says, because you have done Allah's bidding, there is no blood on your hands. So you can see the mercy of Allah, the mercy of Muhammad, that he totally doesn't kill his critics by himself. He has other people do it by his not so vague suggestions. He doesn't tell them to go out and kill anyone. And, he's very kind like that. Or maybe he's just very shy and doesn't want to actually just say what he wants. I'm not sure which. There's some conflicting evidence on whether Muhammad was shy or not. So.
Well, and then there's the one other one that I can think of where was it a blind man ended up stabbing his slave girl who was pregnant or something like that? Yeah, just because she was making fun of him, and he stood up and confessed that he did it in front of everyone, and he was kind of afraid that Muhammad might be mad at him for murdering someone. But instead, Muhammad was like, "Hey, good on you, man. She said something mean about me. That's fine. No worries. You're allowed to do that." So hence, Charlie Hebdo, hence all of this other stuff, Hatu and Tosh getting stabbed a couple of years ago, et cetera, because making fun of someone is literally the worst thing you could possibly do. And so the most merciful thing you could do is stab them, after they make fun of only one particular person, by the way. So
no, that makes sense. Yeah, that's worse than like pedophilia and like marrying a child like that. Like making fun of somebody is definitely worse. Also, hey Zach.
Yeah, hello. I have a question. So, yeah, I know what hadith you're referring to. You're referring to a hadith where there was this, I think he was around age 30. I'm not sure how he is, how old he was, but he said that the Prophet was the Prophet of the illiterates. But I think Umar said that he thinks he's the Dajjal, so he asked if he can kill him. And then the Prophet said, oh, if he is the Dajjal, then you won't be able to kill him because only Isa could kill him. I think that was the hadith, I think, right?
No, yeah, that isn't what. Yeah, that's a similar hadith. That's not what we were referring to.
Oh,
yeah. There's a couple different
ones. Yeah. Oh, okay. So, what was the main topic of this this live stream?
Yeah, so this is a Ask Me Anything. So you can ask me whatever question you want to ask.
But also,
that's actually very good.
Wait, Zach. It's Thaddeus's birthday, dude. You got it.
Happy birthday, man!
Birthday. Yeah. First and foremost, you have to say that, and then you can ask him anything. There we go.
Oh, I forgot about that. So, well, I was gonna say, you remember in your, I was gonna address this one. I think this is an easy one. So, in one of your 100 reasons Islam is false, you brought up two hadith, I believe, right? That you said that because, should I bring it up right now?
You can just get. I can look at my document and see the reference. You don't have to.
No, I can give it to you. It's fine. I memorized it. I believe it's Sunan Nisa 3939, I believe, right? And your argument was because this hadith says that the Prophet loves women and perfume. You were basically making an argument on that, right? But here's the thing: that the hadith actually says that the Prophet says, in this world, that perfume and women have been made dear to me, but my comfort has been found in prayer. So essentially, this hadith is saying that we know for a fact that all humans, we have desires. We all desire something in this world, in this dunya, right? But here the Prophet, he says, has been made dear to me, and my comfort has been found in prayer. Hence, it is implying that he indeed likes these things, right? But it doesn't bring comfort to him, and prayer to Allah is what brings him comfort.
So you have made a crucial word change. You said it says, "But my comfort has been provided in prayer," and actually says "and." So
it was from memory. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah. So right. So I'm going to answer the question, right? I said, "Ask me anything." You weren't here at the start, but what I said is, I sometimes we have these long extended debates. I don't want to do that today, but I am happy to answer any questions that people brought to me. So my answer here is that if it did say but, that would provide a contrast between these two things. But it actually says and. So he says, so whatever way that prayer is a comfort to him, I'm thinking like that's probably a good thing, right? Then in the same manner, these other things are dear to him. So he's saying that Allah, I think, right? He's saying that Allah made women and perfume
No,
in
it
this
doesn't say
world.
Allah made. It says in
I
this world.
know. Right,
Yeah.
right. It has been made, right, though, right? So in this world, women and perfume have been made dear to me, right? So whatever way he has been provided in prayer, has been provided comfort in prayer, is the same way that these things have been made dear to him. So if you're saying that, the prayer has provided him comfort because it comes from Allah, then you have to, at least from my perspective, you have to say the same thing about women and perfume. What I think he's actually just saying is that these are things that he likes, right? He's saying that women and perfume are things he likes, and he's saying that he also likes prayer. And I don't think that's inconsistent with what I said, which is that the things that he is seeking after sound a lot like the things that a hedonist seeks after.
Yeah, but I remember reading online. I read a scholar's commentary on it. I forgot specifically, right? And he basically emphasized the fact that it says in this world, right, in this dunya, which is this life, that he has in his heart, he likes these things, he seeks these things. As of all of us humans, we seek things, right? We all want the best of things, but in the prayer is where he actually finds comfort. I forgot where that was specifically, but that's what I was reading.
Right. And like I said, if it said but, I would see that. But it says and, it actually says and, so that means in this world also applies to what he's saying about prayer. So he's saying that he finds comfort in this world from his prayer, and that he finds women and perfume dear in this world. It's a parallel. The two ideas are put side by side, kind of on the same plane. It's not saying, yes, I naturally desire these things, but because of Allah, I desire prayer more. That's not what it's saying. There's no differentiation between them within the hadith. And I did also cite a couple other hadith with the same idea, and those ones don't reference prayer at all. They just say that the three things Muhammad liked were wine, food, perfume, food, and women. I don't know why I said wine. Muhammad doesn't say he likes wine.
Was there a question in there, Zach?
Question specifically on another topic or this one in particular?
Okay.
I mean, there was a question, implied question, how would I respond to that?
Okay,
I think that's fine. I just don't, I'm fine with leaving it there. I don't want to have an extended debate. Like I said, I'd be happy to have extended debate a different day.
Yeah, not today, because it's your birthday.
Exactly. Welcome to the stream, Christian Hijab.
I decided not to wear my hijab tonight. I hope I'm not causing anyone to stumble. But
well, that is a very sexy image there you got going with the
Can you see the marrow of my
AI.
Baldy.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. You are partially translucent.
That's what I'm saying. I don't mean to bring the temptation to the table, but
is that showing a nose and a face? Oh, that's too much.
It is too much.
Oh, that's too much.
That it is, brothers, but through Jesus you shall overcome.
I guess we have been endowed with the ability to control ourselves, I suppose, and I think we should be okay. I feel
Christ
okay
follower,
right
now. I believe you will be successful.
I think so. Thank you for your confidence.
Thank you. See, that's the beauty, right? In Islam, they don't have the fruit of the Holy Spirit, but here we do have love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, long-suffering, and self-control by the goodness of the Holy Spirit, that the Quran does not clarify who that is. And so we thank God that he has provided us with the ability to have self-control in the midst of such a tempting and alluring character.
I know. The struggle is real. You see some white shin bone, and it's, alhamdulillah, I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sad I can't see I'm on my phone, and I am God's special needs child. So I cannot read anyone's comments. So
They're all good. They're saying that your picture is just too pretty, you know, but they're real proud of you, and
thank
you
you.
know, they're really
Yeah,
mostly just celebrating the birthday of Thaddeus, and you know.
You know what they're saying is that not wearing a headscarf.
Wrong! Don't do that. It's a sin.
It's wrong.
So your Dudex said, "May Allah give Thaddeus SAW for wives," and he did have the proper use of honorifics here, because in Islam, the honorifics after Allah's name are optional. This is actually isn't a joke. This is actually Islamic teaching, that honorifics after Islam or after Allah's name are optional. You can do them if you want, but you don't have to. However, after a prophet's name, and in particular Muhammad's name, the honorifics are required. So you did a good job with your honorifics there. However, I have no desire for 4 wives. I believe in that the one wife that God has provided with me is exactly the way things are supposed to be. Created us male and female, that we both genders have a deficiency which we seek after each other to find that completion in one another. And when you have sexual relations in any other form other than a man and wife in holy matrimony, you are not living up to God's purpose, and that includes polygamy.
Amen.
Have you guys seen? Do you guys watch Jai Apologetics? JAI is how it's spelled.
Yes,
And
wonderful.
the things that he's been doing with Daughter of Christ, their little narration that he did of or she did, sorry, of this guy who ended up marrying like 3 different women, and him just going through the story. Check it out. I'll try to find the link and drop it in here. But just kind of speaking of the polygamy and 4 wives and stuff like that, there's a contemporary story of a guy who says like, not a good idea, and he went through it. He had 15 kids. I don't know if you guys have seen the video, but it's a little compelling series. So I'm gonna start looking that up now.
That would be interesting.
Yeah.
One of you
Also,
brothers text it to me, since I can't see the
I'm gonna
comment.
share it in the chat here in a little bit once I find it.
I've had more birthdays than all of you, and so I rely on the awesomeness of my younger brother's technology ability.
Thaddeus is really old. He's 43. So
I know. I even beat him.
I don't
That's how I lost all my hair.
No, you look nothing. You know. All right, fine. I was gonna say you don't look a day over 92, but you know I don't want to patronize you.
Yeah, so there's been a proposal to call people born in the late 70s or early 80s the Oregon Trail generation.
Oh, true.
Because we're the first generation that kind of grew up on technology. We don't quite fit in with Generation X or with millennials. We're kind of in a different category. So, you know, we grew up with technology, we're tech savvy, but we're not connected to technology as like, you know, a need or a way of life, the way that millennials often are. So I like that proposal.
Fascinating. I'm Oregon Trail.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
That
and
sounds
Adnan says Christian hijab is better than Muhammad hijab, which no disrespect to Christian hijab, but that's not a very high bar to cross, being better than Muhammad hijab.
That is true, but you know, when you're old like me, you take all the compliments. And so, thank you. I'll snap that right up.
Absolutely. So let me take a couple of super chats and then we can continue with some of the questions from the audience. Actually, the first one is a question from N.A. Odessa.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is it wise to do so, which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public. And I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later.
So the completely random, which one we get, we're getting Yasser Qadi a lot today, but completely and totally appropriate for this question, because this is a question exactly about what he's talking about. Why do Islamic scholars have to argue which variants are inauthentic? Shouldn't it be clear, given one would break the supposed miraculous eloquence of the Quran? She says, genuine question. And so I'll give a genuine answer. And that's that. Even though the Quran is perfectly clear and explains itself in detail, Muslim scholars actually don't know what the Surah Like-It challenge is supposed to mean. There is a debate among Muslim scholars whether this is referring to the teachings of the Quran, whether it's referring to the language of the Quran being very beautiful or at least inimitable, or whether it is referring to secret knowledge that only the divine author of the universe can know. So they don't even know what the challenge means, yet this is supposed to be the main challenge, the main evidence that the Quran gives for itself. Islamic scholars debate what the challenge is even supposed to mean. So since they don't know what the challenge means, and if it is about the teachings, right, if it's about the teachings being very inspired, very wonderful teachings, then the variants probably won't actually affect that. They are generally the kinds of things that are minor. You can make, of course, a theological case out of even a couple word difference, but they are the kinds of things that are small word differences for the most part. If Muslims made the claim that the Quran is well preserved, that we can know more or less exactly what it originally said, that the teachings are intact, I'd have no problem with that claim. But when they say that it's letter for letter, dot for dot, preserved, and that this is a miraculous evidence of its truth, well, then that's utter nonsense. I'll throw this over to David, though, because since it's speaking of eloquence and, beauty, one of the suggestions about what the Quran challenge is supposed to mean, and what most common Muslims think it means, all right, that you ask the average Muslim, they're going to say that's what the challenge is that you can't create poetry as good as it. So what do you think about the variants? How would that affect this understanding of the Surah Like-It challenge?
Yeah, I mean, that's excellent. Well, on the matter of supposed miraculous eloquence, right, which is the beatific quality of what's spoken in the Quran, the very fact of these variants being associated with the argument for the beauty of the Quran makes us ask, number one, well, which Quran is truly beautiful, right? Which Quran is the truly beautiful, perfect, eternal speech of Allah? Because then there could be many Muslims who are following a version of the Quran that is not truly miraculously eloquent. There's a possibility that they mistook which one they thought was miraculously eloquent because perhaps they thought that the ones that more clearly speak about child marriage, maybe they thought that was more beautiful, and so they promoted that one. Or maybe the ones that are missing a lot of verses, maybe those ones are more eloquent because they have better order, even if they're missing a lot of verses, right? And so the question about miraculous eloquence becomes really difficult when you consider the fact that you don't know which Quran is miraculously eloquent. Or more clearly, you cannot know which Quran is the one true miraculously eloquent Quran. And so, in a way, it makes sense for them to argue about which ones are inauthentic because they know that they have to figure out which one Quran, which true one Quran is actually authentic. Otherwise, they cannot use this argument. Because you could say, bring a surah like it, and I'm like, well, you have a ton of surahs like it already. Look how many different variants you have. So clearly, someone can bring a lot of surahs like it. The very fact that there exist variants is evidence of that fact. And so when it comes to miraculous eloquence, it's a pretty nonsensical argument when you have so many different variants that all are supposedly the eternal speech of Allah, unchanging and perfectly preserved, right down to the dot and letter. So yeah, that's an excellent question. I think it's a really excellent question, and Muslims should be concerned, really concerned actually, about how this argument can make any sense given all the variants.
And again, this might sound like a joke, but it's a completely serious comment here. It's sad that I have to preface my comments about Islam by saying I'm not joking right now, but I might have been joking earlier, but now I'm not. You can't tell the difference between the two. But I've seen people who call themselves Quran-only Muslims. They've rejected the Islamic tradition. They're not really Muslims in what we mean by that term, but Quranists anyway, right? Quranists who are trying to do this. Since they're not beholden to tradition, they don't just automatically accept the 1924 standardization of the Quran. They want to determine what the original Quran was, which I think is a very responsible thing to do. That's what Christians do, right? We try to determine the original text of our scriptures. And they've come up with some ways to do that, taking these tests seriously. And one of the ways that they are trying to do that is see which one is more congruent with the 19's miracles. And that they look at two different versions of the Quran. They say, well, this one, if you add up all the numbers, you do the gematria, it doesn't add up to a multiple of 19. But if you look at this other one, it does. So that must be the correct Quran. Of course, there's no logical reason to believe that would be the case. But hey, I salute them for at least trying to find the original scripture. I suggest maybe the field of textual criticism might be a better avenue to pursue, but good on you for one, taking the words of your supposed God seriously enough to want to know what they actually are, and two, at least try to apply some sort of standard to come to what the text is.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And just to add on to that point about 19 and trying to see which ones follow that pattern, I would have to ask Muslims what the numerical beauty of 19 does to their understanding of beauty, right? Like, are the best things in the universe always going to be those that are in a total quantity of 19? Is it better to have 19 or some multiple of 19 happy people in a society over some other number bigger than 19, but that's not a multiple of 19, right? So, well, if we have this society and it has a number of thriving, happy people with good families, but that total number of happy families, it's not a multiple of 19. Man, then it's not really a beautiful society, is it? Oh, now if we get rid of a few of the families, now it is a multiple of 19. So now it's more beautiful. So I always tell people, if you're going to make the foundational assertion and standard for beauty a simple numerical quantity, and you make that like a hard standard, which is what Islam does, because they can never make a soft standard for anything. It's always got to be very hyperbolic, right? It always has to be, which is repugnant and really annoying, because they put handcuffs on themselves and they don't know why they do that. But anyways, the moment you make that your standard of beauty and you put those handcuffs on yourself, then you really should start asking how that applies to the rest of reality. And so that's what I would add to that. Great question, Odessa. Wonderful.
Yes, absolutely. So had a couple, I had a very humorous comment from Big Man Mahmood, a Muslim who comes in here and trolls sometimes. He said, happy birthday. I wish that would stop persecuting me. Well, your wish is fulfilled because you have never been persecuted on this channel. You've just been blocked for spamming. That's all. Never been persecuted. And a Subaru for EVs, which I think is a Muslim, they're at least not a Christian from my prior memory, said, can I go off topic? The answer is no. It is literally impossible to go off topic when the topic is Ask Me Anything. So you cannot go off topic. Glad I clarified that for you. Time is Fleeting said, fun fact about literary excellence, the founder of modern Saudi Arabia was aided by a British agent named Captain William Shakespeare. I did not know that, but very interesting. Professor Yoffel asked me a question. Is yellow cake the same thing as Victoria Sponge? Do all Americans call it yellow cake or just Thaddeus? Well, I don't know what Victoria Sponge is, but yellow cake isn't a sponge cake, so I don't think it's the same thing. And yellow cake is a common term in the United States.
To be fair, whatever Americans call it is the correct way. We invented English, and that's why we speak it the best.
No, exactly. We're from England. Right. Right? We're from England. We get to determine what English is.
No. We're from New England, meaning that we're better. Because
by definition,
we're the final. We are the final England, and therefore our English has abrogated the other English.
Yes, and the beauty of our English is that it has 5 to 10,000 meanings per word, which is why we never have conversations in America. Because if we ever do, nobody knows what we're saying. I said hello to somebody a couple of days ago, and they thought it was a death threat. So you can never know with English, with the true English. Just like Arabic, it has so many meanings. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
I'm
really.
just glad we got to the important subject matter of cake, and I figured out how to read the comments. So I was seeing that very important conversation take place, and I'm just grateful. Awesome brother Thaddeus brought it to our attention. So Thaddeus, do you like white cake better, or do you like yellow cake better? Do you like Jana? Am I saying it right? Paradise cake, the white cake, or do you stray from the right path and go a little yellow, like Cameron?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's also gin cake, right? Because angel cake is a real thing. So you have gin cake too.
Oh my god.
No, angels and gin come from different locations, man. Come on, you're getting confused.
Oh, that's right. One's from fire. The other one's from like
smokeless fire, and the other one is from other stuff that's different.
like angel hair pasta or something.
No, yeah, it's pasta. They're actually Italian, so.
Well, that makes sense. That's why he drew everything from water. The water was actually boiling, so you see, like it was actually it was pasta the entire time.
Yeah, it was.
That's why Cullum's the best
Plot
of
twist.
deceivers.
Plot twist. It was pasta the whole time.
Yeah, no, he was not the best of deceivers. He was the best of imposters, right? He was lying to people the whole time. So you really should have known about Allah the whole time. He was just a liar.
Feel like there's some dad jokes in there with the impasta stuff.
A few.
This is
we
the
make it work.
Oh, there we go. So we got a gin showing up right now.
Yep.
Look at that.
Deja Vu Disciple says Americans won, so our English is right. And not only did we win the Revolutionary War, but we defeated the British a second time in the War of 1812.
Boom.
Because the British kind of said, we'll pretend to give them their independence, but we'll still hang around and it just bide our time to taking the land back. So we had to kick them out a second time in the War of 1812.
And let's just remember too, Americans are back-to-back World War champs. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I know the British and the English were there, but they were really carried by the Americans. So, just saying.
It's just true.
Okay.
It's just true. We're the best of creatures.
Who said that?
I tried to say it without cracking up. It's really hard. I don't know how Muslims say it on the daily when they're like, "Man, Arabs are the best of peoples and stuff." Like I try to say stuff like that, but then I start cracking up. It's too funny to actually take seriously.
Yeah.
They are the humblest of all people.
Yeah, well, they accept awards for humility at all times. So they have them displayed on all of their storefronts, all of the awards they've gotten for their humility. That's how you know.
Oh.
Excellent. Shakespeare said, "Does that mean Mexican Spanish is the true Spanish?" I guess that would depend. Was it ever called New Spain? Because that's the criteria that we put forward to why we get to have the new English, is because it's New England. Good question. But I mean, as far as a practical matter it goes, of course, Spanish is spoken by far more people in the New World than Spain, and thus the default international Spanish, it does reflect New World Spanish, but whether it was ever called New Spain, I don't know.
Good question.
Yeah,
Nobody knows.
I'm trying to think of like anything that's called like Nueva España.
Well, look,
think of a place like that.
Look, here's the thing. Talk to Allah about it, and so the revelation that I got about it is it may be New Spanish. It is New Spanish, but it's also perhaps not New Spanish. Only a few people actually know whether or not it is the official Spanish. Allahu alam, Allah knows best. I'm a prophet. Pay the jizya and your zakat to the stream right now, because Thaddeus needs your donations.
And as you said, only a few people know. Apparently Shakespeare is one of those few people, because he says Mexico was New Spain at one point.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Only a few people know. So good job.
Yeah, exactly. That proves you're a true prophet, because you're exactly correct that a few people knew the answer to this. And only a true prophet could have known that a few people know the answer to it.
Yeah.
That's good.
Protestant believer says, happy 60th. Shame on you saying that I'm 60 years old. And Andrew Martin said, I wish you a wonderful day and lots more years of life. Thank you very much, Andrew Martin, for that. And Shakespeare said that he heard the bells in his head. And this proves that Allah knows best.
Oh no, now he's the newest prophet, which means now that you're not the last. Oh, this is bad. You have to get. You see, you can't have this many last and greatest prophets at once.
Hold on. Let's talk about what's the instrument of Shaitan. What's the instrument of the devil?
Ooh, the bell. Shakespeare. I'm sensing some sort of Shaitan in there. I'm sensing some sort of Shaitan somewhere in there. Uh-oh.
Yep.
And GTA says, as a Muslim, I wish you a happy birthday. Thank you very much for that, GTA. Appreciate you tuning into the streams, and then hopefully we can have a conversation someday.
Yeah, and GTA, it could be your birthday today as well if you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior and be born again right now on Thaddeus's actual birthday as well. I think that'd be cool. You two would basically be twinsies. So consider that.
Amen, amen. Come on now. Let's get some more twins. Let's get some more born-again twins in the chat.
Let's do it.
Yeah, we can get some triplets, quadruplets. Let's see it happen.
Amen. Rory says, happy birthday to my friend and brother in Christ. May the Lord give you a good and prosperous life. Thank you very much, Rory. And he also said that the bell is the instrument of Satan, as did Shakespeare and FP. So there you go.
Do you think that the early Muslims, when they're writing the hadiths, were aware that the bell was the instrument of Satan, and Muhammad said that he received revelation through the ringing of a bell? Did anybody draw that link together and go, this don't seem right? Did anybody do that?
Well, I mean, whenever you have the risk of being killed, you probably want to avoid pointing out obvious errors, right? and so you're like, all right, do I take my chances? Maybe I just don't understand. Maybe it's a different kind of bell, right? Well, no, because he says it's just the bell in general. Well, maybe these jinn that got naked and rode him were nice. Well, no, that can't be it. So then when you realize all the ways that it could go wrong for you, you're like, I'll just keep quiet. What's the issue?
Yeah, Allah knows best. Allahu Alam. Just say that and you're good to go. You don't have to think anymore. Watchman, he's one up in Protestant believer here.
Although he did say, unless Jesus comes first, so maybe he's prophetically wishing me a happy 90th birthday.
We'll find out, I guess.
Yeah.
That's good. Look at that. That's smart.
And Jack Ray says, oh no, that bell can't be unrung.
No.
But Mojo Dude has a different theory. He says that the instrument of Shaitan is his knees. Do you guys know why he's saying that?
Yeah, because he's got two parts. One thigh has the male part and the other thigh has the female part. So that's what he's doing all day long.
And he lays multiple eggs.
Oh, I forgot about the eggs, yeah.
Yep. He impregnates himself multiple times a day and lays multiple eggs. And for some reason, from each egg, multiple demons emerge. Not just
wait. How have I never? Oh, this is. Wait, you're saying? Okay. I never knew this actually. So Shaitan, the Islamic Shaitan, impregnates himself to make spiritually genetic clones of himself that are. So Shaitan has generative ability. He has the ability to generate life from self-production.
Yeah.
And not only that, he has sons without having a partner, interestingly enough.
Wait a second, but wait a second. No, because then that means that Shaitan has an ability that Allah doesn't. No. Muslims would never say that. This is actually really like philosophically interesting though, because that means that if Shaitan has generative ability, he can actually like impregnate himself, which is vile to think about, but we'll ignore that. Then that means that he is literally a father of things. He actually like generates life from his own body, which just, I mean, also now I wonder, do Jinn / Satan, do they have the kind of physical bodies that allow them to reproduce?
Jinns, I believe, yeah, jinns do, yeah.
Wow, so spiritual
because
beings have, like, hard
jinns
material
can also if you don't say, and correct me if I'm wrong, if a man husband is having intercourse with his wife, but he does not say Bismillah beforehand, an actual jinn will implant himself on the male member of the man, and then the baby that's born to the woman, assuming she gets pregnant, will actually be a half jinn, half human baby. So that's why it's really important to say Bismillah before intercourse with one's wife.
Well, why did Allah, I mean, before I respond to what Thaddeus kindly put on screen, why did Allah make jinn with so much reign over literally everything but it's this weird, like, paradoxical state, right? Where the jinn and shaitan are always right there at the edge, right? They're always right there. And they can literally do anything to completely mess up everything in your life in like an instant. But also, like, you're one word away from stopping them.
Yep.
You just say one word and it's enough, but apparently they also paradoxically have like this effect where they can just mutate your children into half spirit beings if you forget to say. It's just weird. It's just a weird system. Let's see what this says here. Some of the scholars said that Allah created a penis on his right thigh. You're kidding me. Oh, this is real.
Just to be clear, right? This is a question
it's real.
From a Muslim on IslamQA.info. Now, they are going to say that is unreliable, but the point is that it is a story in the Islamic tradition. So the question, does Iblis have any offspring? Does Iblis have any offspring? If so, is it via marriage, or does he have a wife? So they quote the Quran here, and then they say that this ayah indicates that Satan does have offspring. If you claim that he does not have offspring, it clearly contradicts the ayah. So you see, he definitely has offspring. And then they ask, how did this happen, right? Because the Quran only tells you he has offspring. And then they go through a couple different theories, and they ask whether he could have a wife, and what. So they cite something. They actually didn't say, they give the exact reference, but they said that Al-Shubi said that blah, 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 and then that it has to be a wife, right? And then other people understood it the same way. Then this Mujahid said the way in which his offspring came into being is that he inserted his private part into his private part, and he laid 5 eggs, and this was the origin of his offspring. And then some other scholars said, right, so some plural, not one crazy guy, but multiple scholars said this. And the reason that this doesn't tell you, but the reason they're saying this is because it comes from one of the really important histories of Islam. I don't remember for sure if it's Al-Tabari that says this, but it's not like, some weird 12th century source or something, right? It's an important early source that's teaching this information. But then, just so everyone's clear, the people at Islam QA says it is obvious that these views are unreliable because they're not supported by any text in the Quran or Sunnah, which is interesting because a lot of things that Muslims teach aren't supported by any text in the Quran or Sunnah, and they don't say that those views are unreliable. They just said the ayat says that he has offspring. That's all we know. No one can know any better. Allah knows best. This is one of the many things that the perfectly clear Quran that explains itself in detail doesn't it tell you. You just have to say Allah knows best and throw your hands up. But the scholars debated about this, and maybe I should say scholars in quotes, but these are very well respected teachers of Islam who the heritage of the Islamic tradition relies on. They were speculating about how Satan had children, and some of them said he must have both male and female parts and impregnate himself, because apparently despite Islam having very advanced science that was far beyond its time, they had no idea that asexual reproduction was even possible. So the only way this could happen is if he had both parts and created without having a partner.
Wild. Holy moly. This seems like the kind of thing that people would make up if they didn't actually understand. Because I actually was just teaching through Genesis today for some of my students. And in Genesis chapter 3, right, it says, and I will make enmity between you and the woman, between your offspring and her offspring. And the clear teaching in the text by all Jewish scholars and Christian scholars is that offspring refers to those who follow in the ways of, and then insert name or title here, right? So the offspring of Satan are not literal offspring. It's between those who follow you, right? And then the offspring of the woman is not necessarily saying like just, oh, literally the genitive or like genetic offspring, but those who follow in the promise presented, right? The promise of God. With the one example or the one exception being the one who unifies the genetic and the covenantal promise in one, that being Christ, who was literally born of a woman, but also literally the faithful covenant fulfilling individual, Christ himself, who fulfills the physical and spiritual realities present. And it's wild to think that, you know, all Jewish and Christian scholars understand the clear reading of this text. And then in Islam, I'm guessing what happened is they like did what Muhammad always did. He heard something maybe once, and he's like, you know what? I don't understand the deep realities and the actual meaning and significance of this. So Satan had a penis and he also had a vagina. Like it's what happens when a caravan robber just goes from place to place and hears random junk and doesn't actually care to understand it whatsoever. That's crazy. That's wild.
Well, we do have a comment here from FP. That dog picture is so dumb it doesn't make any sense. So let me go ahead and explain that animation to you. So
Makes
the
sense
dog
to me.
wakes up. He is very curious. Walks over, takes a good sniff of the Quran. He does not like what he's smelling in the Quran. Has a dramatic reaction and pulls back in strong reaction. And then she asks, why does it zoom in? And the reason is because the original video zooms in. So I cut this, I added the Quran, obviously. I don't think anyone thought the Quran was real. This is a real dog, though. It's his real reaction to smelling durian fruit. So the original video, the person who posted it, they cut their video like that, where they zoom in on the dog's face in a freeze frame. So my version does as well. So there you have it. Now you know everything about the dog animation. I'm glad I was able to get this important information out to everyone today.
Well, that proves that Islam is false, you see, because the dog smelled that edited image of the Quran and it said, ill that stinky, me no like, in beautiful dog language. More beautiful than the Quran. And so that proved, I mean, I was, before this stream, I was a Christian, but now.
Yeah. But after this stream, my faith in Christianity is even stronger.
Well, dogs are,
so
but the issue is dogs are considered unclean type of animals, even especially if they're the color black. I don't know why. And they actually keep angels away, right? So of course a dog's going to be repulsed by the Quran, but if the cat is repulsed by the Quran, that's a bigger deal. Just saying. So
that's true.
I don't know. It's kind of neutral for me.
That's true. You know what? That's a fair point.
Mm-hmm.
The dog read about Momo wanting to kill.
Oh yeah,
that makes sense.
Carol B is the winner. That is the best interpretation.
Yep. You know, just because I created the animation doesn't mean that I know what it's about. So go ahead and propose your own theories. And We have Amigo who just joined the chat with this image. Welcome, Amigo.
Hey, Thaddeus, can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, yeah, happy birthday, man.
Thank you.
So, hey, David, about that Satan on that have, what do you call it? A penis on the left and a vagina on the right. So when I was a kid, right, I think it was 4th or 5th grade, I was born from this part of the world and I actually saw it with my own eyes, man. It's on a card. Or they had it on a card, man. And these peddlers be like selling stuff, right? And it just ingrained in my head, man. I can't forget. I mean, I can't forget it, man. It's the
That's
first time I saw
disgusting,
it. It
dude.
was like, huh? Well, what is this? Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, that would mess with me if I saw an image like that. That stinks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Goodness,
Yeah,
man.
yo.
But of course, apparently in Islam, like Allah apparently decided to make a being like that, a being that he also forced to or commanded to bow down to Adam, and then punished Shaitan for not bowing down to Adam, even though that would have been shirk. So everything in Islam's real confusing, man. Real confusing. Tell you what, you got Allah making. I mean, I feel bad for you for actually seeing that.
Yeah, I was
That
gonna
would mess
say
with me
for
if
it
I-
to stick with you that long, it must have been that's like what do they call it? Like a core memory, right? Like it's such a traumatic type of
Because I
thing.
don't even know what I was seeing, right? It was like,
Yeah.
and the other kids like showing to me, look, it's Satan, and they show it to me. Like, well, what is
Huh.
this? I remember they had like a horn and it looked like a
Yeah.
devilish thingy, and there's like some sort of that thing on its leg making eggs.
Well, like the fact that imagery, whether or not it's a strong, hadith or a strong narration of a story, there's Tabari or whatever, but the fact that it made it 1400 years or whatever to an image that people put on it was like a postcard or it was like a
It's
happy birthday
I
card.
don't know.
Like,
It's kind of like a one of those playing cards.
oh,
It
okay.
looked that size.
Yeah.
I remember it.
And someone's like, "Oh, check this out! I got this disgusting thing." Wow.
Yeah. And hey, you know how like in the Islamic world where they Muhammad had to like wipe his butt with three rocks, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So I actually experienced that also. Like
Oh,
I
no.
remember this. No, I'm not joking, man. So I remember
know
one
you're
day I
not.
was walking with a bunch of friends, right? And I was like, man, I have to take a dump. I can't find any place, and I'm still heading back. And one of my buddies be like, hey, just put some rocks on your pocket, man. Three rocks. I didn't even know what they was. Like he gave me 3 rocks, man.
Well, that's nuts.
So they call Dawa.
Yeah. Well, you see, in that case, that's a way that someone, if they wanted to, could follow after the footsteps of the evil false prophet Muhammad. So I hope it didn't leave any scrapes or pain, because that doesn't sound fun at all. I mean, goodness.
Yeah,
Why
it's just
stone?
confusing,
Why?
right?
Why? Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
I feel bad for you because, man, you saw that awful image of that shaitan, and then you got to take a dump on the side of the road, which is tough enough as it is. Don't get me wrong and stuff. So, just sounds like it's been a little tough, man. I don't know. I feel bad for you, amigo.
Yeah, like
so just a quick word. My wife has entered the chat here. She is
hey.
Yes, she is actually in a hospital room and she's calling in. Anyway, welcome, honey.
Hi, wife.
Hey. Hi, David. How are you?
How you doing? Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you again too. Sorry I can't be at home on your birthday, honey. I apologize, but I'm kind of in the hospital. See all my lovely accoutrements. Oh, and my pretty IV. Isn't it sexy?
All is well. It's good to have you on the stream, so that's really nice.
Yeah, I'm currently getting a ketamine infusion for my chronic pain. So at the moment, I am higher than most airlines.
All right.
And yet somehow completely communicating with us in like full and clear sentences. That's actually kind of amazing. How on earth? I've seen patients who get their ketamine infusions back when I was in clinic, and I never saw them so coherent. So that's kind of wild. Wow.
Yeah, well, I'm not on like the highest dose yet because they titrate you up. So I'm only receiving 0.3 milligrams per kilogram. So I'm only getting, hold on, let me look at my little lockbox and pump real quick. I'm getting 19.9 milligrams per hour.
Okay.
But
I mean,
you had
like,
some ajwa dates though too, right? So the medicine and poison will not affect you if you eat the ajwa dates before that, right?
I'm sorry.
Well,
yeah,
Muhammad said if you
dates.
Muhammad said if you eat a certain amount of ajwa dates, that like medicine and stuff like that won't affect
I don't
you.
like
So I
those
just
dates.
presume.
I only like medjool dates. So
Good. Good. You see, that's the true medical miracle. Look at that.
But yeah, I do this about like every 6-7 months. And I asked my husband, I was like, I only have like 2 weeks that I'm free. So do you want me to miss our anniversary or do you want me to miss your birthday? Because our anniversary was last week. And he was like, my birthday.
That's not even a question. You know, that's a test right there. That's a marriage test. Do we get to hang out on our anniversary?
See,
or
honey,
do we
he
get
knows.
to get a divorce and hang out on your birthday?
He knows.
I get it. I've been around that block. I get it. So yeah.
Yeah. Honey, what day was our anniversary? Was Thursday? Yeah.
She's testing you again.
Calendar. Yes, Thursday.
I'm not testing him again. I'm high as a friggin' kite, dude.
Okay.
No, it was 22 years. So.
Well, that's amazing. Holy moly, that's awesome.
That is amazing.
So I still haven't figured out yet if Thaddeus is a bit of a masochist or if he's a saint.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So thank you all.
Be both.
Yep. Thank you all for all those birthday wishes. I won't read them all, but one from Rory. Thaddeus, I need to go to sleep. Enjoy the rest of your birthday. I hope your wife, Crystal, recovers. Thank you for that, Rory. I also had a birthday wish, if you like, from a regular Muslim troll here. Nur Annie says, happy birthday. I wish you happy birthday to hell of God Almighty, which I think now would be a
charming birthday
good
wish.
Yeah, I think now might be a good time to play the news story that I found about Muslims and my birthday. I played it at the start, but I think probably most people watching haven't seen that. And I know Crystal and David and Amigo haven't, so let's go ahead and take a look at that.
Not all Muslims mark
Recent answers.
birthday, but here in Egypt, days of celebrations are held. Mosques and streets in Cairo are bathed in light for the anniversary. Special tasty treats can be found, and to honour the
apologists,
food is given to the poor. It's a time for coming together as a community. On this day, we communicate with friends and relatives. The whole family meet with each other in this atmosphere of joy on the occasion of the birth of
Recent answers.
We are very happy about
recent answers.
birth. In Egypt and in the world, we feel reborn as Muslims. One of the most important Islamic celebrations in Egypt. Many see this as an opportunity to proclaim and rejoice at
the apologists'
teachings. For Sufi Muslims, a display of singing and dancing demonstrates their devotion. Our correspondent says the message of those celebrating here this year is the rejection of violence and terrorism which is practiced in Islam, emphasizing the values of love and tolerance which the Prophet Muhammad
rejected.
من أمام مسجد الحسين في القاهرة محمد شيخ إبراهيم ليورو نيوز.
So there you go. Over in Egypt,
genius. That is amazing.
Right, not all Muslims celebrate the birth of recent answers, but some Muslims do, and over in Egypt they are living it up today, celebrating. the coming of peace and tolerance, values which Muhammad rejected.
That is art. Like, that is actually art. I hadn't seen that. That is amazing. And it
You
makes
have
sense
no
too.
shame.
You
You're
know,
the biggest skin I have ever seen. Like, no shame whatsoever.
that's so great.
Hey, at least
Easy
I
your skin.
edited out prophet. I could have made it say that I was a prophet.
That is true.
I
Actually,
do not want my house bombed. Thank you very
that's
much.
a good point. Yeah, that's a
Please
good point.
don't.
You really had a lot of restraint on that one. That's impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my
And
goodness.
Nur,
I
that
love
was for you. So thank you. Thank you for your birthday wishes to Hal. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah, and let's
Showing
go
that
ahead
peace
and
and
do it.
tolerance of
Yeah,
Islam.
but let's go ahead and do what Jesus said to do for those who, you know, wish us evil, right? We need to pray for them, and we need to love them, and we need to bless them. So bless you, Mr. or Mrs. Nur. May you come to Christ, and may you find eternal life.
Amen, amen.
So Nur, are you back at work yet? I can't see the chat right now because I'm driving again, but somebody else can tell me what she says.
Good question.
Hey Mary, how are you doing?
I am doing well, just very busy today.
That's good to
All right,
hear.
so I'll go ahead and take a few more of these comments and questions from the audience. FP said, "Who are you?" I'm Thaddeus. Glad to clear that up for you. Phil says, "Why the hell does Allah invoke Allah to fight the Christians and the Jews?" Good question. Why Allah refers to himself in the third person? It could be because he is a plurality. The word that Muslims use for one means one of. He's one of many gods. They describe their doctrine as Tawheed, which they borrowed from the Ethiopian Christian church to describe how Jesus has multiple natures that are in the view of the Ethiopian church, not the Orthodox belief, but in their belief, there's two unique natures merge into one nature. So Allah, by borrowing that word, they're saying that
No,
Allah is
they don't. They
emerging.
don't teach that it merges into one nature. No, they teach that they are unified such that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
let's not
merge
ascribe a
one,
heresy to
unified.
them.
Right. Yeah. So it's slightly different, but I don't necessarily have a problem with their phrasing, but they prefer to say that the natures are unified, so that's like one nature. Anyway, so by borrowing that term, the Muslims are saying that Allah is the conglomeration of all the pagan gods, and I think they're right. So there you go. So maybe that's why he invokes himself. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And super chat from Professor Yaffel.
Brothers and sisters, why to lose this great opportunity? Remember, when the person is on his deathbed, the last minute, he will ask Allah Jalla wa Ala to be delayed for 1 second to do what? Not to pray, not to do other things, but to give sadaqah, because sadaqah you can give it just like this, in 1 second.
So the fastest way to earn your brownie points with Allah, in case you're about to die and you don't know where your destination is, you need more points to up your confidence. Fastest thing you can do is to donate some money, and Sheikh Haytham will gladly take those donations into his organization, of course. Professor Yaffel says, "Have a beer on me, Thaddeus." How much is beer in the USA? Well, that would depend highly on whether you're buying a decent beer or a very cheap, crappy beer. But £5 should cover a decent amount of.
And even then, it depends on where you are. If you're at a sports arena, it's still like $20 for the crappy beer.
That's true.
But they're giving away Bud Light now because they made too much of it.
Did you just take beer? Is that it?
Mm-hmm.
He took
beer.
Got it.
Pardon?
Excellent.
I took a beer donation.
Takbir. It's it's an Islamic word, or it's a Muslim or an Arabic word to basically mean to call someone a heretic, essentially.
Nice.
That's brilliant. That's multi-level right there. I like it. I like it. That's cool.
Actually,
Also,
that's takbir. Takbir is different.
I love that art representation you got, Mary, for the little profile. I love that beautiful depiction of Allah. That's wonderful with the two arms and a shin. That's cool. That's fancy.
And Nick's Highlander says, "Please, God, don't take me yet. I need to donate more money before I die."
Yeah, I had to download this because somebody was going, "Oh, the Trinity doesn't make sense." I'm like, "Yeah, your God totally makes sense there." No, takbir is Allahu Akbar is what takbir is. I don't know why I said the definition of takbir instead.
just think it's
My brain
takbir,
farted.
yeah.
I'm having a day, guys.
Well,
Oh no.
it's
Yeah,
not
I
your
don't
birthday
understand that. I don't understand why Muslims love to say that. You know, takbir, and usually followed by Allahu Akbar.
though. Yep.
You guys ever
Oh,
figure
that's
that
the right
out?
translation.
Yeah.
Gina got it the right translation.
Take beer, Allah
Yeah,
wants
it's take
vodka.
beer. Allah wants vodka. Oh, that makes so much more sense.
Yeah, he's giving the beer away. You know, you have to remember that just because something is bad when a human does it doesn't mean it's bad when Allah does it. There's many examples of this, but one that's a particular favorite of Ask Truth is that through Muhammad and the Hadith, the command is that anyone who swears by anything other than Allah is a polytheist. And in the Quran, Allah swears by everything you could imagine, swears by trees and mountains and food and stars and all kinds of things, right? Everything you can imagine, Allah is swearing by it, and Muslims have told us that this is okay because it's Allah. Anyone else swears by stars, they're definitely a polytheist. But if Allah doesn't, no problemo.
Makes
Hey,
sense
honey
if you don't
bunches.
think about it.
I'm gonna head off. My nurse just came in with all my meds. So I gotta go take my meds, and I haven't been sleeping well, so I'm gonna try to get some sleep. It's hard to sleep in a friggin' hospital. Ugh. But anyway, I'm sorry I can't be there for your birthday.
No, that's fine. You got to see the video that I made, and hopefully you enjoyed that. And some of the other.
It was hilarious. It's your
yeah, you've seen
typical
the dog
humor.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Pardon?
you've seen the dog, and I was gonna say you have to see the dog animation before you go, but I already showed it to you.
Yeah, I want to see the dog, and I want to see the cat too.
All right, well you'll have to wait 30 seconds because I have a thing that only lets me play one animation every 30
You
seconds.
guys know where he got the dog, right?
They do because I explained it earlier on the
Did you say
stream.
exactly where? Okay.
Yeah, I like to show him funny Instagram videos that I've seen, and I save them throughout the day. And then at night when we lay in bed, I'm like, look at the things I've saved for you today. And he was like, oh my God, that dog's hilarious.
Yeah, well, we've been looking for a dog animation for a while because the cat was the very first animation, and people are saying that we need a dog animation to go with that. And when I saw that, I thought it was very much in the same spirit as Happy Cat, which is what the cat animation is, or
Oh
Happy
my gosh,
Happy
the
Cat
cat's adorable.
more properly. So this, just like that, it's a real dog really reacting to durian fruit. That's a real cat
No,
reacting.
we need to film one of our cats doing something absolutely insane, and you can replace the animation later because our cats are insane. We have an orange cat. I mean, if that says anything. I don't know if anybody else has cats, but there's this like myth about orange cats that every orange cat shares the same brain cells. And it is true because orange cats are a special breed of weird.
Well, they're Garfield. Is that what you're talking about? The Garfield cat?
Well, I mean, our cat's not a Garfield cat per se. He doesn't have like the white markings.
Right.
But like orange cats are just strange. And like it's become such a societal like accepted thing that they actually did research studies on it. And oh my God, the duck. That's adorable.
That was my request.
Yeah, that one's from Mary. So
Mary, that's a good one.
It is specifically my request because there is a certain dawagandist who was saying that you have your wacky quacky interpretation of things, and he kept saying this over and over and again, and that just meant like the normal way of reading things, unlike whatever he read it as. He would call wacky quacky.
Yeah.
And so I was like, Thaddeus, you got to get me a duck. I need a duck. I've got to have a duck.
Perfect. But what was I talking about? Sorry, brain on ketamine.
Oh, your nurse. You said something about your nurse.
Cat.
You're missing a little bit up here, my friend. Like you're not even paying attention.
So the orange cats. So there's such like this societal belief that orange cats are weird that they actually like did a research study about it and found that orange cats are indeed different. They have like more risk-taking behavior. So they actually are a little special. They're just a special kind of stupid. I mean, honestly.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I love you, honey bunches, and I will see you. Are you going to visit me in the hospital tomorrow as I ask you in front of hundreds of people so you can't say no?
Another test.
Of course. I was already going to. You didn't have to ask me in front of hundreds of people. But yes,
I know. I know. I just wanted to be goofy. I love you bunches. David, it was good to see you. It was good
Nice to see you again. I'll be praying for
you. It was good to
you.
hear from you too.
Nice to see you.
And
Yeah,
I will talk to you guys later.
Later.
See ya.
Bye.
Nice. Oh, and I'll have to leave in a little bit as well.
You guys are coming grocery shopping with me, so.
Oh, nice.
Oh, cool.
So I'm a crazy person talking in the grocery store on a headset.
Oh, I've done that before. It's really weird when it's about Islam because then people start looking at me suspicious because, I mean, admittedly, in my area, especially when I had my larger beard, you know, like my features are such that many people might identify me in a group that's more often associated with Islam potentially. And so when they see me with my little earpods in talking about Islam, they might think, oh no, this is dangerous. I should walk faster. And so if you ever wanted to have a line clear up at Aldi's, definitely looking the way I do and having your AirPods talking about Islam it's something. Because they're like, I hope he's not saying he agrees with this stuff.
That's funny. I do want to bring up that Bill Mandalay said exactly what I was thinking, that orange cats are like ginger humans. And I wonder if there's some correlation between orange color and the risk-taking gene, because I think there might be like orange, maybe are orange snakes more like dangerous and poisonous than not orange snakes? I don't know. I'm curious now.
Listen to me. We have the evidences. You don't believe? Wallahi, we have the evidence. We saw it with our eyes. Don't mess around. Don't play games.
Don't play games. We got evidence, right? You just gave
That's
us
enough
some
for me.
evidence.
That's enough to prove that those ginger cats are scary.
Mm-hmm. I was just thinking they like lasagna, but different kind of cat.
So it looks like Amigo dropped off as well. It was good having you, Amigo. I think it's probably the first time you've called in. Certainly the first time under that name. Maybe you called in under another name, but I welcome you back anytime. Marion says the orange cat hypothesis is wrong, though. Well, actually, she said the orange CST hypothesis is wrong. So there.
And we all expected that. I mean, we all knew that the orange CST was never going anywhere. You know, when they tried to get it off the ground and nobody even knew what they were talking about, so they gave up on it.
Oh no, she's a ginger. Well, yeah.
No.
Strawberry blonde.
Strawberry blonde.
Well, there we go. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah.
All right, let me take a couple more comments and questions. This one I probably should have brought up at the time, but I'll go ahead and bring it up anyway because I thought it was very appropriate. The answer to "Are you a true prophet?" was like the Magic 8-Ball outlook is cloudy, and I think if you look at the Magic 8-Ball in general, most of them are very non-committal. They could be yes or no, which is exactly like Muhammad answering a question. Did the message? So I think this is actually before we discussed the bells. Did the message come in the sound of a bell? Yes, it did. We discussed that, I think, unrelated to your comment. I don't remember for sure. I pulled that up earlier. It's very important to Allah that you don't marry Muhammad's wives also, right? So that's a good point. We didn't bring that up, but it's in the exact same portion of the Quran as the amazing revelations about dinner, dinner guests overstaying their welcome and such. That one of the things you definitely cannot do is marry Muhammad's wives after he died. Why did Andrew Tate convert? Because he's a disgusting, perverted man. Islam teaches disgusting, perverted things. So he figured if he pretended to become a Muslim, Muslims would fawn after him and increase his fame and popularity. And he was a true prophet on that, because that is exactly what had happened. They don't seem to care that everything he does is, in theory, very haram, very against their teachings. All they care about is that he is famous and popular and can bring people into Islam. So why he converted? For his own benefit. Why do Muslims fawn after him? Because Islam is about numbers, not about truth. So we have Saeed, who has joined the chat, a regular around here. Do you have a question for me, Saeed? This is an Ask Me Anything.
Happy birthday, sir. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much for that.
You know, you used to be a very good person, you know. I used to respect a lot to you, but you lost it. No,
I'm the same person I was.
I'm telling you the truth. You know, I used to respect a lot to you because you were very respectful to everybody. You know, you
I'm
never
respectful
insulted.
to everyone who's respectful. You know, if someone comes in here and they disrespect me and they treat me or
No,
my guests like crap, then I treat them in the only language they understand. But when people come up and they're kind and they're willing to have friendly discussions, I do that. I've had many discussions with you. I have cut you off a few times when you're completely and totally off topic. You admitted that you hadn't watched any of the presentation. You had no idea what it was about. Yeah, I kicked you out on those occasions, but for
no,
the
no,
most
no, no.
part,
I'm not talking about you kick me out. I'm not talking about that. You used to respect. You know, you never insult Islam, and I'm talking about Prophet Muhammad. You never did before. I have seen you change. You lot. You
I always disrespected Muhammad.
no, 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 no.
Why don't
Before
you go watch some of my very first videos on
no,
this channel?
no, no. You never did before. You always respectful to everybody. That's how I say
Hey,
you.
so you have a question by any chance?
Or he's
No,
just
no.
coming to complain.
Yeah.
Happy birthday! You're a
Yeah.
loser.
Yeah.
Eat cake.
Happy birthday! By the way, wait.
No, no. I just came to tell you happy birthday to you.
Right
Yeah.
on, right on. Hey, Saeed, before you go, because I'll have to leave in a bit, and I just wanted to know would you say that Allah is beautiful?
Allah is beautiful.
Would you say that Allah is beautiful?
Oh, in which way Allah is beautiful? I mean, I never saw Allah, so how can I tell you Allah is beautiful?
So you're saying beauty only applies to things you see?
Uh, yeah, I mean, in which way you are talking about Allah is beautiful? God is beautiful. You are asking me God is beautiful, right? So,
Yeah,
uh,
yeah. Would you say Allah is like? Would you say so? Would you agree with that, or do you not use that word to describe Allah?
Allah is just a, you know, in the Quran describe Allah is a light, you know, it's just pure simple is light. So he has
Okay,
no
all
image.
right.
He has no image, so I cannot see.
Well, okay. So maybe this will help. Like, so a lot of people say that a person's voice sounds beautiful, right, when they sing, and some people say music is beautiful, but music's not a thing you see; it's a thing that you hear, right? And I guess also a thing you experience. So would so it's a little confusing when you say that you haven't heard him. Like, there's more to beauty than just seeing something. So I'm really just asking for, like, kind of maybe a yes or no. Would you say that Allah is beautiful?
Yeah, I can say Quran is beautiful. It's a, you know, it's a word of Allah and it's beautiful. I can say, yeah.
You're saying the Quran is beautiful. Would you say that Allah is beautiful?
It's His words, so I can say His word is beautiful.
Which would mean that He's beautiful too, then.
Okay, you can say.
Well, I'm asking you just because I want to know how Muslims think about Allah. So I'm just trying to figure out for you, would you say that Allah is beautiful?
Oh, I never say Allah is beautiful, but I say Quran is beautiful. I say that, you know,
And the
because
Quran is the wisdom of Allah, right?
yes, yes, it's
So
beautiful
if
wisdom.
so if the Quran is the wisdom of Allah and the Quran is beautiful, then you're
Yes,
saying the wisdom of Allah is beautiful, right?
yes, yes, yes.
So if the wisdom of Allah is beautiful, would you say that Allah is beautiful?
Yeah, you could say. I have no problem.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to know. I've been trying to figure out how Muslims think about that because a lot of Muslims refuse to call Allah beautiful, and I'm very confused as to why that is.
No,
But okay,
beautiful. When we say beautiful, we are talking about when we see something and we say this is beautiful. So we only can say Quran is beautiful, you know. So we don't see the God, so we cannot say God is beautiful.
But you agree that there's some things that are beautiful that you don't see, right? Like music, or when you think about something wonderful, like if you think about the love of a mother, right? You would think about that and you'd think that's beautiful, but you're not actually seeing anything. You're just thinking about it.
Yeah, we can say Quran. We always say Quran is very beautiful, you know.
So what about the Quran is specifically beautiful to you? Like what makes the Quran beautiful?
It's a great wisdom in it, you know. It has very great wisdom in it, and it's gave you answer to your life about, you know, thing we never knew before. It's tell about how is this world come to existence, how why human being he created human being for, you know, but the purpose of human being on earth, and it gave lot of things detail about which we human wonder about, you know, why we are here, what we going to do, you know, the end, when is our end, how is our beginning. So it's how to live life. It's give answer to all those things. So that's why we say it's beautiful.
Okay. So you're saying anything that gives the answers to where we come from and how the universe works, if anything gives answers to that, then that thing would be beautiful?
Yes, yes, because it's solved, mystery solved in our from our mind. You know, it's give
Okay.
answer. So mystery is gone. We living in the blank world. So Quran gave us eye to our world. Quran became our eyes. Now we
Okay.
can see.
So that actually helps a lot. So you're saying, so again, before I asked, so if something, teaches you where you come from and it answers those questions and it's beautiful. So that's good. So you would say the same thing about like, because of course the Bible also teaches where people come from and the answers to questions, and all these other religions have books that also give the answers to their questions. So you would say all those things are beautiful because they do the same thing you just said.
Yeah, all religion from Allah, all religion from Allah. Not a single religion made by human being. I mean, there are some religion are made up by human, but the major religion is came from Allah. It's in the Quran, in
So
the
I
Bible.
come back. I come back, and the first thing I hear, well, I heard most of it, but as I sing down, the first thing I hear is, not a single religion is made by human beings.
No, no,
Well,
no.
there are religions
A
that are made
major
by human
religion
beings.
is from God. Major, I would say major religion from God.
Well,
Even
why
Hinduism.
would he only make the major ones? Why wouldn't he make the minor ones? I mean, he made the stars, so why wouldn't he make like, the little lights too,
No,
right? Why is it that he makes only the major ones but not the minor ones? Like, uh, or what if something that was at one time a minor religion became major? So was it not made by him when it was minor, but it became made by him when it was major?
no, no. I believe Hinduism from God. It's direct from God because there are something in their holy scripture in Hinduism. It say about God about in their holy scripture say God has no image. you understand? God has no image. And in the Quran, Allah says same thing. God has no image. It means you cannot describe God. God look like this and that, so
Well, you
God
just
has,
described him.
what's that?
You just described him to me.
Describe?
So that there, you can say, for example, she is incomparably beautiful. But even in saying that, you're doing a type of comparison. So that is not, it's not turning all words into meaningless mush to say that something is beyond description. You can describe it, and then it is beyond that which you describe. But you have a starting place. Just like you can't fully wrap your mind around the concept of being outside of time, but you can start by thinking about eternity and then project that further and get something like conception.
What do you say? Your question? I mean, you saying
Here, Saeed. Let's think of it this way. Is there any time in the hadiths where it describes the form of Allah with his, or even the Quran where it describes like the two right hands of Allah?
No, those are just a metaphoric language.
No, I know, but those are still descriptions, right? Because metaphorical language is still like a description. So here, let me give an example that's more modern day. If I say I'm watching a football game, right, and I say, "Oh, that person's a tank on the field. That person is a tank." Right? When I use that language, it's not a simile because I'm just calling him a tank directly. So that's a metaphor. So even though I'm not saying he's literally a tank, I am actually describing something about him. I am describing something real about him, which is that he's fortuitous, or I'm sorry, he's strong. He's got some good fortitude and strength and endurance, and he's a difficult opponent to go against. So you would say that metaphor I'm doing is a description of that person, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if we do, just like you said, there's metaphorical language, and you're agreeing with me, which I appreciate. So if we give metaphorical language to Allah, just like you said, that would still count as a description, correct?
I don't know what he's talking about, but Allah does not have a hand like a human being.
No. Here, let's Saeed. Okay, Saeed.
You're missing a little bit up here, my friend. Like you're not even paying attention.
Saeed, let's try. I believe in you, Saeed. I really do. So we're gonna try this again, okay? Because I actually do think I remember seeing you here before, so I think you can do this. So we're gonna try this again. What your claim before was, you said that you cannot describe Allah, right?
Yeah.
And then when I asked about the parts in the Quran where they describe the two right hands of Allah, you said, well, those are just metaphorical descriptions. Mm-hmm. But then before you said you cannot describe Allah. But then you said, well, those are metaphorical descriptions. But a description is the thing that describes Allah. So would you agree that those metaphorical descriptions are describing Allah, since you called them that?
The metaphor used to try to explain to people because there is no word for it.
No. Actually, it's quite the opposite. Because the whole point of using a metaphor is that there is a word for it. The thing you're using the metaphor in. So if I say that this person on the field is a tank, I'm using a real word, right? A tank. So if the Quran is using a metaphor like two right hands, do you know what word is being used to describe Allah?
So you're saying Allah has a
hand? No. Just like what object is being used to describe Allah, some part of him? What object? I'm pointing at it.
Hand,
right? Yeah. So there is an object that exists that's being used to describe.
So
right?
You're saying Allah has a hand. You're saying
Exactly.
Allah has a hand.
So his hand, right? So exactly right. So Saeed and I are on the same page. And so
I don't know about that.
No. Are you saying Allah has a hand?
Yeah, he has. So you're saying he has a hand?
No. I'm telling you. Are you saying Allah has a hand?
Well, it's not really what I say. What does the Quran say? I mean, who cares what I say? But what does the Quran say? Because of course you don't want to go against what the Quran
says. That's what I'm saying. Allah has. Look, I will explain to you. Allah. The light when it's on, when you on light, what shape you see the light?
Say that again. Can you say that one more time?
When you on the bulb, you know, the bulb in home, if you on that, what shape of light come on? Any shape you can describe?
Light actually, light isn't taking a shape, right? Light is radiating in all directions.
Correct. That's what Allah is.
So you're saying that Allah is made out of photons?
What's that?
So to be clear, you're saying Allah, his eternal light is made out of photons, correct?
We don't know, but Allah did
Well,
say.
no, it must. I mean, if you're saying that the light part is literal, then you're saying that he's literally made out of photons. But that means he's made out of something that was created.
No. Look. The diamond, you know, diamond when it shine, you know, it shine. So it doesn't come proton.
Does it shine bright like a diamond?
Shine bright like a diamond.
Sorry, that was totally stupid.
Look, proton can die out, right?
That's a weird question. I don't really know what it means for a photon to die out. You mean matter cannot be created or destroyed after this original creation?
No. You're saying the proton, when you on the light, is proton come, right?
Photon would be.
You're saying.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was like, I think you're saying proton, which isn't the same thing as.
Oh, he said proton. I thought he was saying photon.
I don't know. I just want to clarify that particle wave combination weird things of light are called photons, not protons.
Yes. Just in case. So yes. So Saeed, what I'm trying to get at, because I think we're getting off that original point, right? You said that there are no descriptions of Allah. I said the Quran offers descriptions of Allah. So if you're going to mention a light bulb, you're actually using metaphor now to add a description of Allah. If you're adding the twinkling of a diamond, you're the one actually adding a description of Allah.
Yeah.
Mind you, I did not bring up the light bulb or the diamond, and yet you use both of these as metaphors to describe some aspect of Allah. So you just proved that you are, by definition, right? Just to be clear, that you are describing Allah, even though a couple minutes ago you said that you cannot describe Allah.
What kind of description I told you? What description I told you?
The light bulb, in which you tried to explain
not
the
light
nature.
bulb. No, not light bulb. The light.
That's actually the exact thing you brought up. You actually you said directly word for word light bulb. That is exactly what you said. Saeed, are you saying that, because we have this on recording, are you saying you didn't say a light bulb in a house?
No. I'm saying the light.
No. Saeed. It's just a yes or no. Did you see a light bulb? Did you say a light bulb or not?
I say when you on.
Okay. There we go. Wait. Saeed, slow down. Saeed, slow down. All right.
I don't know why you people laugh.
No, Saeed, slow down.
Why am I laughing? Because it's hilarious.
What's hilarious about it?
No, Saeed,
every sentence you say contradicts your previous sentence. That's why it's hilarious.
No.
Yes. So, Saeed, all I need you to do, and you don't have to give a description or an explanation, one of the most respectful things that any human being can do is when they realize that they, didn't know something, or they might have made, a mistake, or they learned something new, they can be honest about it. So, Saeed, you said you did not mention a light bulb, but we actually have on recording evidence that you said a light bulb in a house.
I did.
So, did you say a light bulb in a house?
Listen.
No. Saeed, I'm trying to give you advice on how to make yourself look intelligent. All right? If you don't listen to my advice, you're going to make yourself look really bad. I'm trying to be as charitable and kind as I can to you.
Okay,
all right?
Okay.
I need you to be honest.
The God you described.
No, Saeed. It's a simple conversation between us, right? Simple conversation. So don't change the topic, right? I know a lot of times Muslims get scared and they change the topic. All the question was this: did you make a description of Allah using metaphors about light bulbs and diamonds. You can just say yes. There's nothing wrong with that, by the way, Saeed.
But I did not say the light bulb. I said
Actually,
that the
you
light,
did, though, but that's okay.
The light came from the bulb, and it
The
does
bulb.
not
There
have
we
a
go.
shape. It does not have
He
shape.
did. Hey, David, he did not say a light bulb. He said the light that comes from the bulb. Totally different thing.
Oh, that makes sense now. It's the light that comes from the bulb.
All right, so
I was wondering
yeah,
what they call
this
that.
is going. This has been going nowhere for a while, so I think we should probably move
Okay,
on. So, Saeed, did you actually have a question for
David,
us or not?
you describe the God you believe in, how it look like.
I described the God I believe in as looking exactly like a light bulb.
No, you don't have to answer anything. you believe your God is a father and son, and he must be
Okay, yeah. Sorry, you asked me a question, right? I asked if you had a question for me, and you asked. So, how would I describe the God that I believe in? That God is not extremely simple the way that Muslims might think of him. He is not something that is just like a human being with superpowers, but rather he has a complex nature which consists of three persons within the one united Godhead.
The God
Amen,
you believe.
And I'm not going to open up a debate because that's not what we're doing today.
It's not open to debate, so there's no point in opening that up.
No, it is a question and answer. Ask me anything. You asked the question, I gave my answer. And now you're welcome to stick around and ask our question later, but I want to get to some of the other questions that people have been asking. You've had a good time to speak. And I also want to greet Haja, who has joined the chat. Welcome, Haja.
Hi, brother. I'm actually here just to wish you a happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you.
God bless you. God bless you. What did you do? Did you eat all the food without me?
Yep. We had some large cakes here, and no, we
Oh
haven't
my
done
goodness.
any eating on stream. I did have a nice dinner with my son that we got
Nice.
from Olive Garden, and then
Oh, love that bread and cheese.
I did not have the dessert yet. I'm going to have that afterwards. And actually, I mentioned it earlier that I got the chocolate lasagna, and I had a couple people at lasagna from chocolate lasagna. I can't say I've heard of such a thing. So it's a dessert specific to Olive Garden. It's not like a real dish per se, but basically it's a layer of rich chocolate and then a layer of like this white creamy substance, the cheese, right, in the lasagna, and or the meat and cheese sauce filling, and then you got another layer of chocolate, which is the next noodle, and so forth. So basically, it's like a layered chocolate dessert, and they call it chocolate.
Oh my goodness! Please stop. Today is the first day I started my diet. Okay, this is torture. Oh my goodness! I'm trying to lose this baby weight, and you're talking about chocolate. That sounds delicious. Oh my goodness! Hi, brother David. How are you?
Wonderful, sister. How are you? Nice to see you again. It's
Nice
been a
to
good
meet
stream. It's been a
yeah,
good stream. And Saeed made my
light
day.
bulb. I see you grilling people out here.
Saeed made my day. So that was, it was good ending to the day because I'm about to hop off. I was gonna hop off at 9, but Saeed had such wonderful questions, which I would love to have clipped and made into a small short of some sort because I think it's very helpful for educational purposes to show
Yeah,
sentences
I do
that
think.
don't line up for people, and so that'd be great.
Yeah.
But always good to have people on, and as a matter of fact, I probably can just hop off right here, just so I can get back to getting some homework ready for my students tomorrow. But
Okay.
Thaddeus, happy birthday.
Thank you.
So wonderful to be on this stream. God bless you, brother. And I hope that everybody else in the comments are able to think about all the things we've talked about that they can think about beauty and really give it a fair shake, shake pun not intended, and that they can think about what it means for something to be beautiful, that people might really start to understand the beauty found in the God of Holy Scripture alone, that is the Bible, and to see the false God of the Quran as nothing more than a lie in which no true beauty is found. And so with that, God bless you all, and you have a good night.
God
bless.
God bless you.
So Nick's Highlander says, AP and David and Thad in a day, woo, you'd think it was my birthday. And if you stay tuned long enough, you may get to see David again. He said that he would stop by after the other things that he had to do today. So you may get a chance to see him a little bit later tonight. Let me take a
I nearly got T-boned.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Just outside, and my phone went flying across the car, and big honk honk and screech screech. So I don't know whether or not you heard anything when my phone flew across the car, because I had slammed my brakes because someone thought that it was actually optional to stop when they were supposed to, and they thought they could plow into me in a intersection.
Mary, who is the entity in your picture here? What's that entity? That looks weird.
That's Allah, of course. He's got two right hands, one chin.
Oh my goodness. Mercy. No wonder just Muslims are so scared of everything. This looks scary.
It is scary.
My question is whether or not, except there's one problem. No one ever shows him with three or more eyes, because there's one hadith where they accidentally use the plural form instead of the dual form, so he has three or more eyes.
Oh my goodness.
And there's also a hadith that says he has a left hand. So, I always show them with the two right hands, which is correct, but he might also have a left. He might have three hands. We're not sure.
Right. So I think he probably has three hands, and he made the two hands that he's talking about when he made Adam with his own two hands. Those were his right hands, and he didn't use his left hand for that.
Because the left hand's dirty, obviously. You couldn't create Adam with his dirty hand. Come on, Mary.
Mary,
is that one leg?
Mary, when Allah decide to create something, He just say be and it is. So He does not.
And Allah decided to create Himself, and Saeed, we're not having extended debates, apparently, because we're talking about Allah's nature.
About this particular subject.
That's something that's stolen from the Bible.
I don't want to extend a debate, but this very particular subject on Allah saying be.
Okay,
so
go
why
ahead.
did Allah tell Iblis that he should prostrate? Why is Iblis supposed to bow to Muhammad? I mean, not to Muhammad, to Adam.
That's what you said.
It's just for respectful. It's like we honor the king and queen with bowing down toward them. It's respectful. That's all.
What did Allah say? Why did Allah say he should do it?
Because the angel will going to serve the Adam.
No, that's not what he says. Allah says why he should bow. What does Allah say?
You think Allah telling him to, because Adam is their God or something?
We're only talking about the literal words of the
what
text.
Literally does Allah say whenever Iblis refuses to bow? Allah gives a reason why he should have bowed. What is the reason that he gives?
Only thing we can think of in a respectful manner. That's all.
I don't want you to think. I want you to just say the words that are written on the page.
Doesn't explain. Yes,
it does.
Well, what he says.
What are the words? Say, let's see if you can be honest. Do you know what the words of the hadith are? Or do you only know what the supposed interpretation is? Do you know what the words are?
From which hadith? From hadith?
The actual words in the Quran.
Oh, sorry, in the Quran. In the Quran the Quran passage that we're referencing. Do you know what the words of the Quran are? Or do you only know what your excuse to get around the interpretation is?
No, it said literally said to bow down to Adam.
Why? The Quran tells you why. It gives an explanation. That's not it doesn't just say bow down. It says something additional. What does it say?
No, I don't know. If you know, tell us.
So how do you know what it means if you don't even know what the words are?
No, it doesn't explain why God want to bow to
How do
Adam.
you know that if you don't know what the words are? How can you argue over what the interpretation of the words are if you don't even know what the words are?
No, if you know something, tell us. I really don't know why Allah tell to bow to Adam.
Because Adam was created with Allah's own hands.
So
That's
that's
what
why
the Quran
bow.
says. That's what the Quran says.
Okay, so what?
I mean, if you want to tell me the Quran's wrong, that's fine.
So what's that mean?
I'm not adding an interpretation. I'm just telling you what the words are.
No, it doesn't
See,
say.
you didn't know what the words were. You didn't know what the words were. Now you hear the words, and you don't know how those words could match the interpretation that you were claiming is what the passage is about.
Because the majority of Muslims do not speak Arabic. He literally doesn't know. He's just following. Or do you know?
Mm-hmm. Yep, he's submitting, and he doesn't even know what he's submitting to, because he literally has no idea what his own text says.
So
Well,
is Adam special in some
words.
way? Saeed, is Adam special?
Adam?
Is he special in that passage? Will you not bow to what?
No. What are you saying? Adam is not the special creation.
So he's no different than any other creation.
Yes.
So Allah makes everything with his own two hands, and whenever he says, "Why do you not bow to what I have made with my own two hands?" he's just being stupid, and he didn't mean anything by that.
But you know how.
Mary, let me fill you in real quick while you dropped off there for a second.
Yeah, I did.
Saeed admitted that he didn't know what the words were, even though he was arguing over the interpretation. He admitted he had no idea what the words were. So I told him what the Quran says is that the reason you're supposed to bow to Adam is because he was created with Allah's own two hands. And then he just kind of sat there dumbfounded and said, well, what does that mean? Right? What is the implication of that? So he was arguing over the correct understanding of the text without having any clue what the text was. When he found out what the text is, he can't see how that matches his understanding of the text, and thus he's completely lost, and he's just going to go in circles now, I'm sure. But I just wanted to fill you in so that you can continue with knowing that Saeed now knows what the verse says, even though he didn't before.
So he knows that the reason that was given for him to bow to Adam, not to anything else, but only to Adam, was because Adam was made with Allah's two hands.
Okay.
And now you're going to tell me that everything was made with Allah's two hands. So when Allah says, you should not refuse to bow to him because I made him with my two hands, what he actually meant was, you should bow to absolutely everything because everything was made with my two hands, and everything should be bowing to everything all the time because everything is made exactly the same, and there's nothing at all special about Adam. Bow, bow, bow. Everybody bow to everything. That's what he should have said, but Allah's an idiot and didn't say what you think that he ought to have said.
You know how Allah created Jesus? You know that?
We're not talking about how Allah created Jesus. We're talking about what's special about Adam.
I don't see any special about Adam.
So
Allah's a liar.
wait.
That's fine.
So Saeed, do you disagree with the Quran? The Quran says the reason you're supposed to bow to Adam is because it's what Allah created with his own hands.
No, we never thought about that because he created.
All right. Well, why don't you go and think about that instead of continuing to dispute about something that you now admit that you had no idea what the Quran said and have no idea how to interpret it. So why don't you go and think about that instead of trying to continue the argument after already admitting that you are unprepared to talk about this text because you literally had never heard it before.
No. We never said God created Adam by his own hand. We never.
The Quran literally says that. What do you mean we never say that?
We take as a
That's the exact words of the Quran. You're telling me that the Quran is wrong.
Well, thank you for correcting Allah. Allah's an idiot. Saeed is right. Allah doesn't know what he put in the Quran. And so now we need to go and fix all the Qurans so that we have the reading of Said.
Mm-hmm. All right. So with that note, let's go ahead and take a couple more of these comments and questions from the audience. Unar asked, Muslim women can maximize their chances of going to Jannah by becoming Christians. I think that is some correct logic there. That here's the facts that we know. That every Muslim man who goes to Jannah gets 2 wives from the Houris and 70 wives from
minimum. Yeah.
Right, minimum. From other, right. So the exact number 72, you know, that's debatable. That's a daif, hadith, whatever. He gets a bunch, right? He gets a bunch of wives, not just like 1 or 2. And you know, maybe he'll be lucky and one of his Islamic wives will be there, but he still gets tons more, and they are taken from hell. We also know that most of the inhabitants of hell are Muslim women, or sorry, or just women in general, right? But the only way this works is all those women being taken out, right? They're Jews and they're Christians. Somehow there's still an imbalance, still way more women than men. That means that nearly every Muslim woman must be in hell to make that math work out. So therefore, these Jews and Christians, a good number of them are going to be snatched out of hell and given to Muslim men to be their eternal rape victims, I mean wives of paradise. And the rest of so all those women left there in hell, right? There's probably some polytheists and, you know, some atheist women or something. But there's also a crap ton of Muslim women there. So if a Muslim woman wants to go to Jannah, according to Islam, her best chance is to convert to either Christianity or Judaism by simple logic. Either that or Muhammad's a liar. Your choice.
So there are also.
I wonder if your skin is fair, you are more prepared, and then if your skin is darker.
Well, no worries. You are preferred if your skin's lighter, but no worries, because black Muslims who are good and faithful to Allah, they get the amazing privilege of being turned into white people when they go to paradise.
So white they're see-through. A new level of whiteness that isn't even on this earth. You're so white that you can see through your muscle to your bones. That is sexy.
That's going to be a lot of bleaching. Oh, wow.
It's one of the miracles of Islam. It's just so incredibly beautiful.
So they call dawah.
Now, some of the imbalance between male and female might be made up for by the fact that each Muslim man also gets 1,000 serving boys who don't bleed, because that's the name. Yes, so they don't bleed whenever you use them. And I have found a hadith that specifically says that men are lying with their wives and serving boys in the same way, by the way. In a tafsir, I found a hadith that said that.
All right.
Apparently, you only get 70, you know, if you're a basic Muslim, you get 70 wives of hellfire, 2 wives among the Houris, maybe a wife of yours makes it, maybe not, but you get 1,000 serving boys. So like he really wants to play up to the folks who want to have sex with boys, telling them how much extra sex with boys they'll get in Jannah if they only behave now.
Oh my goodness. This is Islam. Houston asked a related question.
Fits perfectly right now, the time that we live in right now, in this world. The book fits perfectly.
Houston asked a related question. Having most Muslim women going to hell, is that supposed to be an answer to the riddle given to Jesus? Whose wife will she be in heaven? No, I think that this is just Muhammad hating women. I don't think there's anything deeper going on than Muhammad hating women.
No, because he did give the answer to that you're married. If you and your husband both make it, you are married to the last man you are married to as long as he didn't divorce you before one of you died. So if he died, you remained a widow, and then you died, you go to him. If he died, if you die first, then you go to him. But if he doesn't make it, then you get assigned to a random guy. This also means that if your husband makes it, your level of piety doesn't matter for anything. You're just assigned to whatever level your husband makes it to, and that's the level you get assigned to.
Yeah, you'd think at least the man would be pulled up to the level of his wife, but apparently not. She just always gets pulled to whatever level he is. Maybe it's up. Maybe she's lucky it's up, but maybe it's down. It doesn't matter. Totally irrelevant. Her piety doesn't matter. Just like in general, in Islam, women don't really matter. Super chat from Harry L. Johnson.
Early, and this is indeed a sign, yet most of them are not believers. Give alone to Allah, give alone to Allah. Ride the wings of Gabriel, give alone to Allah.
So be sure to ride those wings there, Hariel. Thank you for loaning Allah some money. He's a little short. Inflation is really getting to Allah. He doesn't have the funds. He needs you to loan him some money. And don't worry, he does pay interest because even though that's normally haram, Allah can do whatever he wants. Any spare cake, Thaddeus? God bless. No cake around here. Just chocolate lasagna, which I'll have later. This is an interesting question. I know Mary has a opinion about this. With all those wives, did Muhammad have a child? So let me answer from tradition first. Tradition says that Muhammad had multiple female children who lived to adulthood, probably had a couple male children that died in infancy. However, I know Mary has an opinion that contradicts tradition.
Yes, I do. So I believe that he did not actually have any biological children because I cannot find a disease that could afflict someone to make someone go from being quite optimally fertile to like totally infertile in the space of about 10 years, which is actually it's less than 10 years according to some of the traditions about when his last son died. So I cannot find any biological reason for that unless he'd like actually been castrated, which he wasn't. So I suspect that none of the children were his, and instead there was a tradition in Islam or in Arabia at that time that you could basically send your wife to get impregnated by someone else. And I think that that's what he did. And I think that he did it with Abu Talib. That's who I think he did it with.
All right. So we have that. I got a ton of comments, so we'll just continue going through these. Time is Fleeting says, ironically, when someone asked for Fatima's hand in marriage, I believe Muhammad said his daughter was too young. He absolutely did say that. Seems that his own standards in wives were a bit different than what he ascribed to his daughter. I guess he actually cared about his daughter, saw that marrying her off as a young child would not be to her benefit, so he didn't want to marry her, contradicting his own behavior. I guess he wasn't the best example for even himself to follow. This is a good question here from Gabriel. Not the Gabriel of Islam, of course, but different Gabriel. Curious, why is there absolutely zero scriptural record of ancient Hebrews or Jews celebrating their birthday? Well, okay, you said scriptural record. I was going to say, one, I think there might be records. I'm not sure about that, but you said scriptural. Yeah, you're right. There is nothing in the Bible about celebrating birthdays. There's nothing in the Bible about not celebrating birthdays either. There's nothing in the Bible about a great many subjects. I think that the words of Paul apply here, where he says that some treat some days as differently, that they view. Obviously, this is in the context of whether they should be worshiping on Saturday or Sunday. And there was a belief at the time where really pious people would worship multiple times a week. Anyway, since some people view one day as superior to another, others say that we should devote every day to the Lord. Let each be convinced in their own mind. So I don't think that there's clearly no scriptural requirement to celebrate birthdays, but I don't think there's anything against it either.
Yeah, I think you just celebrate God and you thank God for the day. Yeah.
Absolutely. You know,
Not that
in
complicated.
Christianity, it's not about setting or following a set of rules. It's about having our heart devoted to God, so you can do that whether or not you celebrate a birthday. And likewise, you can be against the things of God whether or not you celebrate a birthday. Time is Fleeting said Muhammad was following the golden rule, something like Christians never do. What is the golden rule of which I speak? He with the gold rules. I think that is definitely the philosophy of Muhammad. That is his golden rule, that whoever could provide him the best resources, whether that be armies or wealth, that was the people that he was most interested in. This is presumably about birthdays here. Why would it be in the scripture? Well, I mean, if it was a religious holiday, it would probably be in the scripture. But also, the fact that it's not a religious holiday doesn't mean you can't celebrate it. I mean, I'm guessing most of the people watching this probably celebrate their nation's Independence Day, and no one comes around and says, "Well, there's nothing in the Bible about celebrating Independence Day, therefore you shouldn't do it." And you know, I think that this was just a question out of curiosity, the original question. But there are people who actually do go around and say that Christians shouldn't be celebrating birthdays. And I think for it to be wrong, the scripture would actually have to say it's wrong, not just not speak of it. After all, it doesn't speak about watching YouTube videos, and yet you're all here watching YouTube videos, aren't you?
I look at it like this: when a baby is born, we do celebrate that day, right? We celebrate the birth of a child, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can celebrate your birthday, but without the ways of this world, how they celebrate their birthdays is different. So I don't think it's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, the Christians didn't celebrate the birthdays of the emperors because they were supposed to worship the spirit of the emperor, his genus, right?
Mm.
And so you were supposed to worship the genus of the emperor, and so they refused to do that because it was a pagan festival to like his spirit that would later become a god. So they're like, yeah, no, that's paganism. I don't think any of us are worshiping the souls of our children when we have a birthday party.
Yeah.
So Freebird, you're totally idiotic with this comment. Not unusual for you. Typically, when Christians mock Allah or draw him, that's because they are insecure about their God who died on a cross and has images of him being a white man. I don't think that is literally why anyone has ever mocked Allah. So nice try. But nice psychological.
Who's the white of all people?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was going to say, this doesn't tell you anything about Christians, but it does tell you something about Freebird and Muslims in general, that they're obsessed with Christians. They're going around making up stupid polemics like, oh, people depict Jesus as being white. He wasn't white. Unlike our beloved Muhammad, who is extremely white according to all the hadith. Therefore, we don't draw him at all because it would be disrespectful to draw a white person or something. I don't know. But I think that he is saying that he is insecure, right? That's why he spends all his time on Christian channels making fun of the Christian God, because he is very insecure with his own God.
Yeah, and then also they are proud of actually Muhammad being white. In the hadith, they are all proud of him being white.
We're proud of that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
So the next up, we have a super chat from Christian Hijab, who joined us briefly earlier. Be sure to check out her channel.
Here's the sad news. We are running out of funds. All our work is going to stop unless people like you watching this video will help us. Your donations can get you a share in a reward. Reap those rewards for years to come, inshallah. This is not a donation or a charity, but an investment for your hereafter.
What's up with the begging?
What's up with what?
With the begging? Like
Oh
they
yeah. So
funds. Like what is going on?
right. So every time I pull up a super chat, it plays one of these clips of Muslims asking for money because Islam is definitely not about money. That's something that Christians do or some such nonsense. When in reality, right, and they ask for money all the time. And to be clear, there's nothing wrong in and of itself by a legitimate religious organization serving a community, accepting donations and encouraging donations. I don't have a problem with Muslims asking for donations, but I think it's a very fun way to put these clips up here. And, their work's just going to stop. It's just going to have to all come to an end if you don't send in more money to Ollie Dimwit's friends. Christian Udaba says, happy birthday, Thaddeus. I wish you all the best. Thank you very much for that, Miss Christian Hijab.
All right, Thaddeus, I'm going to take up a bit and I might be back before you close down at 11, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. I'll be back.
All righty.
Okay.
So Masi Muslim, you've been up here for a little bit. This is an Ask Me Anything event, so you're welcome to ask me a question if you like. Or not. I'll come back to you after the next comment. Apostle Apologetics says, can you debunk the made-up claims that when the Quran refers to the Gospels, it's referring to some made-up version no one has ever seen? I think you kind of debunked that yourself. I mean, the very way that it's phrased, right? Just think about it. If someone's making a claim that the Quran is referring to something other than the obvious plain meaning of the text, the gospel that everyone's familiar with, the Torah that everyone's familiar with, then the burden of proof is on them. They don't just get to say, well, it's referring to some other gospel that there's no evidence of and no one has ever heard of. You can't disprove that's what the Quran is talking about. Therefore, that is what it's talking about. No. They have to come up with evidence for their position, not just assert a position. And if you read the text, right, either it's referring to the Torah and the gospel that we all know, or Allah is the biggest moron in the history of the world by using terms that everyone will interpret in one way when he actually means something different. So coming back to you, Masi Muslim, do you want to ask me a question?
Happy birthday, Thaddeus.
Thank you.
Can I sing you a happy birthday?
Sure, you can do that.
Certainly. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Thaddeus. Happy birthday to you. We are glad God made you. We are glad God made you. We are so glad God made you. Happy birthday to you. That's it.
Thank you.
This is what we're saying when we celebrate the kids' birthday and other people's birthday also.
I appreciate that. Do you want me just to continue with the audience questions, or is there something that you want to interject?
Basically, you guys were just talking about celebrating birthdays. It's not mentioned in the Bible. It's not mentioned in the Quran. But of course, the birthday of Jesus is something that is celebrated both in the Bible and also in the Quran.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's a good point. That's definitely a good point.
Are you aware of the celebration of Jesus's birthday in the Quran?
Yes.
And I don't know if I brought it up years back because, in Surah 345, it says, Allah gives the glad tidings, which is to Mary. The same thing is also uttered for John, but this is for Jesus, gives the glad tidings of a word from him whose name will be Christ Jesus, the Messiah. And what does glad mean? Muslims don't celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ, though the Quran actually tells them to do it. Allah Ta'ala is telling them glad tidings. Why does God use the word glad tidings, which means be glad
to
at
be
the birth
fair,
of Jesus?
Yeah, to be fair, Muhammad didn't know what glad tidings meant, because he also told people that he's bringing glad tidings of a painful punishment in a number of cases. So he didn't know what that word meant. But yes, it does mean, the reason that he didn't know what it meant is that most sermons in Syriac, people would call it the glad tidings, because it would be a proclamation of the gospel. And the glad tidings is not just that Jesus was born, but he was born a savior for all. And the glad tidings is that the kingdom of God is near, is what the glad tidings actually are, is that Christ is reuniting men to God. Those are the glad tidings.
Exactly.
But Muhammad didn't know what that meant, so he accidentally used that special word that's used about beautiful are the feet of him who brings good news, and then the good news is defined elsewhere in Isaiah as behold your God, that you see God coming into his temple. That's the good news. You see God with your eyes. Behold him. Look at your God. That's the good news. And because Muhammad didn't know what that word meant, he said good news of a painful punishment in a bunch of places.
Yeah, but the thing is, you are going out of context in the sense that we are talking of the birth of Jesus Christ. And Muhammad, he certainly knew what that meant when it was got to do with the birth of Jesus. You see, otherwise he wouldn't have written it down in the Bible, in the Quran.
Is it good news if somebody tells you about your painful torment?
No, why are you mixing the two things?
Because it's the same phrase.
It's the same word. It's literally the same word in Arabic.
No, but the context could be very different.
But the word still means good news.
Good
Muhammad
news
just misused it.
No, don't. You
see, let me explain Mary's point. She isn't saying that the context is the same in the two cases. What she's suggesting is that Muhammad or whoever wrote the Quran didn't really understand what the phrase meant. That they were using it because they heard Christians using it, but they didn't really understand the context. So yes, he repeats the words in the context of Jesus' birth, but he doesn't actually understand what the good news is. He just says it's good news without actually knowing what that means to a Christian.
You see, the thing is, that's something which are somewhat just to paint Muhammad in the negative sense. You are saying, oh, he didn't understand. Say, okay, yeah, good. He used the word glad tidings at Jesus' birth. Why can't you just agree to that rather than bringing the other?
Well, I'm happy to agree that he said those words. The point isn't like you said that we're saying this because we want to oppose Muhammad, but that's not correct. We're saying this because the internal evidence of the Quran suggests that. If Muhammad understood what the good news was, then great. As you would probably say, that means that later Muslims corrupted the message and they're not correctly following what Muhammad taught.
Exactly.
I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with saying that. I just don't think that the evidence happens to fit that. I think there's a better case for that than Islam being true, but I still think that the case isn't that strong. And the better case is that the author of the text was simply confused and didn't really know what the words he was saying meant. Like he knew what good means and he knows what news means, but he doesn't know what the special phrase means to the Christians.
Well, it's a special word. It's a singular word in both Arabic and in Hebrew. So in Greek, it's two words, but in Syriac, whenever they translated it, they brought back that special word from the Hebrew and translate that Hebrew to Syriac, which is a singular word. It's not two words.
You see, if an Arab hegemony Muslim was putting the case, and they do, when you say, oh, look, why don't you celebrate Christmas? Okay, we might not agree on the dates, but as far as celebrating the birth of Jesus is concerned, your Quran says glad tidings. Now, if they were to put up the case which Mary is, then, and they don't like celebrating the birth of Jesus, in spite of the fact that the Quran says. And I don't know why you are siding with the Muslims, the Arab hegemony.
I'm not
Muslims,
siding with the
these points
Muslims.
up.
I'm
You
not
are.
siding. No, I'm
You
not.
are, my
What I
dear.
am saying,
No.
hey, no, you're just not understanding. What I'm saying is that
No,
you're
no,
saying that this
why
means
are
good
you
news.
bringing this up?
And I
You should
agree.
say, yes, the Muslims should celebrate Christmas.
Well, they would if they followed Christ, but they have no interest in following Christ. They only want to follow Muhammad.
Yeah.
And they want to follow
Because
the Quran. And the Quran and Muhammad are both corrupted. They're both corrupt from the beginning.
No, you see, this is the problem. If you look at it,
Rationally?
Muhammad,
If I look at it rationally?
No, just go for the words that are there. Now, if you look at it, he is been promoting Jesus in the Quran, right? Now, if the Arab hegemony Muslims are trying to sign all these things, why are you siding with them?
So you're trying to paint this as there's only two possibilities, and Mary isn't arguing for either one of those possibilities. So there's probably many more, but there's three possibilities that we're talking about. One is that modern day Islamic teachings are correct. Another is that Christian teachings are correct, that the birth of Jesus is the good news. I guess the modern Muslim teaching would kind of be that it's irrelevant, it's just like any other day. But there's a third possibility that you're not considering, and that's that Muhammad or whoever wrote the Quran was repeating information that Christians were saying, but he wasn't actually supporting it because he didn't actually know what the words meant. So he said the words, but he didn't understand what they meant. So he wasn't teaching the same thing as what Christians teach. He was just using their phrase in a different way. He said the correct words, but he had a different meaning behind them because he just thought it was kind of a generic phrase about a good event has happened. Whereas to Christians, good news means a lot more than just a generic good event has happened.
You see, Thaddeus, the thing is, look at it. It's not only this word. Now, if when the Quran states that all who follow Jesus will be superior, do you think Muhammad done this? When the Quran says all who follow Jesus, their hearts will be filled with compassion and mercy, you think he didn't understand this? It's the Arab hegemony.
I absolutely
Muslims
think he did
who
not
have
understand. You're correct.
all that.
So let's just leave it at that, right? There's multiple possibilities. One is that Muhammad was trying to teach Christianity. Another is that he was confused and was just repeating information. But in the end, it actually doesn't matter. So, like, let's say for the sake of argument, you're correct. And he was trying to support the truth of Christianity. He was trying to not be a new prophet with a new message, but was just trying to teach the same thing that the Christians already believe. Well, then Muhammad is as irrelevant as any other good teacher of Christianity. This is the best case scenario for you, right? That he's a good teacher of Christianity that later Muslims distorted and made into something else. Well, so what? Lots of people taught Christianity correctly and well, and we don't go around celebrating their works. We don't go around treating their works like they are scripture. So he just becomes fine. There's no reason to hate him, right? There's no reason to say he's an evil man, but there's also no reason to follow his teachings when you have the original, less, not filtered through a human being, actual gospel to follow. So then it just becomes irrelevant. And I think that's the best case scenario for you, is that you make Muhammad an irrelevant figure. So we'll leave it at that. I'll let you say.
The thing is,
yeah,
you
go
know
ahead and
what
say what you
happened?
say, and then I'm going to move on.
I salute Muhammad. You know what happened is that he started with monotheism, and then and the Jews, the Sanhedrin, was with him when he was preaching monotheism, and then they, when did they turn against him? When he started preaching Jesus as the one who you have to follow, to have filled with compassion and mercy. So he stood against people in spite of the fact, and they have then painted him in such a way that it's coming out to look like Muhammad has been he's going when he's saying all who follow Jesus will be superior till the day of resurrection and they will have no other helper. What more can he say? What more do you expect from him?
Right. And so I'm just going to say, that let's say for the argument that you're correct, that Muhammad was doing a good job of teaching Christianity. Well, great. Lots of people did a good job of teaching Christianity, and yet Christians still follow the inspired text, the Gospels and epistles and Revelation, as well as the Tanakh, the Old Testament. We don't follow what the opinions of Augustus were. He was a great teacher of Christianity, but we don't follow his opinions. We don't follow the opinions of Martin Luther, even if we happen to be Lutherans. We follow what the Scripture says. So if you're correct, and Muhammad is like Augustine, is doing a great job teaching Christianity to new people, well, great. Maybe he's someone that we look at and say, yep, he's a good teacher of Christianity, but it's still irrelevant. We still need to follow his writings. They don't teach us anything new in your scenario. They just teach the same thing that we already know from the actual inspired text of the actual gospel. And I'll leave it at that.
That's what he meant when he said
okay.
more about what's going to happen to me.
All right.
Right. So if Muhammad is saying so, but what's happening again? I'm going to say the Arab hegemony has twisted the whole thing. Don't blame it on Muhammad, please. Blame it on the Arab hegemony.
All right. So we agree that I think we can definitely agree on that the whatever tradition was originally taught in the first century after Muhammad has been greatly distorted over time. I think we can all agree on that. All right, so let's get back to some questions from the audience. First, a super chat from Jack Ray.
And Allah will bless you in a million ways. You find the tree will grow and you will have lots and lots of wealth. This is the example that we gave to the children. And I'm letting you know that when you sow that seed by giving, you shall receive much more than you gave by the will of Allah. Give as much as you can, for indeed you will reap much more than you have sown.
That got all messed up for us listening on the live connect, or connected to the live chat, but I think it went out okay to the audience, so let me know if it didn't, but I think it went out fine to you guys. Jack Ray says the apple is a lie, and then you get an apple related video there, so thank you for the donation. And very important question from Subaru for EVs here. Should I get a Mac or PC, guys? You should definitely get a PC, far superior, at least in terms of value, to a Macintosh. And there.
It's not open to debate, so there's no point in opening that up.
So we'll move on from that. John Wilson says the only nice thing about the Quran is the artwork on the cover, but isn't artwork haram in Islam? So no, artwork is not haram. Certainly, I'm not aware of any even like super so-called conservative Muslims who would say all artwork is haram. Now, you will find people who will say that all depictions of life forms are haram. You'll find people that say only depictions of human beings are haram. And then you'll find what most Muslims follow is that the prophets can't be depicted, and especially not Muhammad. So there is some diversity of thought in Islam there, but artwork is always allowed. That's why you see the fancy I don't know the technical term, but basically the calligraphy of Muhammad's name in the circle, because that's how you do a artistic depiction of Muhammad in a halal way. Mary, you want to add any clarification there, or did I get that right?
There's one other group that says that you can draw plants, but not anything with a head. So there's different gradations, and most of them, the majority opinion is actually that nothing with a head can be depicted, and they just kind of ignore photographs because everyone wants photographs, but they don't put them on walls and have them secretly because you want to have a photo of the people you love, which you actually aren't supposed to do because an angel won't enter your house. So.
All right. Yeah. So when I said that the majority of Muslims, I of course, I didn't mean like the majority of Muslim scholars throughout the history of Islam. I just meant most Muslims treat it that way, practically speaking, today.
Yep. But apparently angels can't come inside their house. Now, shaitans can come inside the house, and jinn can come inside their house, but angels are unable to enter wherever there is a dog or an image, meaning some sort of animal with a head.
Very good. I don't know what the context of this is, but it was just said they called him the ear, not the brain, LOL. And Houston has a good point here that there's more software available for the PC. So there you go, learning lots of important things today. Continuing on with some audience questions from earlier. By the way, what was a tame sheep doing in Muhammad's bedroom? Ooh, good question. Of course, I think the real answer is that the story's made up and Aisha just destroyed it herself because she didn't like the verses. But, you know, if we're going to assume that it's true, it's probably because his houses were really crappy and poorly built and animals could just wander into them whenever they want. I don't think there's some weird sexual thing going on for sure.
Aisha absolutely loved the verse of breastfeeding because she could send people to be nursed by her sister, and none of the other wives had that opportunity. So the other Salama says that it's because that they looked down on it and thought it was horrible. But I had a hard time finding any why. Well, Salama may have actually chosen not to do it, but a lot of the girls didn't have any sisters or anybody close enough related to them to breastfeed a child or an adult for them so that they could then be privately with the men they wanted to talk to.
All right, very good. So super chat from Ariel Johnson.
Brothers and sisters, why to lose this great opportunity? Remember, when the person is on his deathbed, the last minute, he will ask Allah Jalla wa'ala to be delayed for 1 second to do what? Not to pray, not to do other things, but to give sadaqah. Because sadaqah, you can give it just like this, yeah, in 1 second.
So I put up happy cat for happy birthday, Thaddeus, and don't lose this opportunity. It's only once a year that it's my birthday, and you have the opportunity to donate and earn Allah's favor or something. Gordon, so obviously this is earlier when we were talking about New England being the proper source of the English language. As a joke, he says, was New York New Amsterdam? And that is correct. So they should speak Amster in New York City. Ask for the floods. Happy birthday, brother. I hope it's a great one. It happens to be my 24th birthday today. We're both celebrating with our families. Glad to stop by. So happy birthday to you as well. We've had a number of people who know someone with the same birthday. And this is one of those mathematical miracles that seems quite astonishing when on the surface of it, right? There's 365 days a year. You would think it would be pretty uncommon to find two people with the same birthday in any group of people, but actually you only have to have about 20. I think it might be exactly 20, but anyway, somewhere in that ballpark, people in a room before, the odds are 50-50 that two of them will have the same birthday. And I mention this because, Muslims sometimes claim that there's mathematical miracles in the Quran. And the point is that our intuition fails us, that sometimes things seem really improbable when they in fact are not all that improbable. Rory asked, what do you guys think on charging usury? So that depends on how you're using the term. If you're using it the way that it's usually technically defined in an English dictionary, this means it means excessive and abusive interest, in which case that is obviously wrong, right? To take advantage of someone's desperate situation and charge them an outrageous amount of interest because they have no choice, that is obviously sinful and abusive. But if you're just using it in the Islamic sense of any interest charged whatsoever, I would say no, charging interest by itself is not a sinful behavior. Now, there is a verse in the New Testament that basically says not to charge people interest, that when you give a loan to a brother, treat it like it's a gift. Don't expect anything back in return, which is why in medieval Christian society, Christians generally were not involved in banking because they viewed it as sinful because of their interpretation of the Bible to charge interest. However, I would suggest that that's taking the text in a manner that it's not really intended. The idea here is that you're not treating money as the end all and be all. If you're giving, you're lending generously in the spirit that you don't expect anything in return, and then you do get money back, well, great, but that's obviously not how a bank can operate, right? So what this would be suggest, right, is that you can't have a bank at all, because the bank obviously has to be able to get their money back or they can't be in business, and I don't think that's what it's about. This is about loans between friends, basically, or fellow believers, members of the family. I'm interested in if you have any thoughts on that, Mary.
So the original prohibition was because people who were desperately poor would borrow with interest from, a lot of times, from the government itself. And then they wouldn't be able to repay and they'd be forced into slavery because the interest was so high. We actually have even tax records from Sumer that talk about essentially what if you have a certain amount of land that the state has, and how much you pay back if you get something from them, how much more you pay back in the future, and all of these tables and stuff like that. So it was a way in which many people were pushed from independence into slavery just because of a famine. And people would do horrible things in famines to take advantage of them and oppress them and remove their freedom. And actually, Joseph forced all the Egyptians to sell their land, which is ironically how the Israelites ended up getting enslaved later, because a later king comes and goes, well, if everybody else are slaves, why aren't you? And not only are you slaves, you're foreigners, and we hate foreigners, so we'll treat you all a lot worse than we do everyone else, right? So the purpose was to prevent the loss of freedom of people and the exploitation of people. Now we have bankruptcy, and we have because we have bankruptcy, lenders don't make super risky loans and things. So it can be a useful vehicle, but the reason why we have the standard that we have, that's the reason why we don't allow loan sharks, the reason why there are crackdowns on people who want to exploit folks in different ways. And we can argue about where the line should be, but the reason why there's A, bankruptcy, and they don't sell you to slavery, and B, that they have that they have controlled rates and stuff, and you can only charge so much, is specifically for this reason. Now, that is one thing that I consider to be extraordinarily bad about student loans, is that the reason why ridiculous student loans are given out for degrees that will absolutely never pay back is because you can't bankrupt out of them. And that is immoral, and that's usury, no matter what the interest is. If it is a bad loan that's exploitative, that somebody's going to be stuck in for the rest of their lives, that's usury, and that's wrong, and it shouldn't be happening. And yet, our government thinks that this is a great idea.
So thank you for sending that birthday wish there. So if you follow the command by text, you obviously use just the command by itself. If you follow it by text, the text that you send will be put on the screen. So I would say, just to finish up this thought, that it is a nuanced thing. It's not like a black and white thing the way that Islam treats it. The modern world is quite different than the world that the biblical text is written in. Dorada said the church used to forbid usury until Medici became pope and had zero inflation before that. I don't know about the factual statement of that, but I brought this up for a specific reason, and that's because the modern economy functions quite differently than the ancient economy, good or bad, right? And I'm not making a statement of whether it's good or bad. I'm just saying, as a matter of fact, it functions quite differently. The natural state of affairs is kind of deflation, where money gains value over time. We live in society because of our economic policies that are inflationary. Money loses value over time. So actually, just to have the same spending power, you would have to charge interest. And now that doesn't mean, right? That doesn't mean that you should be charging interest when you loan your friend $20 to buy a pizza or something. I'm just saying that it is a nuanced issue that isn't black and white, and sometimes people have difficulty with that, but too bad, right? That's the reality of the world. Things generally aren't black and white when it comes
they were
to
able to I'm sure absolutely no one will care about this, but I care about it. Sorry, guys, you have to listen to me for a moment. So, from the beginning of the mining of silver until the Roman era, the rate of specie expansion, the amount of silver and gold in the world, expanded faster than the overall economic expansion. And so, prices per item, and also very odd, very early on, you could have a shortage of silver, but it wasn't valued at the stuff it could buy divided by stuff. It just had its own value at the beginning, which is why you had to do lots of trading and bulk goods, because you didn't actually have the silver for that. But from at least the 1600s through the end of gold and silver standards, the economies expanded faster than the money supply, and so you would have a very lightly, slowly appreciating coin, as long as nobody's debasing it, which people did. But as long as nobody's debasing it, you would have more value out of your coins, which I'm sure no one cares about monetary policy except for me, but sorry.
Yeah, and then so Morkay said usury is anything over 25%, I thought. So that's what I alluded to at the beginning, that usually that specific term isn't just interest in general. It usually means excessive, abusive interest. You can debate about what exact percent that would equate to, but it's different than just interest in general. And Houston says the payday loaners get around the usury laws by having fees. Hey, just like the Muslims, right? They're banks in the Islamic world. They just charge fees or have contracts equivalent to what interest would be. Like, you buy something worth $10,000 for $15,000 paid over time, equivalent of paying the interest, right? So they have ways of getting around it, but it's not interest because they say it's not. Just like the payday loaners have fees, not interest, to get around the maximum amount, which will vary by municipality, but the maximum amount of interest you can charge by law. All right, so next question here. Well, this one's not a question, but Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, you see, the thing is that do you think, you and Mary, that the current banking system of interest has been instrumental in getting rid of slavery?
No,
the Quran? No, the Quran. Islamic States only stopped doing. No, it is not.
No. So Mazi, I
Absolutely
just
not.
explained to you that they have systems that are exactly financially identical to interest charged. So how in the world is charging
No, you
a
didn't.
$500 fee instead of $500 of interest somehow eliminates slavery?
So Islam got its slaves by attacking other people.
Did not get my
so
question.
No, I understood your question. You're like, oh, well, since Islam forbids usury, and so you can't get people who fall into slavery because of usury, then that means that Islam is helping against slavery. Except Islam has always done wars specifically to gain slaves and raids specifically to gain slaves. The only reason that there's not slavery in every single Islamic country is because Westerners said, stop it, guys, or we are going to bomb you back to the Stone Age. That's it. The only reason.
Oh God, you guys, I mean, I really feel that you guys just have such a negative approach, because what did I say?
That's because Islam is horrible. It's horrific. It's a plague upon the world. Yes, we have a negative approach.
What I asked is, I in fact was giving it a spin that the current banking system has been instrumental in getting rid of slavery. That's what.
That's a lie. But that's a lie, because Islam. When did in Arab countries before Islam? When did people end up in slavery because of loans?
Banking system.
Yeah, so
has nothing to do with anything. No, the Quran teaches slavery. The Islamic system teaches that you need slaves to free.
Where did the Quran come into this? Where did the Quran come into this?
You said the Quranic bank. Okay, so
you kept saying the Quranic banking system, the Islamic banking system.
So Mary,
no,
Mary,
the Quran, Quran, CURANT, Quran banking system.
Okay, so what you're suggesting is that the banking system of the Quran, which apparently is not what Muslims actually follow.
Not the Quran, please, not Thaddeus, not the Quran.
How is the Quranic banking system different than the banking system of the Quran? Those two phrases mean the same thing.
No, nothing to do with the banking system of the Quran. I never said that. I said the Quran, the banking system we have.
Current
system which is in
place. Goodness, the current banking system. Oh my goodness, sorry. You were saying Quran, and so that sounds like Quran. Current.
Okay, so
sorry.
100% my bad. 100% my and Mary's bad. We misheard what you're saying. So you're saying that the current banking system, the banking system in use today, has been instrumental to ending slavery. Is that correct? That's what you're saying?
No,
right?
that's what my question was. Do you think that the current banking system has been helpful in getting rid of slavery?
I don't think it had anything to do with it one way or another. I mean, I'm not like an expert on the issue, so I don't want to say that as a matter of fact, but my guess is it probably doesn't have anything to do with one way or another.
I think so. You see, I'll tell you, in case back in Pakistan and also in India, people lend money to the lives, and then their kids also, because they can't give it back. Then their generations actually become the landlords or the person who has lended them the money, they're slaves, because they just can't pay back the money. Now if banking systems do give people the money on interest, so they can pay this back and get rid of that system which has been in place for thousands of years.
Yeah,
people are so.
Yeah, so there is the current banking system does allow people to get, there's a whole financing system that farmers in the US use. It's quite complicated, that helps enormously level out the years of drought. So in a bad year, you could make very, very little money. And in a good year, you could make quite a lot of money. But because your average income is not really all that high, even now, it's not like you don't get rich on the good years, that those really bad years could destroy farmers. And it is true that people are not, they don't lose their land, they don't end up having to leave and go off and do other things. And it is true that you don't have inherited debts in any current bank. You've never had inherited debts in Western banking systems unless they're attached to a piece of land, like a piece of land owes the money basically, but not you personally. But that's only for nobles, right? Who can't sell their lands, so they like inherit the land, but then all the wealth value of the land has to go to the people that this noble took money from to gamble it away, usually. So it's beneficial to the condition of the average person far more than I think it has anything to do with whether there's slavery or not. So it does help out people at every level of society to have a system where, yes, you have interest, but you also are able to use that money to do things with and to get out of situations and to change things. Like you can go to college even if you can't afford it. If it's a good degree, then that's a good choice. If it's a bad degree, if it's too expensive, then that's an exploitation. So yes, I do think that the current banking system is beneficial. I wouldn't say that it ended slavery.
No, it didn't end slavery, but it's, I said, it's somewhat instrumental in to some extent because now you're not dependent on that one person who has given you the money, and now because you can't pay it back. Also, like when you to USA or other Western countries, you can end up buying a house right from the start, as you have some money to put down and your credit is. But if you say, okay, I'm not going to be dependent on this, I don't trust this banking, it's against my religion, you will never end up having your own house because it will take you years to save all that money. I don't know, people don't understand this, or what's wrong with them?
Well, they set up systems where they're actually doing the exact same thing as interest. They're just saying that, oh, instead of it being interest for 30 years, you now have a 100% fee and you pay it back. So really they do the exact same thing but give it a different name. It's very funny because it is so beneficial for people whenever it's not being used to hurt people. It is so beneficial that people want to do that. And like right now the interest on my house is so low that it's like I'm almost making money by having money owed on my house currently, making absolute minimum payments because the less I spend, the more money that I'm like making because the interest is so low.
Yeah, so you bought the house at a good time when the interest was like.
I refinanced. Exactly. No, I refinanced
So,
at the dead bottom.
At a good time. Either way, same idea. So let's go ahead and move on. And again, my apologies about misunderstanding the words you were saying. Super chat from Deja Vu Disciple.
Early, and this is indeed a sign, yet most of them are not believers. Give along to Allah, give along to Allah. Ride the wings of Gabriel, give along to Allah.
So this one's a question. Since Islam allows polygamy, how does a Muslim commit adultery? Well, I mean, I'm not quite sure that the intent behind the question, but just because you're married to 3 women doesn't mean you can't cheat on your 3 wives with a 4th wife, or I mean with a 4th person or a 5th person or a 6th person. So even within the context of polygamy, the concept of adultery does still, make sense as a word.
Or have sex with somebody else's wife.
Right. Yeah. Or right, you could be married to no one and have sex with someone else's wife. So if you're suggesting that since you also have easy divorce and you can just get married and divorced and married and divorced, does that make the term almost meaningless? And I could see how you could make an argument out of that. So if you did mean something different, let me know. But as far as like how you technically can have adultery, you can have sex with someone you're not married to, no matter how many people you're married to. So this was just a funny comment from Jesus Saves. Thaddeus, continue, quote unquote, persecuting poor misinformed Muslims. So this is made in response to when Big Mahmood came in and did his favorite, you're persecuting me, even though you haven't said a single thing about me yet. My first statement is I'm being persecuted. So I thought that was funny. Highlight comment from Nina here, which I'll read as soon as the cat moves. Notice how Shaitan can have sons and daughters without consorts, but Allah can't even have a son without a wife.
No, I love that. I love that. So Shaitan can do something that Allah can't do. That's why a few people went, well, just because you don't know doesn't mean that he doesn't actually have a secret consort. So that is a minority opinion. But some people have just said, well, if Allah can't have kids without a consort, then clearly Shaitan can't either. Especially since Muhammad or the Quran explicitly says multiple times that everything is made in spousal pairs.
Black horse lover, give a loan to Allah because he's broke. Well, he's certainly intellectually and religiously broke at the very least. Allah just cannot afford his rent right now. Tony Bobo says, does adultery even exist in Islam? So this was just asked, obviously, but a follow on to the previous question. And I guess technically, yes and no, right? So it's not distinguished as like a special kind of illegal sex. There's just legal sex and illegal sex and illegal sex, and the only difference is you have a marriage contract. I don't think I'm missing anything there, but if Mary has something to add, go right ahead.
No, there's zina and adultery. Adultery is a specific type of zina, and it's the one that requires stoning. However, to even prove zina, or actually, excuse me, zina, I realized it was not. I've only seen it in translation or in transliteration. But to prove zina, you have to have 4 witnesses, and 4 witnesses have to see the man's penis going into the woman's vagina like a stylus into a ink pot. And if you don't see that, then you don't have grounds for saying that someone did something. So unless you report on yourself, there really isn't. And in the real world, there isn't. Because even things like DNA tests, they are not accepted. Video evidence is not accepted. You have to have 4 people there seeing the 2 parts meeting.
Which, of course, you're probably never going to have. So
no,
essentially,
you're never going to have.
Right. Essentially, it doesn't exist in that sense. Super chat from Nick's Highlander here.
O son of Adam, spend. I will spend on you. Give, then I will give you. It's difficult because you know what? These are my last few. As it is, the price is going up, the rand is going down, this is happening. Excuses. Those are excuses. You give and watch what Allah does.
We were just talking about Allah not being able to afford his rent because the price keeps going up, and then you have Gufti Menk saying, that's just an excuse. Your rent's going up. Who cares? Give your money to Allah anyway. You have no faith. You need to make that seed donation right now. If you don't support my ministry, I can't be the richest person in Zimbabwe anymore. I don't know if he actually is, but he probably is one of. Nick Highlander says, happy birthday. Thank you very much for all of your support. You definitely are on just about every stream. Always good to see you in the chat. And Tony, following on that last thing, not even video. Yep, not even video. Do you know why, Mary? Other than because that's not what Muhammad said, but why would video not count?
Because magic. Because video is, it's too, for one thing, you can turn it off so they like it's this moving image, so they pretend that it's not really an image. But yeah, it's just too hard to live without. They couldn't stand it. They couldn't bear it.
Okay. All right. Very good. Now we got some important questions. Do you like Taco Bell? It's all right. I don't dislike it. I don't like purposely seek it out. I doubt very many people, if any, ever purposely seek it out, but I'll eat it from time to time. Can Christians marry non-Christians? So this one is one of the few explicit teachings of the New Testament, and not one that every Christian is, like at the top of their list and highly familiar with. But the answer is no. Christians cannot marry non-Christians if they are following the teachings of Jesus and the New Testament. That would be unevenly yoking yourself, binding yourself to someone who is not a believer, just causes problems. I mean, and think about it, right? If you're marrying someone, in theory, you love them deeply, and you're saying, I love you deeply, but I don't care about your eternal destiny. I don't care enough to make you want to convert to the truth of Christianity. So it just doesn't make a lot of sense. Now, the key word here is marry, that it's a verb. They can be married, past tense, to a non-Christian. In the case where someone is a non-believer married to another non-believer, when they get married and then one of them comes to Christ, then there are rules for dealing with that. But there is the possibility for sure of them remaining married. Anything you want to add, Mary?
Nope, that's correct.
All right, so we have a new individual who has joined the chat, Eve Guadalupe Pena. Welcome to the chat. I'm terrible with pronunciation, but welcome. Did you want to ask me a question? Are you there, Eve?
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I had a question. My one of my daughters, she's attending a Christian college, and her roommate is a Muslim. She's I don't think she's very devout because she was, well, we only found out she was kind of secretive that she was a Muslim, maybe because we're in Texas, and we kind of figured it out, either she's Jewish or Muslim. So she was like, well, I don't like the taste of pork. We're like, yeah, whatever, how are you not going to eat bacon? And she's so she's roommates with my daughter. She other than speaking Arabic, she's very secular. She doesn't celebrate any Muslim holidays or anything. And she's from Lebanon. And I guess my question is, what advice would you give to maybe, I don't know how to say, convert her?
Start asking questions.
Yeah,
okay.
That's an excellent question. I would definitely, that would be what I was going to say first too, is to ask questions. Get to know this individual, get to know who they are, get to know what they believe, because just knowing someone is a Muslim doesn't tell you a whole lot. In theory, right? In theory, it tells you something, but just like someone saying they're a Christian doesn't necessarily tell you a whole lot. If they're very nominal, very cultural based, they may not believe a lot of things that are officially part of Islam. So one, get to know them. get to know what they believe, and then ask thought-provoking questions around what you've already discovered that they believe. And like you find out that they say that Muhammad is the best example to ever live, and you say, well, why do you believe that? And what would it mean if he did X? And then you say, okay, that let me research that, even if you know the answer, right? And let me get back to you next week. Let's have another discussion. You don't want to like try to dump everything on someone the minute you encounter it. You want it to be a natural, friendly conversation, and you say, so then you come back the next week and you're like, I found these sources. They seem to contradict what you told me about Muhammad being the greatest example to ever live. Can you help me understand these sources? So the goal is to kind of, get the person thinking for themselves. It's quite different than, dealing with someone who is confrontational and has jumped into one of my streams and they want to have an argument. An argument probably isn't going to be the best tactic for dealing with someone in the real world. All you probably end up doing is pushing them away, and that'll be the end of any potential discussion.
Okay. Well, I guess the impression I get from her is because she's not really excited about hanging out with other Muslims. In fact, they became really good friends. Well, I'll be honest with you, I was skeptical because she wears really skimpy clothes, and I'm sorry, that's maybe too much information, but like, and I'm judging her and all that, but I was like, wow, you're Muslim and you wear like really short skirts. Because I lived in Michigan for a little bit where you had a very large Muslim population, and so it was the impression I get from her is that I guess there's certain Muslims, especially women, where they would be scared to not be Muslim, I guess, because they're very close with family and everything. And of course, my daughter's super shy about, she's not like a super evangelizer or anything. She's not very outspoken, so they don't even talk about, she said, Mom, it was like so hard to really get to that level where I could ask her, hey, how come you don't cover your head or hijab or anything? And she said, well, I'll wear it when I'm ready, because once I have to wear it forever. I wasn't sure what that meant.
That's not a
didn't
thing,
either.
just so you know. So basically what
Okay.
she means is that she will be trapped by family forever into wearing it, and she figures like that she won't, that they are tolerating her right now, but she's scared to break away from them and just like say that she'll never be observant. Some families will, even though you're supposed to wear a hijab from the time of puberty onward minimum, and most
well, they're not observant at all, and I think it's because her mom's a Shiite, and the dad's, I don't know what the other one, Sunni, I guess.
Sunni, yeah.
And I guess they don't normally hang out together, those two groups of Muslims. So they seem very secular. The mom works at like Nordstrom's or something. Very, very secular job.
Does the mom wear a hijab?
No, the mom wears more revealing clothes than I ever would.
Got it.
I'm so confused by it all.
Yeah, so they're Muslim in name only. They're Muslim because they're culturally Muslim, and so she was probably brought up to believe that Muhammad is the bestest man ever, and he's super special and super nice and super sweet. So he is. So, he's the most wonderfulest person in the world, and he just came declaring pure monotheism, and all he wants is for goodness and light and rainbow pooping friendliness and all of this nonsense. Like, that's the kind of stuff that she most likely believes about him. She is extraordinarily unlikely that she has ever read the Quran or she knows anything about anything. So, if you go, hey, I just got curious in Islam. What about this? A lot of David's videos are nice and short and stuff, and you can just go, hey, I saw this. What do you think about this? You know, like the stuff that it teaches.
Yeah.
That it, you know, like, oh, did he really marry a 9-year-old? You know, that kind of stuff, and just like, what does that mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, and same idea what Mary's saying, but maybe phrased a little bit differently. Like, just say, approach the conversation like, I'm curious about Islam. I've never had the opportunity to speak with a Muslim. Can I come with you with some questions? I've been doing some research and I found some strange things that don't match up with what I thought I knew about Islam. That kind of thing.
Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, she has to take. They all have to take like Bible classes the first year, which is I was kind of surprised. I don't want to name the college, but it's it's not like a fake in name only Christian college. You know, some are, but I was really kind of surprised at orientation how many Muslims were there. Not like I was like, okay, and you're here and you just want to take classes in the Bible at a Christian college. I was really confused by that because I just assumed, like, wouldn't you want to go to the secular college where you're not mandated to take Bible study classes or anything? So I guess I'm curious, what's the angle on all that? Like, why do so many Muslims go to religious Christian institutions, but they don't try to like convert people to Mohammedanism? So that was my question.
Yeah, so as far as why they would, even I would say that sounds strange that they went to a specific Christian college, but I guess it's very consistent with them being very nominal, and being Muslim is more about culture than religion, and thus they don't necessarily care about being exposed to Christianity as a religion, because they're not really thinking of Islam as their religion per se. Like, it's part of their cultural identity, but I'm guessing, right, based on everything you've said, they probably never attend mosque. They probably don't read the Quran. So maybe they chose the college because they thought that it offered good opportunities, and the fact that it was associated with Christianity didn't really bother them because they're very nominally Muslim to begin with.
Okay. Okay. And I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I did have like one question that's been mugging me is so I raise sheep and I raise goats, and I guess the more I learned about the whole sacrifice thing for them, is it bad for me as a Christian to sell to Muslims like live animals, live sheep and goats? Because I'm assuming they're gonna do whatever it is they do with the animals once I sell it to them. Like, is it considered? I guess where I come from as a Christian, like the whole sacrifice thing, the whole sacrifice thing is like you're sacrificing to demons, you're giving demons power. Is it bad for me to like just sell my animals to Muslims?
I would say no, because you're not sacrificing them to Allah, and you're not that would fall into the same area as um, like there were Christians who had to be farmers in times when sacrifices were made to false gods all the time. So I
Okay.
would definitely put that in that category for me personally.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just add one thing, that this is probably something that there's not like a clear black and white answer to, that it falls in under personal conscience, which means it's not like an absolute moral command, right? So it's not always wrong, but that doesn't mean that it's always right either. I think it's actually kind of similar to the debate in the first century church, which is addressed in the New Testament, where people were wondering whether they could eat meat. And the reason why is because a large percentage of the meat available on the open market had been previously sacrificed two idols. It had been part of a pagan cult system. And the answer that Paul gives to this question is to let each be convinced in their own mind. That the one who realizes that the idols are ultimately have no power, that it doesn't really matter whether the meat was sacrificed to them or not, because you're not you're not the one giving the idol power by saying that this meat is going towards them. You're treating it exactly like the way it is, an empty idol that can't do anything. To that person who's fully convinced that there's no moral problem with it, that they're free to eat meat. But at the same time, the Christian who says, I just don't feel right about potentially providing this income to someone who is involved in sacrifices that the pagan idols, well, to that person, it would be wrong to violate their conscience and to take part in the meat. So I think it's kind of a similar scenario for you, that there's nothing implicitly wrong with selling the meat to someone. You don't know what they're going to do with it. It's not like you're saying, I'm selling this animal because I want you to go and sacrifice it to your fake gods and your ultimately the demons behind them. So you're not taking part in it. You don't have any moral responsibility for it.
Well, I mean, they've asked me if they can do it on my property, and I said no, you can't.
I would agree with that. I would definitely draw the line there and say no. I'm not giving you an outlet to your improper sacrifices.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. That was just all the questions I had, and I'll just go back to listening on YouTube. So I really enjoy you guys' talks every night. Thank you so much.
Up today, and I hopefully our answers are helpful to you.
Thank you. God bless you. Bye.
God bless.
Hi, I was just wondering if I could speak to Ave's issue there for just a second.
Yep, go ahead.
I think that's an excellent opportunity to talk to him about sacrifice and the lamb that takes away the sin of the world, right? Like that's an amazing opportunity to witness to Muslims if they're coming to sacrifice, buy animals to sacrifice. You can explain the atonement to them and what Old Testament sacrifices pointed to, the ultimate sacrifice of Christ. It's a great doorway. And one other thing you may want to consider is a lot of college campuses have like Christian, like Baptist Student Union, RUF, things like that, organizations for Christian students to join. And usually they're very popular. And your daughter may want to see if her roommate will go to her to one of those with her. That's all I want to say.
That's an excellent suggestion. Inviting people to things.
Just to be clear, Muslims say the name of Allah before they kill an animal. So they are saying the name of the God they're sacrificing the animal to. But they don't think that that's an animal sacrifice. They're very, very odd now. They talk about sacrifices all throughout the Hadith. They talk about sacrifices in the Quran, and that there is a difference between a sacrifice and giving food to the poor. And because at some point the Islamic scholars realized what their theology actually was, they worked very hard to conceal it. And so you can't talk directly about it being, oh, this is a sacrifice. You have to say, well, why would you say, we don't? Do you know why we don't say the name of God over it? Why you say Allah and we don't say that? And that would be the open door, because if you just start talking about sacrifice, they'd go, oh, but this isn't a sacrifice, even though it totally is.
Interesting. I didn't know that. Thank you.
Yeah, I know. It's so obvious that it's a sacrifice, right? Because they say his name and then they kill the animal. It's just mind-boggling that they have this obfuscation going on there.
Yeah, that's really strange. Is that explained in the Quran or in Hadith somewhere? I've never heard.
No, it's not explained. So in the Quran and in the Hadith, it would definitely be called a sacrifice, and it's meant as a sacrifice. But at some point, the Islamic scholars figured out what the theology of sacrifice was
Right.
in the Old Testament, and then they just sort of rejected it. That's why there's no Passover. There's nothing about that. It's just, magically hushed over. I don't think they'd even talk about the sacrifice of Isaac, although they pretend that it might be Ishmael. But why? The reason that they don't even, I don't think that they would even talk about that if it wasn't in the Quran and they weren't stuck with it completely because of what it means for their religion. So that's part of it. I'm headed to bed, just so you know.
All right. Thank you for joining today, Mary. Always a pleasure. David, YouTube, you're welcome to stick around as long as you like. And I actually have a question for Masi Muslim. What do you think about the Eid festival and about the animal sacrifice in Islam, since I know that you're kind of, not exactly a conventional Muslim by any means? Are you there, Masi Muslim? All right, well, maybe we'll get the opportunity to hear his opinion on that in a little bit. In the interim, I guess I'll continue on with some of these questions and comments that I've built up throughout the stream. Nick's Highlander, by the way, does the highlight function still work? Yes, it does. Easy question to answer there. If you use exclamation point highlight anywhere in any comment, it will add it to my comment queue, so you can be sure that I will see that. I will try to read it on screen. I don't always have the opportunity to read on stream. I don't always have the opportunity to read every single comment that I want to, but it will put it in my queue. I will definitely see it, and I don't necessarily see every other comment that is made. So that exists. Good option to kind of do the equivalent of a super chat using the point system. Trinity says, how can I give you a present? So, well, I guess that depends on what the present is. I do know that you left a super chat later on. So obviously that is one option if you want to make a donation through a super chat. I do have a Patreon account that you can set up. You can easily make a one-time donation with Patreon if you don't want to sign up with monthly support. You just sign up and then immediately cancel your membership, and then it acts as a one-time. Also, a PayPal link in the video description, or if you had something else in mind, like you weren't thinking of a monetary gift, you're certainly free to email me. So I only answer that because the question was asked, not because I'm all that concerned about people making donations. Read that earlier. Did Allah predestine the goat to eat his own word? Well, there's a debate on whether it was a goat or a sheep, so there's that minor side issue there. But if we're talking about conventional Islamic teaching, the clear and unambiguous teaching of the Quran as well, then predestination, a very strong form of determinism and predestination, is taught by the religion. So on that account, yes, Allah did predestine the goat to eat his own word. And why they may not say it that way, it is a actual teaching of Islam that Allah can abrogate scripture in multiple different ways. He can abrogate it by having people forget the text. He can abrogate it by issuing a new command that updates an old command of his, or he can destroy the only copy of the text. So a Muslim who accepts the truth of the goat or sheep eating portions of the Quran, and that those verses are definitely not in the Quran today, they would say there's not a problem here. That is just how Allah chose to abrogate those verses. And to be clear, there would be verses that are subject to the doctrine of abrogation because they are moral commands. Allah can't abrogate like statements about physical reality or something like that, or statements about Jannah or something like that. He can't abrogate theology, in other words, but he can abrogate moral commands. And stoning adulteresses is obviously a moral command, and breastfeeding your relatives or breastfeeding strangers to make them your relatives is also a moral command. So it would fit within the context of abrogation. And I'm sure you will find Muslims who will say exactly that. Gina says, do you have a favorite cake or other meal you like on your birthday? So I have alluded to this a couple times. My favorite meal is chicken parmesan. I usually have that on special occasions, including my birthday, and that is what I had for dinner today. As far as desserts go, I don't really have like strong preferences on desserts. I don't have one that like I like way better than any other dessert. So, they're kind of, I don't want to say they're all good to me. I don't really like eat very many fruit-based desserts, for example. I want the sugar. I want the sugar and I want the fat. But whether it's cake or ice cream or cookies, I don't have a strong preference between those. And this isn't Ask Me Anything, so questions like this are exactly what is in mind. I'll take all your theological questions, but you're certainly free to ask me personal questions as well. That's the whole point of an AMA. This comment, so you may have seen me earlier laughing at a very inappropriate time where it didn't seem like it made any sense to do so, and that's because I read this comment in the chat, which I found to be absolutely hilarious, from Houston Euler. Everyone, you should follow Kenny Bomer's example. Take off your belt and whip the like button. So just in case some people don't understand the joke there, Kenny Bomer, Muslim apologist, was caught on camera threatening someone. Threatening might not be exactly the right word. Basically telling someone to mind their own business. So he was being rather abusive to a grocery store clerk, treating them poorly because he's the customer and he's always right and he deserves to be heard and whatnot. And another customer kind of said to him, don't treat women like that, because the clerk happened to be a woman. And he says, mind your own business. And then the guy kind of repeats that, you're being very disrespectful, have some decency. And he says, I should take off my belt and whip you, boy. He didn't say boy, but you get the idea, right? He says, I should take off my belt and whip you for butting into someone else's business. I'm not talking to you. I'm not disrespecting you. So butt out of it. Lovely, lovely example of one of Islam's finest apologists there. In fairness, he did apologize for it. He did try to blame it on his medications that he's taking, that the medications had left him unbalanced, but I think it's actually Islam that has left him unbalanced. Thank you for the birthday wishes, Moss. And numerous other people. I know there's been way more birthday wishes than I've highlighted on screen, and I appreciate all of those. And as Moore said, it did happen to be a black man. It does make it sound worse. I don't think it had anything to do with the fact that the guy was a black man. I think that Kenny just treats everyone like crap, but certainly not a good look when you as a white man are saying to a black man that I should be whipping you with my belt. amazing behavior. I don't think he's necessarily racist, but he certainly is an indecent human being.
Who ate the apple? You ate the apple. The whole apple. Yes, the whole apple. You ate it. But a small seed, you left it. You put it back into the earth. What happened? Allah, through His power, caused that to grow and to give you how many apples? Thousands.
Thousands of apples. Always an audience favorite there for Resurrecting Truth. She has a YouTube channel. If you put resurrecting_truth in the search, you should be able to find that. Small little channel, so if you put a space, that may not return it, but if you do put the underscore, I'm pretty sure it always returns that. I love her channel. Definitely encourage you to check that out. She had been taking a break from YouTube for personal reasons, and she is back now. She was on the stream briefly earlier. She says, "Happy birthday, my dear brother in Christ. May the Lord bless and continue to use you for His glory." Amen to that. Amen to that. You specifically the last part. Use me for His glory. And that is my only prayer. Thy will be done. Use me however you can, Lord. The Minty Mink. Well, I like to call him Goofty Mink, but Minty Mink, that has a nice ring to it too. I mean, all about minting that money, right? Mint, 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 mint. And to be clear, he is definitely personally wealthy. I think he is probably the number one prosperity Quran or prosperity Hadith preacher there is. And just like in Christianity, where people claim to be preachers of Christianity and teach the prosperity gospel, to be clear, they are not Christians. They are heretics teaching a completely false message, but they take the name Christian. The same exists in Islam, except I don't think they're actually contradicting the teachings of Islam in any way. Time is Fleeting asks where Resurrecting Truth has been hiding. But don't worry, we forgive your trespasses. Great to see you. And I agree. She did have good I know why she was off, but and it's nothing bad. It's very good, but I don't know if she wants that to be public knowledge, so I won't say exactly why. I call him SpongeBob SquareBeard. I assume you mean Kenny Bomer, because that's the. Well, I guess it could be Mufti Mank. Either one. I don't know which one you're referring to, but SpongeBob SquareBeard. I like that. Oh, you're probably referring to Mufti Mank. He does kind of have that squarish beard, doesn't he? Yeah, so that's probably who you're referring to. All right, so continuing on. Oh, same question. Was second time I already answered that. Describing the chocolate lasagna, it sounds delicious, but how do you stick candles in chocolate lasagna? I mean, you could. I don't plan to, but I mean, it's soft. You could definitely put some little candles in it if you so chose. It's actually been a few years since I blew out candles. I used to do it all the time. I haven't done it in a few years. Maybe bring that tradition back next year. We'll see. Can anyone clarify the pig's blood in the Quran? I can't. I don't actually know what passage you are referring to off of the top of my head. I'm sure if Mary was here with her encyclopedic knowledge, she would probably know what this is allusion to. But if it looks like you're still here, so if you want to give the verse reference, I would be happy to look it up and comment on it, but I don't know off the top of my head what you are talking about. Mary's no longer here, and I'm sure this individual never isn't either. But Adarus says, too many Aries. You really need to go to an auto shop to install an everlasting brake for your mouth. People like you acting like they know it all, but in reality, you are an empty vessel making loud noises. Or as Muhammad Hijab would say,
what happens is that some involuntary excrement comes out of your orifice.
But I don't see any evidence that this individual, Adarus, knows anything. And I don't have any reason to believe that they listened to a single word that Mary said. My guess is that they're probably in that they were probably a Muslim. They were probably offended by this channel in the past. They came into the stream for whatever random reason, saw a woman up here, and that offended them, and thus they made this comment. Such a shame that the religion of Islam makes people behave this way. Javier responded, she really knows a lot. She knows what she's doing compared to your Abdul elders. So Tony did clarify what he's talking about. He said that he read on Jihad Watch some time ago that if pig's blood gets on a Muslim or in their bloodstream, it automatically condemns them to hellfire. I would imagine that this is probably a fairly uncommon belief in Islam. Now, what all Muslims, even nominal Muslims, or even most nominal Muslims, do have a strong aversion to pork. I think it's probably the one rule that just about every Muslim actually follows. Yeah, I don't think that there's like a good theological reason why they're so obsessed with pigs and pigs' blood and pigs' meat and such. I think it's probably a combination of tradition, just something that is part of the identity of being a Muslim that over time became of elevated importance for no particular reason, just kind of chance. Combined with the fact that of the commonly known teachings of Islam, that this is one of the easiest to follow. If, say, a doctor would tell me that I should never eat pork for the rest of my life, I couldn't care less. Yeah, it'd be no big deal to give up pork. And I think that's kind of the same thing for Muslims, right? Then it's no big deal to not eat pork, but they can say that they're a Muslim. So then it becomes they exaggerate the importance of not eating pork, make it like the ultimate sin, other than perhaps shirk itself, is eating pork because it's such an easy thing. So if they're not eating pork, then they can still think of themselves as a real Muslim following the rules of Islam, even when they're not doing literally anything else that Islam commands. So as far as it getting in on them and into their bloodstream, causing them to go to hell, again, I'm not aware of any passage in the Quran or anything in the Hadith which would justify that view. It very well might be mentioned in some obscure Hadith or something, but I think it's really just because of the elevated importance of avoiding pigs. It would also be, it would be quite contradictory to other teaching of Islam. Not that that means it's not in Islam. Islamic teachings contradict themselves all the time, but supposedly the only unforgivable sin is shirk. So getting pig's blood on you should definitely be a forgivable sin. If we're being consistent, which I know this is Islam, so sorry to say such a ridiculous thing as consistency. Morkay says Allah's 97th name is the inheritor. No Muslim has ever said whom he inherits from or what he inherits. Can't help you out there. I know there's no question here, but I can't provide any explanation for that. No idea why anyone would think that inheritor is a good name to give your God. Yep, my stream is still live. I plan to go to about midnight, so about 45 minutes. Play it by ear. David Wood did say that he would stop by the stream after his other activity, so he may still have time. Actually, I got a message from him. I had a text message, and coincidentally, just now from David, he says that his internet is out and that they're not expecting a fix for a couple hours. No worries, no worries. So we probably won't see David tonight, but we'll get him on the channel another day. Maybe we'll do a stream with just David and me. That'd be pretty cool. We did that once before, and that was a fun stream for sure. As Allah is a biological being, does it eat and poop? Shame that Mary's off because this is a favorite subject of hers. She's actually recorded a video which I need to edit and will be aired on Reason Answers, and hopefully the near future. We'll see, right? Always. Always, I was laughing because the birthday wish that came in there. Always plan to do more than I'm actually able to accomplish, but I hope to get that stream out soon. Her thesis is that when the Quran says that Allah is solid, what it's saying is that he doesn't produce poop. That there can be no poop in paradise. You can see Muslims are quite obsessed with this subject from time to time when they make comments about how the Christian God poops and so forth. That they're quite obsessed with this, and there's theological reason behind that. Allah apparently cannot tolerate poop and is incapable of making poop himself. So does he poop? He does not. Does he eat? That one I think is debatable, and it looks like Phil has an article on that. So go over to his website and check it out. I don't have a firm position on that. You know, as a Christian, right? These might be important theological discussions to Muslims within their own circles, but as a Christian, these questions are just really childish and stupid to me, so I don't spend time thinking about whether or not Allah needs to eat and use the bathroom. And totally irrelevant to me. This is a really good question here. The Meek, the Mild says, what do you think attracts people to Islam if it is not the truth and they didn't grow up in it? So I know you said and they didn't grow up in it. So, but I do want to quickly say that when someone grows up in something and it's part of their identity, I do understand why they have a very hard time of looking at it objectively, looking at it in such a way that they can come to the truth and realize what they've been following is false. So Muslims, by and large, there are exceptions, but by and large, 98% or something of Muslims are victims of the system. They don't actively want to support the grotesque teachings of the religion. They just feel like it's part of who they are, and that's very hard to change. Even ignoring the massive social and potentially physical consequences of leaving Islam. Even just leaving part of your identity is a hard thing to do. But now, what attracts people to Islam? Why do people convert to Islam? And Islam does have a fairly low conversion rate into it. It doesn't gain a lot of converts, but it certainly gains some. You would have to be completely naive to say that Islam never gains any converts. Every religion gains converts, and Islam is no exception to that. So why are people converting to Islam? And I think there's going to be a couple reasons. I'll start with the ones that are probably most common. They're not like great theological reasons by any means, but you can see why they would convert. And the number one reason is because of marriage. You don't have any strong religious convictions of your own. You're dating someone who is a Muslim, and they want you to convert to Islam. They put it as a condition for marriage, and so you convert. This happens all the time, not just in Islam, but in a variety of religions. Not everyone has strong religious convictions. A lot of people are of opinions that it's all really the same. It doesn't really matter what religion you're a part of. So who cares if I change my tradition? So I think that marriage is probably the number one most common reason why someone would convert to Islam, at least, convert on paper. As far as something that actually attracts people to Islam, actually makes people want to be a Muslim, I would suggest that the Islamic community is very, very attractive at times. It definitely is promotes a sense of loyalty, presents a sense of community, of belonging, of being part of something. And that can definitely be attractive, especially if you're lonely, right? Especially if you don't have a lot of family, don't have a lot of friends, and someone reaches out to you and they invite you to attend mosque with them, to come and then you see, right? You see the sense of community that Islam promotes. And for all the faults in Islam, if I had to say what is something that Muslims do well, this would be at the top of my list, is treating one another really well. Now, they treat non-Muslims poorly often, but as far as fellow Muslims, they treat one another really well for the most part. They really foster a sense of family and community. The literal family is also very important in Islam. So I think that definitely attracts some people to Islam. Now, like I said, neither of those, right? Neither of those are great theological reasons. In fact, they're not theological reasons at all. They have absolutely nothing to do with the truth of Islam. They're not coming to Islam because they think it is the truth. They're coming to Islam because of what it has to offer. And I've heard similar things about people converting to Mormonism because of the sense of community, because they were in a bad situation and Mormons reached out to them. And I think that, Mormons are certainly not Christians. They don't hold Christian theological positions, but in a sense, they often do a better job of being Christians than Christians do, treating people really well, treating outsiders with respect, presenting an inviting environment that attracts people. And I think that Islam can do the same thing as well. There's been several comments along this line: convert to Islam to get a license to practice pervert things. And that's certainly part of the motivation of the recent phenomenon of so-called far-right individuals converting to Islam, where they say they see, right? I'm trying to think of the best way to phrase it. So these are individuals who are very motivated by their hatred. They're very motivated by their sense of self-righteousness. They often are anti-women, although it doesn't have to be explicitly that. They want confrontation. They want to fight. They think that society has become very weak, And Islam allows them to do all those things, encourages them to do those things, to have multiple women, to treat women like objects, to wage war and be a tough macho man, and to a certain type of individual that can be an attractive thing. I guess that's getting a little bit closer to a theological reason. After all, that is a portion of the teachings of Islam. Perhaps one of the very most important teachings of Islam is to spread Islam through aggression, to be that strong individual who stands for the supposed truth of Allah and punishes those who believe otherwise. And that is attractive to certain individuals. And then the final reason that, remember the context was, if it's not because they think Islam is the truth, what are not truth of Islam, why are they being attracted to Islam? And I would say that's because they were deceived by someone. They didn't have strong religious beliefs. They didn't really understand Christian doctrine all that well. They found the Trinity to be confusing, and someone comes to them and says, you know, Muslims believe basically all the same things about God, except we don't have that confusing Trinity doctrine. And they say, okay, sign me up. Or a Muslim tells them about the advanced scientific knowledge in the Quran. They say, okay, if there's advanced knowledge here, then that sounds like it could be the truth. I want to convert to that. Or they're taught, they've heard, or they have the perception that Islam teaches terrorism, and then they encounter some Muslims who seem like very nice, peaceful individuals, and they're told, no, that's fake Islam, that has nothing to do it, and maybe motivated by a sense of guilt for having these supposed wrong opinions about Muslim, and they're attracted to it. So I think there's a variety of reasons why someone might convert to Islam. I do think it is fairly, well, I do know, factually speaking, and it is pretty rare. Quite more common for people to convert to just about any other religion other than Islam. Historically, Islam has made up for that, though, by having the lowest apostasy rate of any religion, for reasons I'm sure you all know about. So Umar has joined the chat. Do you have a question for me, Umar? And Umar has left the chat, maybe having connection issues. I don't know. See, reason to answer is far more reasons to be Muslim than Muslims do. It is interesting. I ask Muslims this question all the time. Why are you a Muslim? Or what evidence do you have to believe in the truth of Islam? And I very rarely get any kind of answer whatsoever. Additionally, I think I actually could make better intellectual arguments for the truth of Islam than Muslims can, because I'm not bound by tradition. I don't have any problem with saying that Muhammad wasn't the greatest example, and I could create an argument for truth out of that. Of course, I still think it's false, but I think I could make a better case for Islam than Muslims typically do. Welcome to the chat, Ollie. Do you have a question for me? Real genius here, and another idiot who thinks that showing his very strange, in this case, pornography collection is a good way to do dawah. No worries, no worries. I have the stream delay in place. It's not going to go out to the audience. So congratulations, Ollie, for doing your dawah and wasting your own time. Interesting how there's been a massive rise in porn jihad over the last couple weeks. Seems like Muslims are noticing that they have no arguments to make. They cannot counter Christian streams intellectually in any way. is a freaking Ask Me Anything. He could have come up here and asked me why I believe in 3 gods or some other ridiculously stupid polemical question, or where does Jesus say, I am God, worship me? And instead of doing any of that, he shows his strange, perverted pornography collection to no one but me. Well, I suppose Saeed probably saw it as well, but he's probably not even paying attention. So good job. Good job, geniuses. Super chat from Trinity Matrix.
And Allah will bless you in a million ways. You find the tree will grow and you will have lots and lots of wealth. This is the example that we gave to the children. And I'm letting you know that when you sow that seed by giving, you shall receive much more than you gave by the will of Allah. Give as much as you can, for indeed you will reap much more than you have sown.
Well, you see, it's just common sense, right? If Allah is going to pay you back more than you donate, then obviously the more you donate, the richer you'll become. So you should just donate as much as you can to Gufti Mank's ministry, or so-called ministry. Looks like a super sticker of a guy opening. Wait, I thought they were presidents at first, but I guess they're actually buildings. So he's like stomping on, jumping up and down and causing the buildings to shake as a result. Very interesting super sticker there. And Trinity Matrix, since this is a more personal stream, I feel it's a good time to interject that The Matrix is my favorite movie of all time. Looks like Mossy Muslim left me a message saying good night and thanks for the time. Always welcome here. You're not welcome a lot of places, but I welcome everyone, regardless of their conventional Muslim or a Christian or something else. I'm happy to have conversations with heretics because I believe that ultimately everyone needs the truth. But the Matrix came out when I was a teenager and was very, it was impactful in my life in that I was, kind of obsessed with the movie. It's not like it impacted my religious beliefs or had any long-term implications, but I was very obsessed with the Matrix, and at least the original Matrix had a lot of Christian theology in it, and it gave a very interesting modern kind of retelling of the story of Jesus when you look at the symbolism behind anything. I know that the brothers then became sisters and suggested that the Matrix was part about transgenderism and whatnot, but at the time they confirmed that it was intentionally Christian theology in the movie. And it was just a really awesome movie as well. Take a few more comments for sure. Avier says, don't the extremist Muslims say the name of Allah before they kill people? Isn't that some kind of sacrifice in some way? I mean, I'm answering this off the top of my head. I mean, they're not intending it that way, certainly. But I could definitely see that you could view it as a sacrifice. I mean, the reality of the situation is that they're thinking of themselves when they go in to do that. They've hyped themselves up to believe that if they kill people in the name of Allah, that they get a free pass into Jannah and that all of their sins will be forgiven. And unironically, this makes it we're talking about things that attract people to Islam. I was talking about normal people here, but this is something that makes Islam very attractive to people in prison, which is why there actually is a very high conversion rate to Islam in prison. Because if you're thinking about the world in terms of good, where you're trying to tally up your deeds, and you're trying to say that kind of the natural belief that so many people in a wide variety of religions have, that what you need to do is you need to do more good than evil, and that's what gets you into heaven or paradise or whatever you want to call it. Islam comes along, and the person knows that they've done a lot of horrible things. That's why they're in prison in the first place. And Islam says, you're responsible for your deeds, but there's a free pass. If you wage war in the name of Allah, then everything you've done will be forgiven. And that's why in ISIS, right, a terrorist organization going around killing people, in theory, very devout Muslims, they're committing massive sins right before they're doing their jihad because they know they get a free pass, or at least they think they get a free pass. And thus, they're like, hey, why not? Right? I'm going to get 72 houris or 72 virgins in paradise here in a few minutes. Might as well go ahead and get a couple while I'm here on earth as well. So they're thinking about themselves. They're thinking about what they get out of the act. Is it also a sacrifice? I mean, sure, if you want to play games, but they're not thinking of it that way. So there was yeah, Phil said, and I did mention this, he may have said it. It came in well after I said it, but maybe before he heard me say it, that the Wachowski brothers have suggested that the Matrix film is about transgenderism or transsexuality. They have definitely suggested that. And Carol confirmed that. And they both have transitioned. They both consider themselves to be women now. So, I mean, it is what it is. The person behind the movie doesn't ultimately affect the quality of the movie. I'm not going to change my opinion of the movie just because they went off the deep end and did something I would consider to be insane later in life. As far as I'm concerned, The Matrix is still an awesome movie. Would you eat halal food? I mean, why wouldn't I? All food's halal, right? I mean, if we're talking about reality here, I think what you're actually asking is like, would I go to a halal grocery store or a Muslim restaurant and eat there? And I don't see anything wrong with it. I mean, it's not something that I've ever done, as far as I know. I don't, or as far as I can recall, anyway. I don't remember ever shopping at a halal grocery store or going to a halal restaurant, but I don't see any moral implication behind doing that. I mean, in one way, you could say that, you could use it as an opportunity for evangelism. You're coming there to their place, you're eating their food, and you're starting a conversation about their beliefs. Super chat from Jack Ray.
O son of Adam, spend. I will spend on you. Give, then I will give you. It's difficult because you know what? These are my last few. As it is, the price is going up, the rand is going down, this is happening. Excuses. Those are excuses. You give and watch what Allah does.
So no excuses. Just give. Don't worry about your rent going up or the value of your currency going down. Just give, and see how Allah rewards you. He probably won't, but hey, you'll never know unless you actually try it out. Happy birthday is what Jack Ray says, and thank you very much for those birthday wishes. Breakfast Gun asks my favorite beer, and then he later said, happy birthday, what is your favorite beer, and why is it Bud Light? So I actually don't drink alcohol, not for moral reasons, not for health reasons, not because I had problems with alcohol in the past. I actually just don't really like the taste of alcohol. I mean, I'm sure I could get a drink that is chocolate flavored or fruit flavored or whatever, and thus doesn't really taste like beer or wine does. But I mean, I really just don't like the taste of beer, if I'm being completely honest here. And wine's all right, but I generally don't drink it because it's not something that I enjoy. It's I'd rather drink water, and water's not my favorite drink, right? So uh, I don't really have a favorite beer, but if I did, and it was Bud Light, it would be because of the video that David put out, where Dylan Mulvaney gives the Quran a bath, a much needed bath in some Bud Light. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you can find that on the Acts 17 Polemics channel. Awesome video. I was there while it was being filmed, and it was a fun evening. Fun evening. Atomic Rooster says, kind of odd question, brother. How is your relationship with Christ at this time? I don't think that's an odd. I mean, maybe it kind of isn't. It wouldn't be an odd question to just ask, anyone, certainly, and definitely not an odd question in general. I suppose that it might be odd since I'm a public apologist, and so you'd make an assumption that that's the kind of person that has a great relationship with Christ. That wouldn't necessarily be true, right? I'm sure that apologists struggle with a relationship with God from time to time. Priests, pastors, ministers struggle with a relationship with God from time to time. So it's not actually an odd question, but I think that's why you would think it might be an odd question. Now, as far as answering the question goes, how is your relationship with Christ at this time? And I would say excellent. I would say that I currently feel very in line with God's will. I feel like this is something that I'm meant to do, that God has called me into this ministry, and that, sorry about chuckling, I read a comment. This is definitely not a funny matter. But that God's called me into this, and I feel very attuned with His will. Not everything in my life is perfect and excellent by any means. I do have things in my life that are stressing me out right now, situations which are definitely far from ideal. But I feel my relationship with Christ or God is better than it's ever been. So this is the comment I laughed at from Andrew Martin. You give and watch what Allah does to Mufti's bank account. Can't disagree with that one. Can't disagree with that one. So this is a follow-up to the halal food question. He says halal is sacrificed to Allah. That's why it's halal. Wouldn't that be bad for Christians? So first of all, that's not really true. Halal food just means that they have a process that certifies that nothing haram was used in the process of producing the food. That it wasn't produced. Say that your beef, right, wasn't processed in a factory that also processes pork, and thus there's some risk of cross contamination, and that the animals were slaughtered in the appropriate Islamic manner, and so forth. So I mean, in some sense, I suppose that you're dedicating it to a law by following His laws, but it doesn't really mean that it's been sacrificed in a pagan type manner. But even if it was, see my answer to the lady who called in and asked about selling her farm animals to Muslims who might sacrifice them, and how I referenced the explicit teaching of Paul in the epistles directly in question to what you're saying here. That is it okay for Christians to eat meat that may have been sacrificed to idols? And the answer given is to let each be convinced in his own mind. So just a couple more questions and then we'll wrap up for the evening. It looks like Hassan has joined the chat. Do you have a comment or question for me, Hassan? No, you do not. All right. Thank you very much for nothing, you loser idiot. I don't know why these people can't figure out that their little disruption is not going to have anything to do with the stream, but hey, they are members of a religion that doesn't value intellect, so apparently it's too complicated for them to figure out. Breakfast gun. I don't know if this was intended as a question for me. Christian Prince was in the army, question mark? I have no idea. So I don't know if you're asking me, but if you were, I have no idea. Skanderberg says, for how many birthdays are you planning on slamming Allah? And, I think that the biblical teaching is to always be open to the possibility that things will change. It's not saying never make plans by any means, but that to be open to the possibility of God guiding you to a new place, a new mission, a new calling in your walk with Him. And so I have no plans to stop. I also don't know how long I'm going to live. So my answer would be for as many as God allows me to do so. I feel bad for online apologists that get free classes on gynecology and rectal studies. Okay. I mean, it's no big deal. It's a little small image on my preview screen. I can tell well enough that it's human anatomy, but I'm not like staring at it. I see it for a second, I cover it up, and that's the end of it. Purpose is that Christian Prince was a police officer. All right, good to know. Thank you for that. And it looks like the command didn't go through for you there, Moses, but I thank you for the birthday wishes. If you want to try again, it'll probably show it on screen. Hey, David joined after all. Look at that. I already told everyone that you weren't going to make it, and then you joined.
Just got internet back. And what did I do?
Jumped right into my stream.
Jumped right into Thaddeus's stream. Because it's his birthday.
It is indeed my birthday, and we've been having some good fun here. We also had a couple Muslims try to show me their pornography collections.
Yeah, it's pretty standard. It's always weird. That's been happening for years, and it used to happen everywhere. I'd be on Facebook. It didn't matter where I was. As soon as I criticized anything to do with Islam, just bombarding with pornography, and it's like, seriously? And you go look at their accounts. You go look at their accounts, and everything is alhamdulillah, the world needs the Quran and stuff like this. And then as soon as you know, porn, it's like, where are you even getting all this porn? You must be on it pretty regularly. You had like this storehouse of porn images to start posting everywhere. Anyway, I don't know. What a religion.
Yeah, well, I've heard, I haven't verified this factually, but I've heard that the Islamic countries are some of the top consumers of pornography. So
yeah, I don't know what the latest data show, but you go back like 10 years ago, there was that study, and like Pakistan led the world, but it was all this weird stuff like woman having sex with dog, woman having sex with donkey. It was like all the like creepiest, most disgusting things imaginable. And like Pakistan, like the Sharia compliant hellhole of the world. That's where they love all that stuff. Anyway.
Yeah, so I was still had a few questions that I was working through that the audience had asked. Peripheral here was asking if everyone is born a Muslim and then they, drift away or whatever to Christianity, Judaism, Hinduism, whatever, does that make them apostates liable to be killed? And I mean, I think it kind of should, although it doesn't actually. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't think that's what they're thinking of as far as the laws, because then the command would be kill everyone because everyone is an apostate. It just looks like these things weren't thought through when Muhammad's coming up with the rules. You know what I mean? It's like, this guy, if anyone leaves this religion, you got to kill him. And then in another context, hey, everyone's born as a Muslim, and then not putting those things together. But since it wasn't enforced that way, in other words, since they didn't actually just go kill every single person, doesn't seem to suggest that they put those things together. But I mean, you can say other cool things like no one has left a religion more than people have left Islam ever. It's impossible.
Yeah, I guess maybe the difference would be that you're not as morally culpable because your parents deceived you and they took you out of Islam when you were a little kid or something, and thus you're not subject to the death penalty. I actually don't really know of any rulings on that, any explanations from scholars as to why the death penalty for apostasy doesn't apply if they're supposedly Muslims. It could be the difference between a little M Muslim and a big M Muslim too, I suppose. I don't really know. But it is interesting that Islam and atheism share this in common, that they both are telling me all the time how everyone's born into their religion. And I'm like, you realize you're arguing that unthinking babies have the same position that you do.
Yeah, I think Aaron Ra, he's a internet atheist, but I think he like tweeted like rocks are atheists or something like that. Like that sounds like something we would post to make fun of it, but he was posting it like if you lack belief in God, then you're an atheist. Yeah, rocks are atheists. With Islam, now notice it's funny because when you're talking about babies, you can just make stuff up, right? Say, they're all Muslims. It's like, hey, how did you interview them or something? No, they just go ahead and say it. But it's pretty weird then for them to say when someone actually leaves Islam and is an apostate, say, you were never a Muslim. It's like, oh, okay, well then your prophet's a false prophet because he said everyone is.
Yeah, it's interesting that you have to have unlimited knowledge to be able to properly leave Islam, but you need absolutely zero knowledge to join Islam. Someone could have not even know the very basics.
Yeah, the less knowledge, the better if you're joining.
That's true. That is true.
No, I mean, think that's who they've been targeting with, trying to go on people's podcasts and so on. They're looking for people who know absolutely nothing so that they can use their dawah arguments on it and people don't know any better. Powerful.
Important question from Joel here. Wow, is this still going? Yes, it is. I'm glad I could clarify that for you. Did have a couple theories about why Muslims have so much pornography. Resurrecting Truth says they're practicing for the porn movies in paradise with Muhammad. I'm not sure what FT is standing for in this context. Every Muslim man.
Yeah, I don't know what that means either. Hey, where's Muhammad Hijab when we need him? He knows. Oh, he knows what everything means somehow.
And then the other theory is that the spam porn stash is a secret weapon when the miracle He said and numbers.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So yeah, like miracles of science or whatever,
Mhm.
Or they're large superior numbers. When neither of those work against the enemy, then they bring up
Yeah,
the fourth.
think about it. Hey, you should convert to Islam because of all the scientific miracles. You say, no, actually, this is all wrong. Well, there are all these miraculous number coincidences. It's not impressive either. Well, look at all this porn then. Like, what? What is wrong with your brain that's how you think? Anyway.
Or my personal favorite argument, whenever I get into a discussion of Muslims and I'm bringing up their sources, they're always like, that source is false, that source is false, that source is false. Convert to Islam, where all of our sources are false. Strong argument.
Powerful stuff. Powerful.
So we had a comment about you debating Aaron Ra. Looking forward to your debate with him. And a couple people said he's a Satanist now. I know that he said those words, that he's calling himself a Satanist. I don't know if he's actually like worshiping Satan or not, but he did actually say those words for sure.
Look at that. You see,
Yep,
yeah, well,
Muhammad Hijab.
Muhammad Hijab and stripping, and then wondering why their guys are so interested in porn. And like, you look at their champion Dawa guys, and they're saying things about gimps and golden showers and slapping people and stuff, and people are like, what is this? But turns out that he's very knowledgeable. With the Aaron Ra, with being a Satanist, you got to distinguish between Satanists who actually believe in Satan, and then like the Satanists who they just mean that they're hedonists and they call themselves Satanists. I'm not sure because I don't know too much about them, but if I had to guess, I would think he's in that latter category of Satanist, just meaning hedonist or something like that. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
what kind of Satanist? Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't think I've ever watched a video of his. I couldn't care less. He's a complete joker. So now people are just going to keep triggering hijab over and over again. Since
Why is he wearing a fanny pack under that shirt?
Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
It is a bit weird. I was like, why is he wearing that? But
oh, I see that, and like first thing I think is, what is that leather strap? And then that makes me think of Muhammad saying, "The eyes are the leather strap of the." I can't even watch any of these guys without like all this creepy stuff from their prophet and them like popping into my head.
So it looks like we have Perfect Dawa in the chat now. He just showed up now, and he says, I was wondering if David Wood is willing to have a discussion with me about his latest video on 10 Quran verses.
What 10 Quran? Do you know what he's talking about? 10 Quran verses, 10 verses of Quran. Do you know what he's talking about?
I mean, not specifically. Did you not release a video recently that had that in the title or something?
Not that, I mean, it's possible that I am not recalling because I'm old now, but I don't recall that. Perfect Dawa, what video are you talking about?
Yeah, let us know about that, because I wasn't sure what video he was referring to either. So either we're both forgetting, or this isn't a recent video, or who knows.
Yeah, he could see something like on a completely different channel, like that's from years ago or something. I don't know. Or he's talking about one of my recent videos, and he was just counting, and I wasn't. Wait, let's see. Oh no, he posted it again.
Yeah, that's just the same comment again.
Hey, Perfect Dawa, we're asking what video you're talking about because we do not know.
Be Happy thinks he might be talking about the Quranic dilemma, which he obviously just redid. Maybe that has 10 verses in it. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He may be counting, and I'm not, because I don't know. It could be 10. It could be 11. It could be 12. I don't know. I would have to go and watch it right now and count. Or you could just tell me which video you're talking about.
Indeed. So this one was for me earlier. Since I was doing AMA, people asked me some personal questions. Tiki says, what kind of music do you like? A favorite song or band? So it's been several years actually since I listened to secular music. I listened to as lame as it is, I listen to the Christian contemporary music on the radio. Historically, probably, well, my favorite band, that one's easy. It was the Beatles. I know that's a very generic, boring answer, but it's also the truth. I listen to a variety of things. I definitely listen to techno and dance music. That might have been my favorite genre, but I've listened to plenty of straight rock and all kinds of things. So.
Perfect Dawa says you were counting down 10 verses that are violent. Don't recall that. I don't know what site you're talking about. That is not a recent video. That might be a video from like 8 or 10 years ago or something like that. With that said, if you tell us what video you're talking about, we could always discuss it one day. So yeah, perfect Dawa. I don't recall posting anything like that recently. It sounds like something I would have posted 5 or 10 years ago or something like that. So yeah, if you're thinking about, yeah, just come up with the title. We could talk about it at some point.
Peripheral says Arab Christian songs are good. I actually don't think I've ever I don't think I've ever heard an Arab Christian song, but I'd be interested in checking that out. I can't picture Thaddeus listening to techno. Why not? I told you that Matrix earlier on the stream. I told you that Matrix was my favorite movie.
Yep. Did you show that? Did you show them the pictures?
No, I don't have them on.
I was
my
shocked.
computer.
Dude, I was shocked. I sit here and
Yeah.
hey, I'm Reasoned Answers, and here's my apologetics channel, and I talk about apologetics and theology. And hey, check out me. I'm Neo. And I'm like, wait, what? I was Neo back in the day. What in the world?
Yeah, I didn't
That came out
mention
of
that
nowhere.
when they asked me about my favorite movie, but I did say that was very impactful in my life. I dressed
guys,
goth.
Yeah, you could cut all that stuff out. You can edit that out afterwards. I didn't know. I thought you were telling them about
No.
this earlier.
No. It's not private. I just didn't happen to mention that. But
That is so.
yeah, I dressed goth, and I attempted to get the exact trench coat that Neo wore in the movie.
Pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That's the coolest thing I ever.
The sunglasses were a custom deal. You can actually. They were like a limited run of like 200 or something that were like originally $300 or $500, and then of course they all got bought right away. So I did not get the correct sunglasses, but I made an attempt to get as close as possible. So there you go.
Yeah, because I mean, like Vocab Malone. Like you could watch some Vocab Malone videos and then find out that he like is a total nerd and like goes to a G.I. Joe convention dressed as Cobra Commander or something like that. And you think, oh, it kind of makes sense. He's a total dork. But yeah, with you, I'm thinking like, who's this guy? A math teacher? What in the world is he? Not picturing, hey, I'm in the Matrix, man.
Skinderberg, regular on here, says hello, legendary David Wood. And then Trinity Matrix said David Wood about Petra, a legendary Christian band. I'm not sure what that means actually.
Petra, Christian band. No, not familiar with them. Yeah, when I was young, I listened to like what is now old school rap. So I started listening to rap before it was cool. And then later on, classic rock. So you talked about the Beatles. I was a Pink Floyd guy. I like their songs because they lost their lead singer early on because he went insane. He always had mental health difficulties, but then they got a band. He started doing more drugs, and it like exacerbated his mental health decline. And he got to the point where he would go on stage and be playing the wrong song that everyone else is playing, and they eventually just realized they couldn't function with him. And then so he had to leave. They replaced him, and then anyway, they did lots of songs about people losing their minds. And I was like, wow. I was listening to before I knew the stuff about the guy, I was like, whoa, these guys seem to know what it's like to go crazy and lose your mind. Where'd they get that? And it turns out, their bandmate lost his mind. Anyway, I liked Pink Floyd, AC/DC, that kind of stuff when I was younger.
So Perfect Dawa says that the video was top 10 commands to understand Islam, and it was 1 month ago.
That doesn't sound familiar. Top 10 commands to understand. It was only Perfect Dawa. I can personally guarantee you, I did not post a video a month ago titled Top 10 Commands to Understand Islam. Someone may have posted an old video on some other channel of me, because I tell everyone they can always post anything I want. I do not care. To understand Islam. I don't even see myself popping up when I post that. There's top 10 myths Muslims believe about Islam. Yeah, I don't even see a video titled that. So you're hopelessly confused.
I would tell you to send a link, but YouTube won't let you send links. So
yeah, you'll need to give exact title or like the channel where it is or something like that. But yeah, that is not ringing a bell. It's not even ringing a bell that would be a title I would use. Like I remember I posted a video a long time ago, top 10 Quran verses for understanding ISIS or something like that. Top 10 myths Muslims believe about Islam, things like that. Yeah. No idea.
All right. So Javier said,
what about Christian rock bands? I listened to DC Talk when DC Talk was around. I was locked up during that time, but yeah, there were a few of us Christians who listened to DC Talk. Well, I think it was because Christians started getting this stuff because Jesus Freak was such a popular song that was actually played on regular radio stations, and then so people were like, "Hey, hey, these guys are singing about Jesus and stuff," and then they look up DC Talk and so on, and then yeah, so they had a couple albums that we had when I was locked up, and I listened to a ton of times.
Yeah, one of my favorites from that same era is Plum. I actually think she's still releasing music, at least was as of a couple years ago. I really enjoyed Plum, but mostly I don't necessarily follow like specific bands. I could tell you favorite songs, but I don't necessarily have favorite Christian bands.
Well, it was DC Talk was weird because they started off like as a rap trio and not tremendously great at rap, but then they started singing songs, and two of their three guys are like as far as I can tell, two of the best Christian singers of all time. It's just they turned out that way. One of them, I mean, totally different styles of voices, but man, those guys had some pipes on them.
So let's see. Laughter said David Wood, or actually said David Woods, is bigger than Tom Cruise indeed. The fact they put indeed makes me think that this is a reference to something, but
no idea. But yeah, Tom Cruise is like what, like 5'6" or something like that. So yeah, I'm significantly bigger than Tom Cruise. I do like the plural there because I do the work of several human beings.
Ask says you didn't see the thumbnail. Okay. Thanks for letting me know you didn't like the thumbnail to my video. I don't know why you're telling me that, but good to know. Good to know. If someone was to destroy / defile a Quran for someone's birthday, how would someone whose birthday it is prefer to see a Quran destroyed or defiled? That's an excellent, completely theoretical question, I trust. Something creative, you know.
Hang on.
I'm hanging on.
One second. Come on. Huh. Okay, I got it. This will be a bit tricky, but since you're literally asking, literally asking, so I'm not going to give you something easy. But I looked up what type of acid will dissolve paper, and it says here hydrochloric acid is significantly strong enough to dissolve paper. So I would like to see it dissolved in hydrochloric acid, like bodies being dissolved in what they use in hydrofluoric acid or something like that in Breaking Bad. Anyway,
Mm.
yeah, something like seeing acid. I've never seen that before, but that would be good, like a vat of acid.
Yeah, I was going to say something creative. I was actually, the first thing that pops into my mind is like, and I don't actually know if this is true, but like microwaving it long enough to catch on fire or something like that. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, something we haven't thought of because we've thought of a bunch of things that we've done and have recorded and haven't released yet. So we're trying to come up with stuff that we haven't actually done already.
Mhm. Yeah, we may have David and myself and a couple other people. We might have something to say about desecrating Qurans here in the very near future.
Yeah, I can neither confirm nor deny the fact that we have done these things. Good.
Yep. Purely theoretical here. We're not condoning nor condemning any Quran activity.
Indeed, but we are condoning it under certain circumstances.
Well, yeah, if it has a purpose, right? Just for the heck of it. I wouldn't say it's wrong. I just say it's pointless. But if there's a purpose behind it, absolutely, I'm on board for that. So Trinity says we need to talk Petra. They consider by a whole range of people to be the greatest Christian rock band ever. The name does sound vaguely familiar, but
yeah, I've heard of them. I just can't think of. I've never listened to them. Well, not knowingly. I may have heard them on a Christian rock station at some point. And if I hear some, I may actually recognize it, but I can't think of anything right now. But I'm not opposed to grabbing a CD or something like that. And do people use CDs anymore? I'm trying to think of a scenario where I do. Anyway, yeah, I'll look them up on YouTube.
Yeah, that'll work. You can find
Let me
pretty
see.
much any music on YouTube.
I'm gonna search for the greatest Petra song of all time while you're pulling up more questions.
All right. Powerful says Allah will defend the Quran from the acid, and then we have a number of suggestions.
Good luck with that one.
Yeah, we got chainsaw, we got origami, and then burning it. Houston says I don't want to hurt my microwave, so I guess mine's out.
I still
Dip it
haven't.
in camel urine?
I still haven't. Well, yeah, dipping it in camel urine isn't going to destroy it though. But I realized I forgot to make the Andrew Tate Bugatti Kuranagami Bugatti because I realized how many folds that takes. And how complicated the folds are. It's a bit tricky. You can do it. It can be done. You can make a completely origami sports car that looks like a Bugatti. But man, that is some serious work. Because I'll post a video like when I made that Quran castle. I posted the video, and I don't remember what the video is. It's like 8 minutes, and I fast forward through stuff and so on. But I mean, you're actually talking about hours and hours and hours of folding stuff to make some of this stuff, and then you just get the video, and it's a nice quick little video, but it's actually pretty in-depth work.
I do like this one from Cheeky here. Throw it in a volcano. Now that
would be impressive.
Epic.
That would be phenomenal.
So if someone lives in the vicinity of a volcano, go ahead and film yourself throwing it in there. And if you don't want to be in the video, no problem. I'll just edit you out. But I want that footage of the Quran being thrown into a volcano.
And if there is an actual volcano where that could be done, where there's actual lava sitting in there, I will totally go do that.
Well, I know that there's definitely volcanoes in parts of the world that have like active sitting lava pools. Most volcanoes don't, but there are volcanoes that do. It's not like just in the movies.
Can you
I know for sure there's some.
Can you imagine I show up to throw the Quran in the volcano? I toss it in there. It erupts, destroys me. That would be like the greatest story in the history of Dawah.
So Allah's revenge against you desecrating his Quran. You get to see the puppy's reaction here to the Quran. He doesn't like it for some reason. Perfect Dawa did email me the link, and I'm clicking on that. Oh yeah, this is a really, really old video. It was posted a month ago. It was posted on the David Wood archives a month ago.
What is it?
Top 10 verses to understand ISIS and other terrorists is what it's actually titled. I don't know for sure if that was the original.
That was not
title.
the original title. I'm impressed that it's there because that was I don't even know how anyone has that because that was one of the videos that was shut down by YouTube.
Yeah, so original title, Jamie Glazov and David Wood, top 10 Quran verses.
Oh, okay. Yeah, notice that. So my video, top 10 Quran verses for understanding ISIS, where I just went through verses of the Quran. I just went through things that ISIS were doing, and then, hey, these are the Quran verses that justify these things. And that video was eventually taken down by YouTube saying, it's like, oh, you can't point out that what ISIS is doing is connected to what the Quran says. So they took it down. But yeah, so after I posted my video, I was on Jamie Glazov's channel discussing that video and going through the points. So yeah, that video with Jamie Glazov was from Jamie Glazov's channel. And we were talking about my video, which was eventually taken down.
And originally posted on your channel at least October 18th, 2014. So 9 years ago is when you made that video. Very current.
Yep. So Perfect Dawa, you said I posted this, what do you say, a week ago, a month ago or something like that?
A month ago, yeah.
So you said I posted a response to ISIS a month ago. The question that should arise now, Perfect Dawa, is if you were that wrong about this, what else are you really, really wrong about?
A couple more suggestions about the Quran. Defile it by reading it. Yeah, I think that actually is true. You actually read what it says, and it kind of defiles itself. Andrew says, circular saw. Joel says, feed it to a sheep/goat.
Been there, done. Well, I mean, sorry. Joel,
Joel,
you
may see something about that.
Yeah, we now officially have video footage that can be used to you've got some Muslim sources that say it was a sheep, you got some that say it was a goat. We have performed the experiments. The experiments have been performed, and we can say decisively the evidence so notice you got the sources. You can't tell from the sources because you have sources saying either one. But we have determined that it is significantly more likely that the Quran was eaten by a goat just because they are much, much, much more likely, we have discovered, to eat a Quran.
Yeah, it was a challenge to get the sheep to eat it. The goat
gobble, gobble, gobble. They just dive right in. The sheep. Let me put it this way. Here's the other thing. If what really happened was the sheep ate it, that pretty much guarantees that it was deliberate because they had to do some work. They had to do some work to get the sheep to eat that thing. So that would pretty much guarantee that it was a conspiracy of Muhammad's wives to get rid of certain passages of the Quran.
Yeah, in your classic video is the sheep gate conspiracy. Maybe we should rename it the goat gate conspiracy, I guess. This one's interesting from Robert. Crickets will eat paper. I wonder how long it would take for crickets to eat a Quran.
Yeah, you know, it was weird. So I was in prison, and we had a bit of a roach problem. That's why when Andrew Tate was posting about being locked up and all the roaches and stuff, like, I know what that feels like. There's roaches all over the place. What was interesting was, I don't know what it was. It must have been, I'm guessing it was some kind of glue that was in the Quran, but roaches would like go into the spine of the Quran. I pick up the Quran, like roaches are falling out and stuff like that. It was just like, I don't know. It was kind of a disgusting, it's a disgusting thing. But I don't know if they were, they're disgusting creatures, so they're attracted to. I don't know. I assume they were attracted to the glue or the teachings, but yeah, they were eating something in that. They were eating something in that Quran, but I have no idea how long it would take them to actually eat the thing.
Yeah, that could probably take months. And I mean, you could take one picture a day if you have a tripod and eventually put it in time lapse, but might be a bit of effort for sure.
Yeah, it'd be some serious effort.
Andrew Martin says that there's a volcano near where he lives in New Zealand. So, Andrew, if you want to do it, by all means, we'll air it.
Andrew, just to be clear, you're talking about an active volcano. Like if you were somehow able to walk up and look down, you would actually like see lava down there. Is that? Because I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know you could actually walk up to. I assumed there would be like they would not let you up there if you have a place with lava. Because it seems like it would be a hilarious place to just run up and be making videos of people tossing stuff in all the time. I don't know.
Yeah, you might have to actually get permission or something.
Yeah, check on that, Andrew.
Right, you probably wouldn't, but Be Happy says get Olympic archers to use it as target practice.
You don't need Olympic archers. I won the 8th grade archery contest at my middle school, which is wouldn't be terribly impressive, but this is West Virginia, so you had all these like guys who hunt animals and stuff like this, and I didn't know what I was doing, but I crushed them all. I just had a knack for various projectiles. So anyway, point was, yeah, we have access to bows, and that will be coming on its own. So no need to get Olympic archers on that one.
Grind it up with pork.
Someone did that years ago. That was a like way back in the day. You're talking like 2007, 2008 or something. Dude posted a video of him grilling pork chops on the grill with pages of the Quran and flipping, and then he fed it to his dog. And that was way back in my days where I would like, don't do that stuff. And thousands and thousands of horrible events later and countless death threats later and stuff. It's like, you guys only seem to get the lesson when people do stuff like this. So I don't object anymore.
Indeed. So we have some more suggestions. Feed it to a wood chipper. Not a bad suggestion there.
Yeah, it's going to happen.
I like how every one of these you're just like, yep, that'll happen.
No, that's gonna be part of I mean, someone's gonna really have to annoy us, but I've planned with AP a video titled 101 Ways to Desecrate the Quran.
Oh man.
It's just gonna be rapid fire. It's just gonna be rapid fire, like 2 seconds per thing of showing the Quran. Anyway.
So Phil says, I wouldn't advise using acids for obvious reasons.
I have no idea what the obvious reason is. If you have a vat of acid and you stick a Quran in it and then you film it dissolving, that seems like I have no idea what the obvious reason is. And then if using sharp object, it seems like he's just talking about general safety. Yeah, that's not a factor, Phil. That's not a factor here. Safety is not a consideration. I mean, I'm not gonna be too stupid, but there are ways to be safe. You can be perfectly safe around acid, and you can be perfectly safe around sharp objects. And worst case, if you're messing around with a sharp object, you lose a finger or something like that. But so what?
Andrew did say that the volcano by him doesn't have the lava lake, so it'd just be thrown in the volcano. But there are definitely ones that do. He said it would be easy to do in Hawaii. So I don't think that they have an active pool of lava, but some of the Hawaiian volcanoes, they like are continually slowly emitting lava, and you could probably put it on top of that slow moving lava and catch it on fire.
Because you see the little trails, the little lava rivulet things and so on. And you can just toss it on one of those, probably. Matter of fact, I recall videos where someone's like, what happens if I put a can of soda on lava, and they toss a can of soda on there and then it it busts open and so on.
So Skinderbeg says, when you and the legendary David Wood are going to talk about Allah and the bathroom, I don't have a strong desire to talk about Allah and the bathroom. I mean, there are lots of goofy Islamic teachings about the bathroom, but not at the top of my to-do list by any means.
Yeah, I don't want to talk to anyone in the bathroom.
He said that it's perfect. I said they received that link a few days ago. I'd like to talk to you about it. Are you willing to talk about it?
Sure.
All right. You have a sure there. Perfect, Dawa. Maybe we'll get that arranged at some point. So with Allah in the bathroom, this question from Joel is relevant. Will there ever be a sequel to Islamicize Me?
Yeah, we wanted to do a prequel and a sequel, but more recently we were just talking about redoing it as just like an hour and a half, like documentary type thing. We're just realizing that I wasn't new to YouTube. I've been doing YouTube for a while. Hadn't done a lot of skits up to that point, but yeah, we just realized that we know way more now, and we have just in general better skills all around when it comes to recording, editing, and stuff like that. Like there were some scenes that I didn't use just because I had the lighting. So for some of the stuff it was professionally recorded. We actually had some guys. Other times we didn't have someone there. We recorded it on our own, and I was messing that stuff up because I didn't actually know how to adjust lighting and so on my camera. So that's how messed up we were. Anyway, we've realized that we could put a better budget now that we've been doing stuff for years. We could put a better budget into it. We could do it to where we don't rush through it, because we really rush through it. I mean, I stayed up. I was up for a few days straight. It was just or I'd go and take a quick nap or something like that. But yeah, we were hustling through it. We would one of us would be writing the script. If only two of us were in a scene, two of us would be in there being recorded for that scene. The other would be writing the script for the next scene, and so on. And so it was pretty rapid fire stuff. But yeah, the point is, we believe we could do that now and be way more hilarious and entertaining than when we originally did it. So there is a we may want to redo that. There's also, there's that. We wanted to do the prequel, which showed how we became the atheist that we started at, and then we want to do a sequel of us having to live as apostates with people wanting to come kill us and stuff. And then there's also been the suggestion, which is a good one, of having a female version of Islamicize Me, where it's women who convert to Islam, because they'd be focusing on different issues. But yep, all kinds of possibilities, and I'm sure we will be doing something along those lines here at some point.
Excellent.
I wonder if you can have women volunteer to go to a boxing studio or something and be the targets in order to be the most the Islamic women they could be. Who could get green faster or something like that.
When you add the title, that becomes a bit more interesting. Who can have the greenest skin?
Yeah, who could be beaten until their skin turns green fastest? Wow.
But hello Thaddeus, hello David, hello Sid. Happy birthday, Thaddeus.
The day after his birthday isn't his birthday, El. It's 12/27.
What?
We'll forgive Al.
The day after his birthday is not his birthday. It is 12/27 a.m.
Oh, well.
It is September 21st, is what I'm saying.
Pretend that I'm in a different time zone.
Well,
certain people on this live stream are in a different time zone. I don't know. It's still his birthday for other people, right?
Yeah.
Just not for him.
Exactly.
Were you born in California, Thaddeus?
I was born in Oklahoma, so that would be Central Time. So I
Okay,
guess
you're
you're
good.
still
You're
good.
good. You're good. You've been vindicated, El.
Nice.
So we did have some more suggestions for the Quran here. Oh, sorry, this one is a question. Do you leave a bad review when you buy a Quran?
That's funny. This is the dumbest book I've ever read. It is so stupid. It's completely incoherent. I have no idea. It sounds like it was written by a 4-year-old. Yeah, you could. That would be funny.
This one I liked from Cheeky. Use it as a McRib wrapper. Because I feel like that would take some effort and creativity to wrap it around your McRibs. So I like that one.
You
Feed
gotta
it to a
wait.
Komodo dragon.
Well, you also
Oh,
have to wait until the McRib is available because it's not always
yeah, that's
available.
true.
I mean, you could always get like bacon bookmarks for the Quran.
That's been done. That was done by Ann Barnhart.
Really?
Yep.
Bummer.
Yeah, she's the one I mentioned because this was a long time ago, and she made a video where she was taking pages out of the Quran that was all marked up with bacon bookmarks, and she was burning the pages of the pages that needed to be removed out of the Quran to make it less awful. And she was the one I'd mentioned before where she would obviously get death threats, and she would send the jihadis who are threatening her directions to her house. She would say, okay, so you're in the UK, you're going to want to go to such and such airport, then jump on there, take take it to this airport, then get a rental car at this rental car place, and then go down this highway and blah, 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 and take exit such and such. And they're going to reach she said, you're going to reach this dirt road. You're going to want to get on that dirt road and stay on there. It's pretty far down. Then just come up on my porch, knock on my front door. Don't worry, you won't feel a thing, sweetie. she would write that. So anyway, as far as I know, she never got brutally murdered. So they totally she intimidated them with that. Don't worry, you won't feel a thing.
Yeah, that's got to be the best way to end that.
The suggestions keep coming in here. After says feed it to a Komodo dragon, which I think it feels kind of random to me, but I do know that they are like dangerous, deadly predators in reality. So I don't know if they'd eat paper or not.
What's interesting to me is, if you were to feed the Quran to a Komodo dragon, for some reason, it always pops up into my head like this. Hey, something is being done right now that has never been done before. I mean, like when I was doing Quranigami, I was like, am I the first person to ever think of doing origami with a Quran? I mean, like, is this the first thing? Like, I knew in certain instances, like when I'm making a castle or something, like, okay, no one's ever done this before, but I don't know. I don't even know if I'm like the first person to do the origami. But yeah, it's interesting to think that of all all the people in all the situations that have ever been around, that you actually can do something no one else ever thought of before.
Chloe says Jesus is Lord and abortion is murder. Absolutely, Chloe. Glad you are here. Hey, and look, someone noticed L's here. The love of God says, "Hey, sister." Well,
Wait.
sort of. They said L-E. So
Wait,
I
Ellie's
guess it
here.
doesn't count.
They've been corrupted by certain individuals to go by the abbreviation of YBIC.
Hello.
Someone called me Ellie.
Oh. Don't wear it out.
Yeah. Moses, who we know probably is still alive since he was contemporary to Jesus and all. And he says, "Don't insult the Quran. It's a beautiful metaphorical book for perverts." Can't argue with that. And that's some really solid logic. Solid logic there. Joel says, "Smoke it low and slow."
That one's been done. We've seen that one done by someone.
Yep, we sure have. Javier says, "Try throwing them in the sewer like they do in Saudi Arabia."
Yeah, that seems to be, I mean, maybe apart from people who just throw it in the garbage. I don't know how many Qurans are actually just like at a dump in the garbage and stuff like that, but throwing them in the sewers seems to be like the preferred method of disposing of Qurans in places like Saudi Arabia. They clean up the sewers and they're filled with piles of Qurans. And like, wait, you're like the Islam capital of the world, and that's what people think.
But, emerging and running water is one of the 3 proper ways of disposing a tattered Quran. So I don't know, so there's kind of running water. Maybe
It's
maybe
kind of
makes sense.
Not
a
made
lot of
impure by anything. I
other
mean,
running stuff in there.
it's not made impure by anything.
Supposedly it's connected to magical practices. I don't know if it's really that, or people just want to get rid of Quran and they can't like throw them in their trash can. Someone might notice that, and then they might get in big trouble if someone found out they threw a Quran in the trash. So I don't know. This one's good here. Bury it in a muddy pool. Why might we choose a muddy pool specifically?
With good reasons. Then the sun would burn it up and you get a double whammy.
Mm-hmm. This one seems random. Make a skateboard out of it. But...
Oh yeah, because they have a problem with the soles of your feet. But yeah, hadn't thought of that one. That's a good idea. Like take a skateboard and get some pages of the Quran on there that you're standing on as you're going around.
And Nathaniel said time zone to Kia. There you go. Lying about our time zones.
I said pretend. I didn't say like it was the lie.
Yeah, you just said it's my birthday somewhere, right? Like the saying, it's always 5 o'clock somewhere. And it's always Thaddeus's birthday somewhere, as long as it's within a 24-hour or a 48-hour period. I mean, come on. Andrew said that's a lot of McRib wrappers. Well, I mean, I think you'd only do one. You'd just do a couple pages of the Quran. You wouldn't use every page.
Yeah, who would, seriously think we're going to get 1,500 McRibs to wrap every page of the...
For some reason, my mind went to like those videos. It's like feeding the homeless, and it's just like I bought 1,500 McRibs to feed the homeless with
and wrap them all in the
wrappers.
Quran. Yeah.
And then a couple days later, there was less homeless population because some of them died of heart attacks. Oh wait, that's not how
that is that's actually some seriously good titling. People would have to watch that. People would definitely have to watch it.
Yes. I gave 1,500 McRibs wrapped in Quran pages to the homeless.
Their reaction.
Make a diaper for a dog. Okay. Smother
That's
it
true.
in lard. Why not? I do like this one, a Quran dreidel.
Oh,
that might be a little hard to do, but I like the idea.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, I've never seen it, but I'm pretty sure I could make a dreidel, a Koranagami dreidel.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it could be done.
Oh man, anyone can create custom toilet paper using pages from the Quran and place them in a mosque's toilet. Well, I don't know. You could print an image on toilet paper. That's definitely a thing, but they may not actually fulfill that order if you try to get them to print the Quran on it. Maybe worth a try. I don't know. And then, man, other than the slight problem of the people being in the bathroom, unless you couldn't actually film their reaction, it would be great to see people's reaction when they realize the toilet paper is the Quran, or would they even realize it? They just think it's weird little scribbles because they don't actually know Arabic like most Muslims.
I mean, they're supposed to use rocks anyway, though, right?
If they're following the Sunnah of Muhammad, the perfect example, then yes.
That would be pretty gross, walking into a mosque bathroom and seeing a pile of rocks there.
Yeah, they'd run out pretty quick. I mean, I know you can wash them and all, but
yeah, you're gonna have to scrub those rocks off and reuse them, or like even worse, they don't scrub them off and just reuse them. I don't know what they do.
I wonder if anyone's ever launched the Quran into space.
I know David was talking about that the other day, wanting to do that.
How about a Quran suit? Why in the world would I want to cover myself in pages of the Quran? Come on.
There's some good reasons.
Yeah, we already came up with that idea. Like L's gonna make me a shirt with Quran pages all over it, and then in the middle it's just gonna say "Checkmate Jihadis," and then they can't kill me because they'd have to desecrate the Quran.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty bulletproof idea.
It is.
Use the Quran to make a paper mache mask of Muhammad. I feel that's kind of along the same lines, right? Because they'll object to the image of Muhammad, but then they can't destroy it because it's made out of Quran pages. So what are they going to do about that? Do they wash? So the rocks. Do they wash them? I don't think semen crusty Muhammad did. Well, he did take one bath in between his 9 sexual intercourse events a night. So
in the hot, sweaty desert. You remember that scene from The Matrix? It's the smell.
Evil of Islam says, can we gift Muhammad a preserved Quran this year for his birthday? Inshallah. No, because
we don't
such
have
thing
one.
Doesn't exist. Definitely cannot do that. But Chloe asked what we are doing for Muhammad's birthday, and Hatun is going to have a celebrate Muhammad's birthday stream on her channel, and I will definitely be there. I think Elle and David might be there. I don't want to speak for them, but they've been invited for sure.
Yeah, as long as I'm not somewhere else, I'm not going to miss Muhammad's birthday. That would be disrespectful.
And we definitely don't want to disrespect Muhammad. Have you seen the
Oh, I was just gonna say his birthday is way more fun to celebrate without him.
Sure. Have you seen the
Without
Muslim mom who made fun of Hatun Tosh assault? So at first I thought this was a generic comment. I'm going to say Muslim singular. There's many, but I remembered that there's a channel called the Muslim.
There's a channel called the Muslim Mum. But I mean,
yeah.
if she made fun of Hatun getting assaulted, that is
she did.
That is punishable by Quran desecration, as far as I'm concerned.
I haven't actually watched the video, but the title of it is something like "The Christian Hag Hatun deserved to be assaulted" or something like that. So
good to know.
Meanwhile, she was also the one who posted that video like right after Ali Dawa said like the scientific miracles are debunked, talking about how excited she is about Ali Dawa and how he's like a great role model for her kid. It's so funny.
Yeah, they really know how to pick their winners there.
So just to be clear, the exact title, I was off a bit. Muslim girl destroys Islamophobic Christian hag Hatun Tosh.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Muslim girl destroys Islamophobic Christian hag Hatun Tosh. The Muslim Mum. Good to know.
And she does play the video of Hatun being assaulted in the video. I know that for sure.
Oh, you mean when the Christian assaulted her? Ho, ho, ho.
I'm a Christian! Yeah, totally believable, right? Totally believable. Do you guys plan on doing more content on TikTok? The Dawa Muslims have been attempting to take it over due to ignorance. Well, partly ignorance, but also partially because they have an army of false flaggers, and TikTok will take down channels that receive enough flags without any real investigation. So they have been pretty effective at silencing a lot of critics on TikTok thus far. And I'm not quite sure what to do about that. I don't think it's necessarily biased. I think that the platform is just completely automated and they don't have any human beings.
Yeah,
Muslims are organized and they flag enough videos.
Yeah, when you have an army that is obsessed with shutting down any sort of content that they don't want, and then they find a platform that just gives in to them repeatedly. Yeah, looks like that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, so I mean, if you have a good suggestion on how to combat that, I'd like to know. Quote Nevermore says, "Where can I get free Qurans? I want to start making these videos."
You normally walk up to a dawa table or booth.
Just ask for one. As long as they don't know you, they'll give you one. They'll think you want it. I think there are a couple places online where you can order one. Obviously, then it'll come to your address and they'd have your address, but it's not like they would know that you're the person that ended up posting a video with the Quran destroyed. They wouldn't even know it was their Quran. So, yeah, you can make your own decision about whether you want to get one that way, or you can just buy one. It's not like they're super expensive. Mr. Clear here in the chat says, Allah will burn David in hell. So go on, David, burn Quran. So you have permission from a Muslim to burn the Quran.
That's what I heard. That's entirely what I heard. He told you to do it, which means it's on his head. So
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't going to, but I mean, if he's begging me.
that's what it sounds like to me.
All right. Burning is one of the 3 proper ways of disposing of a Quran. So maybe he just wants you to get rid of all those corrupted Qurans with all the missing verses that you have around.
Yeah, maybe he wants to pick which Quran is the official version and then wants all the others burned. That was Uthman's strategy.
Make the Quran into musical instruments like a drum skin or a shaker. I like the idea, but again, that sounds difficult.
I mean, if we paper mache it, it's definitely doable. Like get some beans or rice or something for the inside.
I heard Muslims get upset if you hold the Quran in your left hand. That's a photo op, if there ever was one. I mean, I'm sure there's probably some Muslims that would get upset about that, but I don't think it'd be any significant number. Even though it's improper handling of the Quran, it's pretty minor compared to a lot of other things people are doing to Qurans. And Janice pointed out that you can get a Quran at a used bookstore as well, and then it will probably only be a few dollars. So options for you. Let's see. I did have. Oh yeah, Andrew. Since it was your suggestion, Andrew's volunteering your UL to be the first to have your skin turn green.
I can't
No
tell
comment?
if that's like an honor or hateful, but sure.
And
I would be happy to star in the next Islamicize Me, so I'm down.
All right. And one real question here: where do Muslims get the idea that everyone is born a Muslim?
Muhammad said it. That's it. That's enough to settle the issue for them.
So it's a hadith then?
Yeah. The same guy who said that the sun sets in a pool of water, and that Alexander the Great is a devout Muslim and so on. He also pointed out that everyone's born Muslim. So you can trust him.
Definitely. Shake and Bake says, I use a care provided Quran for my lung cookie collection. Good to know. And Andrew did clarify that he means green makeup. Professor Yaffel says that we should use them as fish and chips wrappers. And just Jenna says that there's a half dozen Qurans
Fish
in
and
the
chips
shop that she works on. Yep,
Yeah.
fish and chips.
I'm
Those
guessing
UK people.
I'm guessing the professor's from the UK because we don't really eat fish and chips over here.
Yep, that is correct. Yaffel's a regular on the channel. I know that they're from the
Yeah,
UK.
we eat burgers and fries here.
Indeed. And looks like Phil has provided the reference for everyone being born a Muslim. And look at this. Look who has joined the chat.
What in the world?
Mr. Arog. I
Look
guess he's a
at
fan
that.
of Aaron now. And
He called me A-Rog.
A-Rog.
That's what you wrote as your name.
A-Raj. A-Raj.
Mr. Anthony Rogers, welcome to the chat.
What's happening, folks? What's that
We've been
dog doing walking across the screen?
Yeah, it's a. I was going to say you're about to find out, but so he wakes up, he walks over, is curious of what that Quran is doing there, takes a good sniff of it, and then has the only appropriate reaction to smelling what the Quran is offering.
Huh.
Anthony, you're going by A-Raj now. You remember that show, What's Happening? What's Happening
What's
Now?
happening, and then what's happening now with
Raj? Man, it had
and Rerun.
Yeah, Rerun.
Shirley. Of course, I watched all the classics. I'll bet nobody else in here knows that show.
Nope, that's us.
Sorry.
What's happening?
Yeah, I used to watch What's Happening and What's Happening Now, and then Good Times.
Mm-hmm.
All the greats. You guys are missing out. It has impoverished your ability to do apologetics well. If you had watched those shows, you guys would be 10 times better. No, I'm kidding.
Is Rerun still alive?
I don't know.
Nope, died in 2003. Gosh, 20 years ago.
Oh, man. Sometimes I hear of an actor dying and then I completely forget about it. And I go back and look and find out they died, like Gary Coleman from Different Strokes. I forgot he had died.
So speaking of people who are still alive, is Sed here, or is he just like here to show off his picture?
So Saeed, you hear? It's your opportunity to talk to David Wood, L, Anthony. He was here earlier. He did talk to me earlier, but he may no longer be there. So I'll give you a chance to demonstrate that you're alive, and then I'll kick you out.
Me?
Yeah.
He grunted.
Yeah. Me? Yes, you. So this is your opportunity to ask David your amazing questions, which will convert him into Islam.
David will never convert to Islam.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You must be omniscient.
Stated differently, David will never lose all of his brain cells. And
No, he does not have a brain cell.
that's what it would require for him to become a Muslim.
Yeah. He
Is
lost.
to lose all of his brain cells.
Yes,
Hey, Anthony, I just looked this up, but Rerun became a motivational speaker and Baptist minister, man.
Oh, that's cool.
That is cool.
Yeah. I mean, I had no idea back in the day what any of these guys.
Dang, he started off as a street dancer.
Oh, I can imagine.
Why am I talking about Rerun?
Remember,
Anyway,
he used to
I hadn't
dance.
thought about
He used to dance in the show every once in a while.
Yeah, I
it
didn't
was
know
always
there was
surprising because he was a big boy.
Yeah. Rerun.
I was just listening to something earlier today. I didn't realize Melly Mel had something to do with Beat Street. You had to have seen Beat Street.
Doesn't ring
like
a bell.
It was one of the breakdancing movies.
Oh yeah, I remember those. What there was one with Ozone and
yeah, I think
was it that one.
Yeah.
So do you have it?
Hey, Saeed.
What's up?
Yeah, see, I wasn't going to go the insult route, but since you started saying I don't have any brain cells, your prophet's a child molesting, murdering rapist.
And
glad you have a sense of humor about that.
You will never convert to Islam because you have too much hate inside your heart. That's why you never convert to Islam.
You have too much hate.
Yes, too much hate.
You have too much hate against molesting little girls. Shame on you. You need to be more open-minded, less Islamophobic, David.
No, Bibi Aisha was an 18-year-old girl, not a 6-year-old.
She's not 6?
No.
What about What about the dozens of hadiths I have that say she was 9 when Muhammad consummated the marriage and 6 or 7 when she was when they married?
You know, Hadith has also said Prophet Muhammad was a very, he never lie, and he was a good man. So you don't believe in Hadith, right? Do you believe in Hadith?
Do I believe that these are records of the claims about Muhammad? Yes. And saying that he would never
So,
lie, that is the sort of thing where you can look and say, okay, this guy is a compulsive liar, but they want to praise him for things. But you say, okay, why would they make up a story about him, the greatest man in the world, supposedly, climbing on top of a 9-year-old girl? What's the point of making that up?
so you believe in some Hadith and you do not believe in some Hadith, right?
That is correct, sir.
So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You're
He
saying
not,
you believe in some and reject others?
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. Notice. I don't just look at the hadith and say, oh, I don't like this, therefore I throw it out. It's is this the sort of thing someone would make up, or does this contradict other hadiths, or does this contradict known information, and so on. It's not just, hey, do I like this or not. So with the hadiths about Muhammad and Aisha, they're all over the place. And so, and they get traced back to a ton of different companions of Muhammad. And so the question is, if this is something that's going to be made up, why would someone make this up? I've never seen a good explanation for why so many Muslims were lying about this story. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
Not
so,
only.
oh,
Oh, sorry.
yeah,
Say.
yeah, I was just gonna, the final thought there was, if you are going to have dozens of hadiths, it's actually over 200, but you have all these 200 hadiths that all go, can be traced back and so on, and guys are making this stuff up. If you say all of that's made up, and then you combine that with everything else they say is made up in the hadith, you're basically telling me we don't know anything about Muhammad, because the people who are passing on information about him are the biggest bunch of liars the universe has ever seen. And so you can't trust any of it. And so why would I believe in a man that I don't know anything about, because the followers that he produced are compulsive liars? This is actually, by the way, I was thinking about this earlier, probably a good topic for a video, but we look at the Dawah guys, right? So Ali Dawah, one of the biggest liars I've ever seen in my life. Muhammad Hijab, one of the biggest liars I've ever seen in my life. Sheikh Uthman, one of the biggest liars I've ever seen in my life. For a while, we thought Daniel Hakikachu was pretty truthful, and he is compared to the rest of the Dawah guys. But now we've seen him repeatedly lying.
By the way, I just saw Abu Musab on a video referring to Daniel Hakikachu as a chronic, habitual, repeated, liar. He's just going off on him.
Yeah, and I think Sajid's been calling him a liar. Was it Sajid? Yeah, they've all been attacking each other, and it's funny, they all can spot the lies in the Dawah guys from the opposing camps. But notice, it's like, which popular Dawah guys are not absolute compulsive liars? They all seem to be. And so I was thinking about this earlier, and I was like, okay, so something about the religion convinces these guys that it's perfectly acceptable to lie. And I mean officially, when Ali Dawah says that Allah used the lies of the scientific miracles to convert him to Islam, he's saying, hey, Allah uses the lie. These guys go out and lie and make things up to get people to convert, and Allah uses that to convert people, so they believe it's good. But I think about this, like, something about this religion convinces these guys, the propagators of the religion, it convinces them that it's perfectly acceptable to lie to get people to convert to the religion, and or to give people a false confidence in the religion. Quick question: is that necessarily something brand new? I don't think it is. It doesn't have to be brand new. And so you're looking back at all of the fabricated hadiths and so on, and it's like, no, it's Islam's always been like this. It's always been just make up whatever you need to dupe people into converting to this. And so it's the Dawah guys now, and seeing how the religion convinces them to be absolutely deceptive, and you say, okay, it's the religion convincing them to be this deceptive and thinking that it's okay. And then wait a minute, these guys didn't invent this. These guys didn't just wake up one day and suddenly they're the only super deceptive ones. No, this is just a trend that's been around from the beginning of Islam, and that's what happens when you worship a god who brags about being the best of deceivers, and you follow a prophet who believed that it was perfectly acceptable to deceive people. So that's just what happened.
David,
And we're proud of that.
David, why do you think Prophet Muhammad married a 6-year-old girl?
What'd you say?
Why did Prophet Muhammad marry a 6-year-old girl?
Because he wanted to?
Yeah, because he's a pervert. He's a child molesting
sorry.
pervert.
Okay. Let's
David,
say he was a pervert.
Theodore, sorry.
Brother.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me, brother?
Yes.
Yes, I hear a bunch of voices talking over each other.
Yeah, sorry. I'm very sorry. I just wanted to say very fast something because I have to go to work. Here is early in the morning. I just was wondering if David, you are willing to have a discussion about those 10 verses later, a suitable time for you and me. Is that possible?
Yeah, we can have the discussion here on Thaddeus's channel at some point if you want.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, Thaddeus, would you like to arrange it? We can talk about a suitable time. I would appreciate it very much.
Will do.
Okay. So I don't disturb you now because I have to rush to my work. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Take care.
Yep.
All right,
bye.
Salam alaikum, brother.
Salam alaikum. Salam alaikum. Okay. Take care. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Yeah, and Saeed, I just want to say one more thing, just so you know my actual position, because sometimes I'm kind of messing around, and sometimes I'm joking, and but my actual position is basically, if you treat the hadiths as generally reliable, then Muhammad marrying a 6-year-old and consummating the marriage at 9 is, I mean, if we know things about Muhammad, that's one of the things we know. But I'm not glued to that, because if you don't treat the sources as generally reliable, in other words, if you acknowledge that people along the way, Muhammad's companions at first and then followers later on, that if they're actually making stuff up a lot, and you can't generally trust the hadith, then I would say we don't actually know. So when I'm talking to someone, my question is basically, do you trust the sources? If you trust the sources, then it's obvious that Muhammad had sex with a 9-year-old girl. But if you think those sources, if you think the Sunni sources like Sahih al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim and so on are garbage, because some Muslims do, then we don't know. We'd still be stuck with like Surah 65:4 of the Quran, but we wouldn't know what Muhammad did, because we wouldn't know much about him. So that would be my general view.
Let's say he did marry a 6-year-old girl. Okay. So what kind of man he was if he married a 6-year-old girl?
Pervert. You said that earlier.
Yeah, pedophile.
A pedophile, right?
Yeah.
A pedophile will not end up is just one girl. He will be continuously marrying many 6-year-old girls. Correct?
No, not necessarily. No.
Just Philadelphia, what do you say? Pedophile.
You mean like boys sucking on his tongue or something, or you have something else?
Or babies crawling around that he desires, perhaps?
Yes, let me just correct you on the psychology there. The position that you find in the DSM-5, so that is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. If you go to the section under pedophilic disorder, so that's pedophiles, Muhammad meets all the requirements of someone with pedophilic disorder, but they have these different qualifiers. Like some people are attracted to children incestuously. They're attracted to children that they're related to. So that's one possibility. But they also break it down in terms of exclusive or non-exclusive. So if you're a grown man and you're sexually attracted to a little girl, you're a pedophile. Some pedophiles are only sexually attracted to children. They're not attracted to adults at all. Others are attracted to children, but in the same way that they're attracted to grown women. They're just, hey, I would like to stick my penis in any of these people with various kinds of spots for it. And so that is called a non-exclusive type pedophile. If you look at Muhammad in the sources, then we can say that the Muhammad we read about in the Hadith. Now, you can reject the Hadith and say that that's not true. If you accept the Hadith, then Muhammad is a non-exclusive type pedophile, meaning that he is attracted to children and adults.
So why he's just married one 6-year-old girl? He could have married a dozen of 6-year-old girls.
He was attracted to all varieties. And you look, some of his
But
wives
why-
of his wives were really old. Some of them were significantly younger.
Don't forget the tongue-sucking young boys.
Yeah,
But,
young boys sucking on their tongues. And then Mary the Copt was very young. Sophia was still a teenager when he married her. So yeah, but Aisha was the youngest. But notice, I mean, even if he had married 3 or 4 little 6-year-olds, you could always say, well, why didn't he marry 10? And if he had married 10, you could always say, well, why didn't he marry 20? And if he'd married 20, you say, why didn't he marry 1,000? Blah, 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 blah. That's not the definition of a pedophile. If you're attracted to a 6-year-old girl, and you're a grown man, then you meet the requirements for pedophilic disorder.
So pedophilia, they are attracted to children. Is that correct?
Yeah, but
David
yeah,
just
I already
explained this
explained
to
all this.
you.
I'm not going to explain it again.
So you saying he
Attracted to
Prophet
children,
Muhammad
not
is a special
necessarily
kind of,
exclusively children.
Yes, Muhammad was attracted to a child, and
So
that is enough to qualify him.
Criminal A is not a bank robber because he only robbed one bank.
Yeah.
Right?
No, this is a disease.
Yeah, I'm not a murderer because I only
Attracting
married
to
one.
children
I
is
only
a
murdered one
disease.
person. If I were a real murderer, why wouldn't I marry? Why wouldn't I murder 20 people?
Right.
Awesome.
No.
Awesome
This is sexually attractive children is a disease. If he was
I agree.
attracted to
It's
children,
sin, perversion.
then he could have married a dozen of 6-year-old girls.
Yeah, he could have, but only one is required for him to be a pedophile. He did propose marriage to a baby once. Fortunately, that didn't work out.
So he
Such a
was
shame.
more than just a pedophilia. He could have married many Aisha of 6-year-old.
That's true. We can all be glad that Muhammad didn't abuse more little girls. We can all be glad of that. So yes, he was not as prolific a pedophile as some other pedophiles have been. So we can all be grateful that he was an exclusive type pedophile and just married everyone's 6-year-old daughter, but still a pedophile.
Hello.
David, you have been telling this for
All
last
right,
20
yeah,
years.
Saeed, you've had your chance. Let's give the other people who have joined. So I'm not what I'm not.
Okay.
Did you have a question for us?
No, I was the one who was gathering information on how I should destroy the Quran. But I find it funny how he writes, if Muhammad was so bad, why would he wait 3 years? I don't think he did wait 3 years. Wasn't he molesting her in between that time?
Sighing and all that.
Yeah, it's the evidence is a little shaky on some of the stuff because Muhammad says when one of his companions came up to him and was getting married, hey Muhammad, I'm getting married, and Muhammad says, oh yeah, who you marrying? And the guy says, I'm marrying a matron, so a woman. And he says, why don't you have a like for the virgins and for fondling them? Now notice he specified virgins and some kind of fondling that you do with virgins. But notice that doesn't make sense. If this guy's talking about getting married, it makes no sense to talk about this ongoing sexually gratifying practice that you do with virgins, because I mean, if he was getting married and he was going to have sex with her, that she wouldn't be a virgin anymore. So there's something that you do with virgins for a while that doesn't take away their virginity. And he calls it fondling. And so what is this? Well, there have been commentators who said this refers to, yes, this practice of thighing and so on. But yeah. So anyway, they definitely
Yeah,
like their kids
really
back then.
quickly, before we move on, this is for Saeed. According to Sharia law, denying the Islamic scholarly consensus on Islamic sources equals apostasy. So Saeed is already apostate from Islam. I don't want to give him a death sentence or anything, but I think that is factually correct. He definitely disobeys the Quran when it says that anyone who has any doubts about anything that Allah or his messenger have revealed is not a Muslim, because he has lots of doubts about lots of things that Muhammad has revealed, and often has doubts about what the Quran has revealed as well. Earlier today, I had a discussion with him about the Quran, and he had no idea what the verse that we were talking about actually said, admitted that he didn't know what the Quran said. When we finally quoted the actual verse to him, he said, which directly contradicted what he was saying, he said that he didn't know anything about that. That was his explanation for why it was good.
You know what's wild in all this? Like, I mean, I came here for to make an appearance and Thaddeus's birthday stream. Had no intentions of insulting anyone and so on. And then these guys always got to start something. It's like, I mean, they're literally commanded in the Quran, Surah 6, verse 108. Don't start insulting people with people who are going to insult your religion in return. And yet they can't help themselves. They just can't. I don't know what to do, man. Oh no! So
I asked Saeed, right?
I could be sitting here minding my own business, and it was a ha ha ha. I'm going to insult you, David. Like you know, I'm instantly going to go after your prophet right after that, and it's like deep down they seem to want me to. I don't know.
You know, one subject that no matter how many times we have a stream on it, I always get Muslims who are desperate and eager to talk about it, is the age of Aisha. They all contradict one another. They all have their different opinions. Some will be like Saeed, be like, oh, she wasn't 9, even though all of our Sahih sources say that. She definitely wasn't, because Muhammad's a good man, or whatever other excuse they want. Some will say it was fine for then, but it's not fine now, which is strange since it's the eternal command of Allah. And others will just say, yeah, it's fine. Would you have a problem with that? Don't you know that Mary was 12 when Joseph at age 90 married her? According to, I have no idea, but someone told me to say that. And of
don't
course,
forget
Rebecca was 3.
Oh,
Yep,
Rebecca was
3.
impregnated at 3 years old. Yeah, she had a baby at 3 years old.
You see, this is an extreme form of pedophilia, just like the Quran teaches. But Muhammad in the Hadith set the age at 6, not this extreme pedophilia of age 5 or 3, like the Quran and Bible teach.
Yeah, and that's what's crazy in all this. This goes back to what I was saying about the Dawa guys being just the biggest bunch of liars the world has ever seen. And then you realize, of course, this is just standard Islamic practice. Keep in mind, guys, I'm not talking about your average Muslim. You might know a Muslim neighbor, a Muslim friend or something like that might be the most honest person in the world. I'm not talking about, any particular Muslim. I'm talking about the Dawa guys. These guys are absolute compulsive lie. I've never seen people who lie as freely as this. And I've been to prison. But look, like all of these guys, which Dawa guy will not say in a heartbeat, Rebecca was 3, knowing that is complete nonsense. Which Dawa guy will not say, and yeah, Mary was 12 according to the Catholic Encyclopedia, in spite of the fact that that's the opposite of what the Catholic Encyclopedia says. The Catholic Encyclopedia says we have no idea. So notice it's I don't know what to I don't know what to do here, but it's just weird that you've got all these people. Their confidence in their religion comes from the Dawa guys. We look at what the Dawa guys say. These are the biggest bunch of liars we've ever encountered in our lives. And it's like, wait a minute, you've got all these people who listen to these guys, and these guys are chronic compulsive liars. And then they wonder, well, why can't you take our religion seriously? It must be because you have so much hate in your heart, and not because you are able to recognize lies when they're this obvious.
Isn't there a source that says that when she grows up, I will marry her?
Yep, for the baby.
Yeah, that was the 1-year-old. Yeah, but notice what he means when he says grown up. He doesn't mean like she's 20 or something like that. He means
6.
And you can't even say he's waiting for puberty or something like that. He's waiting for her to be physically capable of a grown man having sex with her, and he was totally fine with at least a 9-year-old.
But even in puberty, it takes time to mature and be an adult, right?
That's one of the biggest problems with the Dawa guys who, I mean, at least a Muslim who uses that defense. I don't know. There's so many problems with all this when they say, but Muhammad must have waited until Aisha reached puberty. It's not what the sources say. But even if you were to grant that and say, okay, hypothetically, let's say it's not true, but let's go ahead and say, for argument's sake, that Aisha reached puberty when she was 9. That would not mean that she's ready to be married and start having sex. As you just pointed out, Roy, puberty is a process. It takes a few years. In other words, puberty is the process by which a little girl grows into a woman. That doesn't just happen as soon as she gets her first period. She's not a grown woman yet. That is a sign that the process of change is going on, and that over the course of a few years, she will grow into a woman. But yeah, some of these guys have this old enough to bleed, old enough to breed mentality, and it's just one of the amazing fruits of Islam.
I learned this from you, David, when you were working with Sam Shimon and in Jesus versus Muhammad, I think it was.
Mm-hmm. Yep, but I mean, it all comes right from their sources, and so problems.
Actually, according to Islam, when a boy or a girl reaches puberty, they're an adult at that time, apparently.
That's kind of actually debatable from an Islamic perspective. But what we do know for sure is that having sex with a girl that you've married has nothing to do with puberty. That's complete nonsense. There's nothing in the sources to suggest that. No Islamic scholar ever said that. The consensus opinion of the scholars was that there is a minimum age, so to speak, but it's based on whether her body is strong enough to not be injured when a man climbs on top of her. It has nothing to do with puberty. It has nothing to do with mental or physical maturity in any way. It only has to do with whether the girl's body is big enough not to be physically damaged.
Not to be squished by a man.
Exactly.
Did you know there's a hadith that says that Muhammad once spat on his clothes?
Yeah, there's some gross stuff going on. Creepy, gross stuff,
Yeah, lots of interesting things, and lots of really pointless hadith like that, right? That hadith is that Muhammad once spit on himself. There's lots like that. Muhammad once ate a chicken. Muhammad once ate a bunny rabbit, and so on and so forth. There's literally hundreds of hadith like that. It's like, I saw Muhammad eating this, or I saw Muhammad wearing this clothing, or whatever. And it's because everything that Muhammad does is supposed to be the best example. So you catalog everything that he supposedly did to see if to know what you yourself will do if you want to follow his example perfectly.
I've tried finding the hadith on it, but is it true that he shakes 3 times when he goes to the bathroom? Someone saw him doing that, and that's why it says to shake 3 times?
I don't know. If Mary was here, she might know, but I don't know. I don't have encyclopedic knowledge of all the zany, wacky hadith. All right, so a couple questions, and then we'll probably wrap this up. Oh, go ahead, Anthony.
Really quickly. Muhammad said, say not 3, so I find it dubious that he would have told you to shake 3 times after doing the deed, but just saying.
There was that claymation, everybody loves Allah, and when Muhammad becomes a prophet, he starts going through all the rules, and he says, and when you go to pee, shake yourself 3 times. Allow me to demonstrate. And then you hear zip. It's like a zip sound, like he had a zipper.
No, he had a dress. Right? He used to lift it up and squat down like a girl.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I heard from when When I did a fun Islamic facts video about that a long time ago, that was about Muhammad saying that half the punishment of the grave is because of urinating improperly, and you have to squat to pee and so on. But someone commented, I think he was up in like the Dearborn area, and he said he's on the football team and he converted to Islam because his friends were Muslims and they told him that he had to squat to pee. And he said, so anyway, I went behind the I forget what he said, behind the bleachers outside, or behind the the seats outside or something like that, because I had to run and pee and stuff. And he said, I tried that squatting to pee and I really messed up my Nikes. But he used more graphic language than that about messing up his shoes. So anyway, long story short, he wasn't in Islam very long. He got ticked off that Islam caused him to mess up his shoes.
Excellent. So Prayerful says, Rebecca, at 3, I need a source for that, and luckily Ali Dawa has that.
Trust me, you will totally understand.
Trust me. Just trust me. Trust me. So that's from a recent video of Ali Dawa in which he is talking about Sneeko and his objections to Islam. And he says he's going to explain it, but he just keeps saying, trust me, there's a good explanation. He talks, I think, 6-8 minutes, something like that, and maybe like 3 sentences of extra content. I think he said, trust me more than a dozen times. In religion, Islam is the religion of
well, he's certainly trustworthy.
We know that in Islam that usury is forbidden, right?
Oh, and Ali Dawa says that. He says that this is a major sin. It's akin to waging war against Allah and His Messenger, while at the same time telling Sneeko, right?
We know
At the same,
sorry.
well, yeah. So it's a major sin. It would be potentially subject to the harshest things, but at the same time, Ali Dawa in the same video is contradicting himself and saying, Sneeko's a new Muslim. He doesn't necessarily have to follow the rules. Everyone should stop bothering him and telling him,
haram! Don't do that, it's a sin!
And so forth. Because what he really cares about is that Sneeko might leave Islam, and that would be embarrassing. After all,
that's one of the problems with them. Just like, I mean, absolutely dying for people who are popular influencers and so on, popular social media personalities are like obsessed with getting some of these guys to convert to Islam, thinking, oh, if we get this guy, then we'll have this super popular Muslim, not realizing if you guys just, dupe this guy into converting, and he then finds out a lot more and leaves it, what you've really done is make the most famous apostate in the world. That's what you've made the most popular apostate from Islam. And you guys did that by, hey, just convert, just go ahead and convert, just go ahead and convert, just go ahead and convert. Okay, cool, you converted. Now let's put it all over social media. You have no depth. You don't know anything about the religion. We have no idea how to predict what you're going to be like 5 months from now, but let's just parade you around the world as our new poster boy for our religion. So then that becomes extremely embarrassing once that person becomes an apostate.
I don't understand. Like, if Islam is the truth, why would you need a popular person to promote it?
Because they've run out of arguments, and they've destroyed all their own arguments. Well, I mean, we did it, but they finally acknowledged that their arguments have been destroyed. And so what do? You just have to, and really it goes into, they still want to use the bad arguments to win people to Islam. But they know that lots of people who deal with this stuff regularly, the arguments, their bogus arguments, aren't the scientific miracles and all that stuff. It's not going to work, because now, as soon as they say something about the perfect preservation of the Quran, everyone just says, why did Yasser Qadhi say this? Why did he say there are holes in the narrative? What about this? What about that? People have been exposed to information that destroys the arguments. And so what the Dawa guys are now looking for, they're looking for people who don't know any of this. And so they look and say, oh, this guy's got 2 million followers who are all young and dumb like him. So if we could just get access to those guys, we might get 50,000 converts or something like that. Young converts who don't know that we are compulsive liars and who just believe whatever we say. And so that's their general strategy. Not even realizing, hey, let's suppose you go out and get 50,000 converts because some massively popular YouTuber or something like that converts to Islam. You get, we got 50,000 converts. Well, that confidence is extremely shallow. Even if the main influencer doesn't leave Islam, let's suppose, the confidence of these guys in converting to Islam is going to be very shallow. And notice, statistically, over half those guys are going to leave Islam within 2 years. That's been the statistic for a while. Something like 60% or something like that of people who convert to Islam leave it within 2 years. And so they're obsessed with, hey, let's go get a bunch of new converts, not realizing you're also getting a bunch of new ex-Muslims. And some of those ex-Muslims are going to be ticked off that you tricked them. And some of those guys are actually going to go on to expose Islam and show how they were duped. And so I don't know what they're thinking right now. It's just like, I mean, I know what they're thinking. I just don't know how they can think that this is a good idea. It's
Or
not
acceptable.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you don't think in Islam, so they're used to that. They're not
Yes,
thinking ahead.
Quran 5, 101 verses 102.
I think they're heaping hot coals on their own head. They spend so much time mocking Christianity and saying that we're soft on sin and that we let anything be permissible. And at the same time, you have someone like this that converts and he openly says he wants to go and commit everything that's haram in their religion. And nobody wants to stop him.
And they can't lose him because it's too much of an embarrassment. And they've already propped him up and said, hey, this is our new poster boy. And you can't have your new poster boy becoming an apostate after a couple of months. And so they just have to, okay, hey, okay. Yeah, it's fine. Do whatever you want. Just can you keep that a little behind the scenes and not make it so obvious, and not realizing, I mean, what is someone like Sneeko going to do? Is he just going to sit around reading the Quran all day or something? Like, what's he going to do? Like his entire lifestyle is running around, having lots of sex with lots of different girls and all this stuff. Like, what else is he going to do?
You want me to move into an Islamic learning center?
Yeah, he can't live like he's supposed to live if he's a Muslim. So if you're really thinking, are you really thinking that he's just going to, okay, I'm going to abandon everything and just go live in an Islamic learning center? He's not going to do that. And so what your options are, he can leave Islam, or he can continue being a sort of extremely watered down Muslim who's doing all these haram things, and you just ignore it so you don't chase him out of Islam. And that's their plan. We can't. That's what I mean. They're stuck. They're in trouble no matter what they do. It doesn't work out no matter what. That's why I was like, how does this make sense in your heads? Because once you do this, there's no good way out. You either have this guy who's doing every haram thing under the sun constantly on video and showing this to the young Muslims that you just pointed to him for. Hey, you young Muslims, look, we got Sneeko. Yay, we got Andrew Tate. We've got these guys. Woohoo. And you pointed these guys. And then they of course, are not living Islamically at all. And so what do? You can't tell them, stop all these things you're doing, because they'll leave Islam. And so you can't tell them to do that. And so what's the alternative? Is just these guys are the example for young people, and they're going around doing whatever they want. And that sends the message to the young people. What is Islam? It's this religion where you can do anything you want and there are no consequences and no one stops you.
Yeah,
And,
it's actually Islam that is easy on sin, because of the fact Muhammad said you'll go to heaven as long as you believe in Allah, even if you do theft and fornication.
Well, he could just pay to be forgiven of his sins, right?
Especially when you just have a guy that most of us would regard as a horribly sinful individual as your primary moral example. Like, I mean, think about this. You know, as messed up as Sneeko is, if I were looking at Sneeko, if I were looking at Sneeko and I were looking at Muhammad, you said which one of these guys is better, I would say Sneeko. I don't think he's like some like horrible, evilly inclined person. And he's a young guy doing with no restraints, who rose to popularity and has piles of money to go around doing lots of messed up stuff. But that's that's, as far as I'm concerned, that's nothing compared to Muhammad. Muhammad is significantly worse than Sneeko. And so, what do you do when you have a really, really messed up, twisted dude as your primary moral example? Shouldn't be surprised when people who are following him do horrible stuff too.
So Philip asked if still live. Yep, for a couple more minutes. We'll wrap up here in a second.
Look at Anthony, by the way. Oh, I sit in front of books. I'm so smart.
Look at David sitting
Says
in
the
front
guy
of books.
sitting in front of books.
Yeah. You should
But
look
I
behind you,
built
David.
my own. I built my own
Oh,
shelves. I did not
therefore
buy
it's
these.
different. I built those too, by the way.
You build those, man. That's
built
straight
them
from IKEA. Come on.
I built them.
Okay.
I had to build them.
You assembled them.
Actually, truth be told, I didn't build them. George built them.
Oh, nice.
I just noticed you guys have been on. At least Thad's been on for 7 hours. Who knew?
Yep. I've been on since 6 o'clock. So
wow, I just popped on.
7.5 hours.
I was just sitting over here. I saw you guys were on. I thought I'll pop in.
So Philip said, "Is it still my birthday, or is the next day?" So it is the next day, technically, but I'll still accept all those birthday wishes. Great comment from L here. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He was in the beginning with God. All things were made through Him. Happy to celebrate your creation. Thank you very much for that, L. Awesome comment. And then we just had a birthday wish from Laughter as well. A good name is better than fine perfume, and the day of death better than the day of birth. Thank you for your birthday wishes.
That sounds nice.
Yep, so just wrapping up a few comments from earlier. Burn it with a huge magnifying glass, referring of ways to desecrate the Quran. Interesting suggestion. A bit harder than you may think it is, but not a bad idea. And Quote Nevermore said, I guess the Muslim mum will be the first person I'm desecrating a Quran in honor of.
Yeah, that's me right there.
Yep. No comment on that other than get it on video. So Truth Defenders wants to know, he says, I have an idea, you and Wood, so meaning me, against Smith and Spencer on the historicity of Muhammad.
David already debated Smith.
I know. David has debated both of them.
I debated Spencer. Yeah, too. I debated both.
Did I miss that one?
And I have acknowledged it is actually hard to defend the historicity of Muhammad, just because the first things you're looking for when you're talking about someone historical, early sources, the earlier the better. We don't have any early sources on Muhammad. You're looking for multiple sources. You're basically looking for multiple independent early sources. That's the best case scenario. And with Muhammad, you don't have any of that. You have multiple very late sources, and you have this big gaping. You have this massive gap where there should be stuff to go on. So notice if Muhammad were just if Mecca is this tiny little pretty insignificant little place back then. If the sources were just saying that Muhammad was going around teaching his followers and so on, then you wouldn't expect a ton of evidence, a ton of external evidence that you could go and examine. But Muhammad was supposedly going around Arabia, conquering and challenging the Romans and challenging the Persians, and everyone's in a state of panic about him. And this guy from Mecca that's about to conquer the world and so on, everyone's flipping out over him. He's having all these interactions with all these people, and yet you go to the sources of the time, no one says a word about this guy. And so it's like, how is everyone in a state of panic over him when no one mentions him? No one mentions Mecca. It's like he's invisible to the entire world. And so you look at the Muslim sources, and he's supposedly this big deal. And okay, it's clear that they're embellishing a lot and making stuff up a lot to increase the significance of Muhammad. The question is, how much? So I think, okay, they had to embellish quite a bit, but I still adhere roughly to the general timeline. They've just blown his impact way out of proportion. But you notice you could go further than that and say, I don't trust any of it. I think they made him up later, and there's not a ton to go on. And so you can kind of argue this in a lot of different ways. So I generally go with the loose Muslim timeline, but I'm forced to acknowledge there's just not enough to go on to say decisively he was to what extent he is real.
Right, and I would suggest that there are some early non-Islamic sources even that plausibly are about Muhammad. They don't use his name, but I would say that they're probably about him, or at least the Islamic armies being led by someone, right? which would presumably be Muhammad. We can debate whether that's his real name. I would say that it's embellished, but I would say it's a lot easier for a legend to develop around a historical figure than to appear out of nothing, which is why so the context of this from Truth Defenders is I made a comment on a stream a little while ago that I didn't find Jay's theories very plausible, that you could say the same thing. You could say there's no good evidence for Moses existing. I mean, Jesus is a different case. He does have some external evidence, but other than Jesus, the figures of the Bible, you're not going to find a lot of evidence for them outside the Bible. Obviously, I believe the Bible is reliable and is true, but I think that and historians will generally acknowledge that King David, for example, is a historical figure. They'll say maybe it's not the same figure as what's presented in the Bible. And it's kind of just speculation one way or another. Either you trust the Bible or you don't. There's not really a lot you're going to be able to say about that. And it's kind of the same situation in Islam. Either you look at the sources, you try to determine what in them is true, and you try to get back to the historical core as best you can, or you just throw your hands up in the air and you say, I don't know. But I think the more responsible position is to say that it's more likely to have developed from a historical individual that at least was somewhat connected with what would become Islam. To be clear, I think Islam developed over the period of several hundred years, that most of the tradition that goes back to Muhammad was actually created later in response to specific events and put on his mouth. But I still think that there's a historical figure there. So Truth Defenders wants me to debate Jay Smith. I said, well, what do you think the purpose of that would be? Because I'm not really interested in like getting up there and saying, I'm right, you're wrong. I was just making it because, and I only comment on it because someone specifically asked me what I thought of, the historical debate. So I gave my position, but to me, it doesn't matter. Islam is equally false either way. Even if every single thing that the sources claim about Muhammad is true, then it's obvious that he is some combination of willingly deceiving people and possessed by demons. So I have no problem pretending that all the sources are true. And I also, obviously, if the figure didn't exist at all, that would make Islam false as well. But either way, Islam's false, so it's not like something that I think is like a crucial thing that I need to go around confronting other Christians on. So that's the context of this.
I would just like to say happy birthday, and can I read a passage from the Bible?
Go right ahead, and then I'll take a couple more comments, which I think don't require any explanation, and then we'll close out.
Do you not know that you are God's temple, and that God's Spirit dwells in you? If anyone destroys God's temple, God will destroy that person, for God's temple is holy, and you are that temple.
All right.
First
Is
Corinthians.
that for my birthday wishes?
No, your birthday wishes would be.
Oh, you're not saying that my body's a temple? Well, shame on you.
Yeah, your body is a temple.
It is, right? It is. I mean, so people sometimes use it like to justify exercise and such, which would be abuse of the verse. What it's really saying is that God dwells in you, that you are the temple. The temple is where God dwells. And, in ancient Israel and ancient Jerusalem, God was said to literally dwell in the temple, and now you're the temple. He dwells in you. You have the indwelling Holy Spirit.
I do think Christians should take care of their bodies.
Well, I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just saying that using the verse for that purpose downgrades it substantially from what it's actually saying.
Yeah. Amen to that. All right. Happy birthday, Tharius. And
Thank you.
Good to see you again, David.
You too.
Jack Ray says all roads lead to Islam is false. Yeah, exactly. My point there. Super chat from Jack Ray.
Brothers and sisters, why to lose this great opportunity? Remember, when the person is on his deathbed, the last minute, he will ask Allah Jalla wa'ala to be delayed for 1 second to do what? Not to pray, not to do other things, but to give sadaqah. Because sadaqah, you can give it just like this, yeah, in 1 second.
Just says happy birthday. Thank you very much for the donation, Jack Ray. And remember, when you're on your deathbed, the only thing you're going to desire to do is donate money so that you can earn points with Allah. So you might as well just get it over with and donate now. Laughter says Muslim converts are strategic partners in exposing Islam. I think that is true. That's what David was suggesting. That ex-Muslims are generally a lot more opposed to Islam than just generic people. So the more ex-Muslims they create, the more potential vocal critics they create.
Yeah, now I've mentioned before that I've been doing this long enough to remember the time when it was very, very common to say no one ever leaves Islam. 2005, 2006, 2000, that was standard. And everyone who says, "Hey, hey, I'm an ex-Muslim. I was a Muslim and then I left Islam," they would say that person's lying, making up stories. He's paid by Jews, something like that. But he's not. He was never a Muslim. And so very, very common. Now they're the ones complaining about the avalanche of apostasy. And somehow they think it's this great idea to get all of these young people who don't know anything to convert to Islam because Andrew Tate says so or something like this, not realizing, my goodness, guys, you are burying yourselves in ex-Muslims right now.
Well, Andrew Tate said the reason why Islam's the best is because Islam is an intolerant religion which stands for something, and Christianity is a tolerant religion which stands for nothing.
And
He
then
said something like that.
Yeah, and then Ali Dawah ran with that because they got excited and said, "Oh, well, now we don't need our scientific miracles argument anymore," and so on. And he said, "So now people are going to convert because of our intolerance," and not realizing it's only a certain kind of person who's going to be interested in your religion for that reason. And
people are coming to Islam because of its intolerance.
Yeah, that's your proof. Cha-Cha G came in here and said Islam is ultimate truth. Prophethood is continuing in Islam.
Continuing.
Don't get trapped in blame games. Just see which teaching is more superior. See, you have three gods totally against nature. I mentioned in that one too. Prophethood is continuing.
Yeah, so Cha-Cha believes in more prophets. That's good.
Is he a Quran only?
Nah, no idea.
No, believes in prophets. The prophets are continuing. So Cha-Cha apparently believes in the apostate prophet.
Okay.
I imagine. Great argument there from Cha-Cha. I think we'll all be converting. I missed this one, but it's a very good one, very appropriate to take the Quran, throw it in a well with menstrual rags and dead dogs, and then draw it out for your water supply. That would be a little hard to actually orchestrate, especially the dead dogs. I mean, I suppose we could like stuffed animals or something, but I do like the suggestion there. And finally, from Jack Ray, shred it and use it for kitty litter, at least for video, so cat won't just walk on it. A cat could poop on it. And he was inspired to say that because the first David Wood video he ever saw was the one with the cat walking on the Quran years ago, and that is definitely a classic.
That was
And
a response to Muslims saying that a cat won't walk in the Quran, therefore it's the word of God.
yeah, and keep in mind that's everyone, as Rory just pointed out, like all of the it doesn't really cross our minds to say, hey, let's just go out and desecrate this book for fun or something like this. It's always in response to something like, yeah, a cat won't walk on the Quran, and they were posting this under every video. It's a miracle. How can you dispute this? Here's a video of a cat refusing to walk on the Quran. This proves Islam. And so how do you respond? How do you respond? I can say, hey, I think that's a stupid argument, but they won't get that. They only get it if you say, okay, I'm gonna put a Quran in front of a cat and let's see what happens. Spoiler alert, cat walks all over the Quran. There's no reluctance at all in the cat to stepping on the Quran. And so that's true with all this other stuff about Qurans and so on. It's not, hey, let's just go out and do this to books. It's you guys are habitually crossing lines, and it seems like the only thing you ever get as far as stop doing that is, hey, if you do that, then we're going to do this, so you're better off not doing that because it's going to lead to this, and setting that line in the sand and saying, don't do that, don't go over Hatun, don't dox that guy, don't do that stuff. And so, guys, as always, it's your behavior that is causing people to act in this way. If you don't like what people are doing, probably a good idea to change your behavior and not tick people off like this.
Luckily, we don't do it by violence like the Muslims do if they draw their prophets.
Yeah, and by the way, Rory, that's the idea. Is there are certain things that we have to stop. We have to put an end to certain practices that people are doing. We have to protect people who are targets of violence and so on. But we want to do so as peacefully as possible. And even though there are some Muslims who wouldn't stop what they're doing if that's going to lead to Quran desecration or something like that, there are tons of Muslims who will instantly stop what they're doing if they're realizing it's leading to insults against the Quran or against Muhammad. I mean, Muhammad Hijab is a perfect example. He was launching his campaign, telling all his followers not to go after us, to go after our wives, target people's wives with a campaign of threats of torture and rape. And I took a bite out of the Quran and said, hey, this is the direction you want to go. And guess what? That stopped. They all stopped instantly. It was like, oh, we didn't think they were going to start this in response to us going after their wives. But they, so anyway, point is, guys, it's you Muslims who are watching out there going, oh, this is horrible. Well, all these things these guys are suggesting, these are all horrible, horrible things. Why would they do this? It's because of your guys. So if you don't want these things to happen, you tell your guys to stop what they're doing. But notice, yeah, it's like we're looking for peaceful means to deal with awful, horrible, terrible behavior.
All right, so we have one last comment that I want to close on, also from Cha Cha G. Hey guys, this is his or her first comment. Hey guys, why are you not accepting Islam? So I'm going to give everyone a chance to answer this question. I'll go in the reverse order. So Rory, in a few sentences, I don't want to be here for another hour. I know you could probably give an hour of explanation for why you're not accepting Islam, but in a few sentences.
This might be emotional reasons, but I don't accept Islam because of child marriage and because of Muhammad and Aisha's marriage. I know this is emotional, but sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that, David.
That's not I mean, it can be partly emotional, but it's a moral issue, right? This is I cannot take this guy as the pattern of conduct for all people, the perfect moral example. And so notice, if Islam had said, hey, Muhammad had sex with a 9-year-old girl and condemned him for it, like there are prophets in the Bible who did horrible things. They're condemned. They're condemned according to the Bible.
Like David with Bathsheba.
Yeah, perfect example. So if it were like that, then wouldn't hold that against it. But I mean, you could to some extent, but in Islam, it's the creator of the universe is putting his stamp of approval on this guy and therefore saying that this is something that's good. And yeah, that's too much. That's too much.
All right. So I'm not what I'm not. Why are you not accepting Islam?
I could think of an answer. So in chapter 33, it says the prophet doesn't like people being in his house, so Allah's asking you to leave. And Jesus tells us if they don't accept us into their house, dust your feet off and leave. So I think I'll leave.
All right. Excellent answer there. Anthony, why are you not accepting Islam?
Well, I'll give a positive reason for being a Christian, which is, well, I'll put it this way. Muhammad's anticlimactic. If we look at redemptive history, the first announcement of the good news in Genesis 3:15 that God would send a deliverer for mankind, which is progressively unfolded in the rest of Old Testament revelation and is fulfilled in Christ. If Muhammad is the seal of prophethood, that's anticlimactic in the extreme. He doesn't hold a candle to the Lord Jesus, and Jesus sums up all of redemptive history. So for that reason, I am a Christian and not a Muslim.
Excellent answer. David, why are you not accepting Islam?
Where do I begin? It's pretty simple. Muhammad is the most obvious false prophet in history. I challenge you. Some people will say Joseph Smith, and so I don't think that they're not in the same ballpark. If you look at every single possible way of determining a false prophet, every possible way you can come up with, every biblical criterion, everything you can say, here's how you spot a false prophet. Muhammad is the king in every single category. I mean, this is a guy who's, his first impression of his revelations was that they were demonic. This is a guy who received revelations promoting polytheism and telling him it's okay to pray to pagan goddesses. Then he comes back and says the devil made me do it, and he can't tell the difference. Sorry, I can't tell the difference between a revelation from God and a revelation from Satan. This is a guy who believes that he was a victim of black magic that gave him delusional thoughts and false beliefs for a period between 6 months and 2 years. This is a guy who received all kinds of revelations that had absolutely no purpose other than satisfying his personal desires, including allowing him to completely contradict his own teaching. So that's why he would, it was revealed in the Quran that a Muslim can have up to 4 wives, and he gets 9 or 11. But you see these things over and over and over again. You got the Islamic dilemma that he's affirming the Christian scriptures, he's affirming the prophets of the Bible, and yet contradicting them on basic doctrines. It's wherever you look, you see endless reasons not to trust this guy at all. And then the takeaway message is, but the Dawah guys, the biggest liars you've ever met in your lives, people who believe that it's perfectly acceptable to lie to get people to convert to Islam, they have all of these lies that provide the evidence for Islam. And of course, if you spend 5 minutes looking into any one of their lies, you see how bogus and silly it is, but somehow you should convert to the religion. It's like, are you serious? Are you serious? I can't see what here doesn't spell disaster.
Yeah, Ali Dawah said the reason why he came to Islam because of the scientific miracles in the Quran. Then he found out it was a lie. Now the question is, if you found out that something that brought you to a faith by a lie, wouldn't your faith be shaken afterwards?
Yeah, unless you came up with some other reasons that were powerful or something like that. But notice he doesn't say that there are any powerful reasons. Every argument he gives just falls to pieces as soon as we examine it. And now he's just saying, but people are going to convert because of our intolerance. That's not a good argument. Hey, we're intolerant, therefore convert to this. I mean, okay, Nazis are intolerant. What's that got to do? Why? Well, should we all become Nazis because they're intolerant? That's ridiculous. But so yeah, but that's the position. That's the position they're in. And notice he said that Allah used those lies to convert him to Islam. So Allah is in the business of using the deception of the Dawah guys to bring people into Islam. And isn't it weird? Why wouldn't Allah use the truth? Why does Allah use lies?
He is al-Makar.
It's interesting. If you read the early church writings and Ignatius's letters and the spurious letters that he has, there's a portion where he says, "For if the Lord were a mere man, possessed of a soul and a body only, why do you mutilate and explain away his being born with the common nature of humanity? Why do you call the passion of a mere appearance as if it were any strange thing happening to a mere man? And why do you reckon the death of a mortal man to be simply an imaginary death?"
Well put. Well put. So, Saeed, I know that you do sort of, kind of, but not really accept Islam. So I'll ask the question the other way around for you. Why are you accepting Islam? Yeah, you tell us that all religions are just as good. They're all endorsed by Allah. So why Islam then?
Because I was born into Islam, so it makes sense to me. Islam makes more sense to than any other religion. But Allah said, all good people who believe in God and do good things, they will go to heaven. When you are going to heaven, not because you belong to so religion, but your deed will lead you to heaven, and your bad deed will lead you to hell. So you don't have to convert to Islam to go to heaven, the way I understood Quran.
All right. Thank you for that honest answer that you were born a Muslim and you like it, or at least like what you claim that it teaches. I appreciate that. Don't think that's a good reason to. I mean, it's a good reason in one sense, right? And most people are the religion that their parents are. So your
You are
parents are
also
usually reliable witness. Your parents are reliable witnesses. It's a good
you're
starting
also
point.
Christian
But
because
you
you got
also, right, you also need to
you
look
are
at
you
the
born
facts.
into Christianity, so you believe because of that,
No,
not
Saeed,
because
that is not why I believe in
you chose
Christianity.
Christianity. You do not choose
Saeed, don't tell me
Christianity.
why I believe. I think I know why I believe a lot better than you do. And there are lots of people who are not in the religion they were born into, culturally speaking, because no one's actually born into a religion. Uh, and I don't have the same religious beliefs as my parents. So stop making assumptions about me, okay? The reason why I'm a Christian is the same reason why I'm not accepting Islam, is because of the evidence. The evidence overwhelmingly points to the truth of Christianity. I'm keeping this answer brief. I'm not going to go into the evidence. I'd be happy to do so on another day. But the resurrection, the death of Jesus on the cross and the resurrection from the dead stands up to historical scrutiny. Jesus claimed that he was God. He claimed that he would die and be raised on the third day, and he fulfilled that prediction. If he actually rose from the dead, then I'm going to believe what he says, especially since he claimed to be God. If the actual God of the universe, right, wasn't Jesus, and this person made this claim, he would not raise him from the dead on the third day. So this is why I'm a Christian. When I look at Islam, I see a complete joke of evidence. It doesn't. When I have Muslims on, I have discussions with them. I literally let them set any rules they want whatsoever to look at the evidence, because no matter what rules I let them set, as long as I force logical consistency, force them to hold to the same standard throughout their whole argument, it falls apart because Islam is filled with contradictions. It is a total joke that this could be considered true from a historical perspective. And frankly, I have never heard a Muslim argue that Islam is the truth from a historical perspective, the way that I would argue that Christianity is the truth from a historical perspective. So that is why I am not a Muslim, why I'm not accepting it, because it is clearly and obviously false no matter what angle you take from it, whereas Christianity stands up to all the scrutiny and is the truth. Cha-Cha, I agree with Cha-Cha. He says, compare the teachings. wrong way of don't have a wrong way of understanding them. You know, he says don't go deep, which is stupid. Of course you want to go deep.
Yes, just
but
stay completely superficial. Don't do.
But other than the phrase "don't go
they can't
deep,"
give you an answer theologically for anything that they believe in. It's funny because I've heard the camel urine scientific claim, and if you actually go and try to find any kind of medical study on camel urine, it's almost exclusively Muslim names that pop up as the people doing these tests. So they're desperately trying to find. They're desperately trying to find something to pull on.
Hey, hey, Thaddeus, I put a link just so everyone knows. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. They've been messing around with the planning and schedule and so on for a while, but 9 o'clock tomorrow morning Eastern time. Supposed to be Robert Spencer and Brother Rashid in a discussion with Daniel Hakikachu and Jake, the Muslim metaphysician, on the PBD podcast. So I put a link there.
What's the debate about?
It just says religious roundtable, but I know that when they were discussing things beforehand, the producer was saying he wanted a discussion on, I don't know, building bridges and so I don't know how that's going to work with Daniel Hakikachu and stuff, but
Is this
but
the
yeah,
show
so
you guys did earlier where they were supposed to have Mimi on?
yeah, so that it was supposed to be Muhammad Hijab and Ali Dawa, but then they backed out because they said they were being set up. What they really mean, of course, is they don't want to have a discussion on a popular podcast where people are going to be criticizing Muhammad and the Quran. So they wanted nothing to do with it. But hats off to Jake and Daniel. But yeah, as far as I can tell, I mean, like Robert and Rashid have no clue what they're going. They have no clue what they're talking about, apart from it was going to be something about building bridges, and I'm assuming they're going to talk more than that because that's not going to work well with Daniel defending child marriage and stuff like that. But yeah, anyway, so point was that's from 9 a.m. It's weird time, but 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time tomorrow. That's what the link is in case anyone wants to watch it. I normally go to sleep at like 7 or 8 in the morning, but I'll probably stay up and watch that.
And I went ahead and
Robert Spencer stated that bridge has explosives on it.
It's nearly 7 o'clock here.
Yeah, so click on it and find out what time it is in your time zone. But about 7 hours from now, I guess. I pinned that, so it should be easy to find.
Whoops!
So I did. So just finishing up the thought on Cha-Cha here, right? You should compare the teachings. You should investigate things. You should go deep. You got that part wrong, but you shouldn't be worried about name calling and accusations. You should be worried about the facts. And I challenged Cha-Cha to come and have a discussion with me on the facts, a nice friendly discussion. I've never seen Cha-Cha before today. And he says, no, you invite Muslims, but then you disgracefully removed them. I have seen.
Saeed's been here the whole time.
Hey Thaddeus, fix that. I accidentally linked to your live stream, so I sent another one here with the corrected version. Lewis,
all right.
Lewis, of course, complaining as usual.
Just want to observe while Thad's fixing David's blunder. Saeed has been here the whole time I've been here, and Cha-Cha saying that you disgracefully remove Muslims.
Well, I did remove a few people. Every single person I removed, it was because they tried to show pornographic images. So if he wants to claim that I've disgracefully
you disgracefully remove people who are sharing porn on your Christian
the conception
platform.
of Muhammad.
We're just trying to show you what Islamic paradise is like, and you keep banning people.
We're trying to show you how Muhammad was born.
Cha-Cha, the only reason. Sorry.
Good.
Cha-Cha, the only reason why he quote unquote disgracefully removes Muslims is because they show inappropriate stuff or pornographic stuff, other inappropriate stuff.
So Philip asked me why I accept supernatural events like the resurrection and how I would test to compare those to other supernatural events that I reject. To answer the first part, because there's good logical reasons to believe that God is philosophically sound and is the most probable position. And I only need the possibility of God existing to consider the possibility of a supernatural explanation. So it's not that I've predetermined that a supernatural explanation is good. It's just that I haven't predetermined that it's bad, which is what atheists typically do. They start with their conclusion and then they make all the evidence fit that. As far as why or how the resurrection is different than other supernatural events, I assume that you're referring to, like claims about miracles that validate the emperor, Caesar Augustus or something, and just look at the quality of the sources and documentation and the possible explanations for where this came from. And I would also say that maybe some things that in ancient times that are documented as, or in modern times for that matter, that are documented as supernatural events could be supernatural events, that they are orchestrated by demons opposed to the truth of God's message. So I don't automatically rule out that explanation for other things. I just look at what the evidence suggests. Obviously, I have to go into more detail to actually justify that, but there's your answer to the question. Thank you, everyone who joined today. It was a very long stream, a very fun stream. Abundant birthday wishes, and I enjoyed every one of those. Thank you for hanging out with me on my birthday. Check out that conversation, pseudo debate, whatever you want to call it, that is pinned tomorrow. On Friday, I will have my weekly Bible study. On Sunday, I'm having a conversation with Imran, who's been on here a couple times. He's the he calls himself a Muslim, but he isn't, and in the sense that he doesn't follow what modern people think is Islam. He thinks that Islam is a corruption of the original system, and he does have good intellectual arguments to make, and he's going to be coming on to explain that when Muslims claim that the Quran isn't affirming the Torah and the Gospel, that they are dead wrong, that's 100% what it affirms. And he says that he has some new arguments to bring in light of that from an Islamic background that Christians wouldn't normally consider. So that should be interesting to see what he has to say on that. So his position basically is, for those who don't know, is that the Quran and the Bible, they teach the same message, but Christianity is a corruption of the biblical message and Islam is a corruption of the Quranic message. So we're going to have this stream where he explains why he thinks that the Quranic message has been corrupted, and then we're going to have a later one where he explains why he thinks the biblical message is corrupted. That one obviously will be more confrontational because I will be responsible for defending the doctrine of the Trinity, and here we'll probably be mostly agreeing because I think that's exactly what the Quran is at least trying to do, is affirm the biblical teaching, because the author of the text didn't realize that he was actually contradicting it. So those are what's upcoming this weekend. Until we meet again, God bless everyone. Have a great